We are live at Coletco. We are live at Coletco. We are live at Coletco. Dang, Mike Massey, fast. Really fast. Mike Massey is fast. I can't even whistle. I'm so dehydrated. It's like SpongeBob when he's trying to play his clarinet. Alrighty. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. There is Otis here. Alright, boy, there you are. Welcome, everybody. Okay, I got a lot of stuff to put up. Well, I just got to get the rest of this off the table. It's proof sets. I got them. It's a proof set night. I think I'll go outside for brand new day, it's okay. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Just taking some clean, fresh air. Welcome, everybody. Make sure you've hit the like button when you're on and watching. Welcome to Coletco. What night is it, you may ask? It's the best night of your life. It is the best night of your life. It's Laura getting through the maze. The grassy knoll. Okay. Let me clear up. I'm almost done clearing up my mess from last night. An epic 7-hour coin sale. Blew it out of the water. Chad needs this morning monster. Hoorah. Alright. Let's get this off. It is big kiss auction night. Van Halen's going to be put up for auction in just a moment. Ringo Starr turns 85 today. Wow. Wow. Still playing. Still touring. There's those records I was supposed to price for Paul. I forgot all about them till right now. He's probably like, of course you forgot about me. Let me lay them right over here. I won't forget about them if I put them over here. Add that to my list of 10,000 things to do. All right, so What did we do for the warm-up video? It was a rack. Alright. Is any of this significant? These sticky notes with names on them? Trash? Trash. Okay. That'll be fine. I'm trying to figure out what those crates there are that's in the way. I think that's, I don't know what those are.
All steel stuff?
Okay. Door, okay. Seth was using it as a barricade to block in Regan's. It's like a dog daycare in here this morning. Otis, Regan's. Seth brought his dog. Tanner brought his dog. I brought my cats. All my cats. Got a bunch of them. Okay. I'm going to put this right here temporarily. All right. I have opened up Facebook. It's time to start sharing and caring, everybody. Okay? So I've opened up CollectCo. I need you to hit the like button right there. I'm going to hit the share button. I'm going to hit share and whole lot of records so everybody can see it over there. And I'm going to hit share and copy link. And I'm also going to post it in the comments of this Kiss Hype post we got going on. We got Kiss auctions and Japanese auctions to run tonight. We got new arrivals from Paul, John, and Laura. We got discount crates to go through. We got a little bit of everything. I'm going to hit the like button here. I'm going to hit the like button on the Kiss post. I hear Paul approaching. He's here. Crate number 2. Awesome. I like this Beatles thing.
It's cool, right?
Yeah, that's going home with me.
I thought so.
We are here. I'm sharing links. Here comes Mr. Ed. He's got vinyl for us. Let's go over here to YouTube and find the YouTube link. Let's hit the page here. Let's hit the like button on YouTube and share. Let's hit copy link over there. So now I've got the link. I'm going to go share it on our Instagram and Facebook story so everybody can find us even easier. Show's about to begin. I'm getting everybody warmed up and woke up. Right, Tanner? Here we are. Ed's bringing Japanese.
You need a monster?
Do I need a monster? Yeah, I do. Is that what? Is this like a intervention or something?
It was holy.
Okay.
Zero sugar?
Huh?
Zero sugar?
No, one of the black and yellow cans.
Any in the fridge?
Should be up there. If not, I'm in a pickle.
All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to wake up right now. Here's to feeling good all the time. That's me here in a minute when I'm drinking my monster. It's the last time you will. All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start showing you records. Okay, I'm not going to show you this crate yet. I'm going to slide this crate over. All right, I'm going to slide this crate over. And I'm going to show you some new vinyl that's in here as we begin putting up our first auctions, okay? All right, so welcome everybody to Monday night. First thing we're going to do is put up some Japanese pressings. And it's Kiss night, and some of those are going to start in about an hour, probably right at 1 hour. I'll start putting those up. I really got to let everybody know the word is out that stuff's being sold tonight. But in the meantime, I've got the Eagles here on a dark desert highway.
They were all of this in the box.
No, that's okay.
I can stick it in the freezer.
Yeah, let's do that, and then let's do a 20-minute reminder.
20. It sounds about right.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Laura says not cold in 20 minutes, okay.
30.
Huh. How long should you keep a monster in a freezer, everybody, before it's cold?
I've got a trick for it.
Paul's got a trick. Liquid nitrogen. We're Mike, we have one problem. We have one problem, Mike. All the drinks, we're really bad about not putting them in the freezers or in the refrigerators. So we got all these drinks here, most of them sent by Mike Massey or the Vloderchecks. And
Put in a wet paper towel.
okay.
Put it in the freezer.
Okay. Is this an old Navy trick?
It's an old. I used to drink a lot of beer.
Okay. We'll just go from there. We have the Eagles Hotel California. This is, Mike Massey says he's not sending us a fridge. Eagles Hotel California, a Japanese pressing, a really nice one, complete with the insert and the poster. $35 start over here. $35 start over here. Yeah, how do we can superconduct molecules to speed them up with radioactivity, gamma rays. Why can't we do stuff really, the free stuff really cold, right? I think they do, but it's a lot expensive. It's a expensive process. Maybe Craig can let us know. Usually stuff like this, I just ask Craig. I mean, if I have anything about science or, anything like that, I just ask Craig, so. Okay, Eagles is a $35 start. That is now up for bid. 3.5, you heard me right. And let me move these crates that Seth moved around and never did fix back. Not surprised by his demeanor. I mean, come on, it's Seth. What do you expect, right? So we're working on our chilling of monsters. In the meantime, Chad's going to rely on natural instincts to get woke up. I stayed here way too late this morning. I was here till I don't know, it was way too late. 9 or something. Okay. Over here. The other Japanese, actually, I have some other stuff over here that's not Japanese that would make great auctions for tonight. Well, I'll take that back. Here's a whole nother crate of new Japanese. Let's just pull from that. And here's a cool one. Atlanta Rhythm Section. Are you ready? And that's my question for y'all and everybody else watching. All right. So this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Atlanta Rhythm Section. Are you ready? There's 1 LP, 2 LP. There's the insert. There's the gatefold cover with Obi. And that's also going to go up for a $35 start. All right. Yeah, let me see if I can fix. I had a coin auction last night, so the camera angle might be a little whack till we figure it out, okay? That looks pretty good right there. That's got that higher angle to it there. All right, so we have Rush Moving Pictures, 180 gram, new and sealed. Red Barchetta, Tom Sawyer, $36.99. Also, U2 is on sale, essentially, below MSRP. last copy of No Line on the Horizon. That is $29.99. And so is Motown Collected, a 2 LP from Music on Vinyl, $49.99, featuring 33 classic Motown songs by Marvin Gaye, The Four Tops, The Supremes, Stevie Wonder, Mary Wells, Jackson 5, $49.99. Right off the bat, Michael Rudolph, first record, first claim, Rush, sold to Michael Rudolph right off the bat. Second record, second claim, Amber Mathis on YouTube for $29.99. Now we need somebody in on Motown Collected. Sarah Evans is a Vinyl Me Please pressing. Sarah is first time on vinyl from 2003 when they did this one probably a few years ago from Vinyl Me Please, a couple years ago. It's $34.99 and it is on colored vinyl. Back there we got 2 Japanese pressings. We got a Japanese pressing of the Eagles Hotel California, and we have a Japanese pressing of Atlanta Rhythm Section, Are You Ready? And those are both $35 starts. Here's Norman Greenbaum, Going Up to the Spirit in the Sky. That's where I go when I die. $33.99. Norman Greenbaum. It's a all analog cut from Kraft, and that is $33.99. Over here we got Front 242, Front by Front. Front 242 is $29.99. And I still got these Gene Loves Jezebel, surprisingly. Gene Loves Jezebel, Heavenly Bodies. That's on purple and pink splatter vinyl. That is $33.99. Gatefold with colored vinyl. And Skinny Puppy Rabies. Skinny Puppy is $29.99. I still got 2 of those, just FYI. So thanks everybody for going ahead and tuning in early here tonight on Collectco. We are here, and we also have John, about a half crate of new vinyl. I mean, just like a half of a crate. The other deliveries will start showing up this week, so it's like about a half crate tonight of new stuff. Okay, as far as new sealed. There's Skinny Puppy. Also got 1 copy of Getz Gilberto, Stan Getz and João Gilberto, featuring Antonio Carlos Jobim and the girl from Ipanema. That is $26.99. And Testament, the new order. Testament is $29.99. Blue and pink swirl vinyl. Testament, the new order. And I have Billy Nichols, which is a reissue of an extremely rare album. Like if you want to hold out for an OG, if you're an OG only kind of person, well, you might be holding out for about a decade and then you're going to spend like $10,000. No joke. So that's $33.99. I've got 2 of those. And Peter Gabriel, that is his debut album, The Rain on the Car album with Salisbury Hill. That's on silver vinyl, $34.99. Right off the bat, 2 great buy it now prices on Eagles and Atlanta Rhythm Section. You can go ahead and pick those up for $35 buy it nows. And I'm going to go ahead and start re-sleeving them right now. Let me get my sleeves here a little bit closer to me. So those are $35 buy it nows, a great price on Hotel California. The Atlanta Rhythm Section is one I don't think I've seen or had before on Japanese vinyl. So that's available. Either one of those, $35.35. The real question is David Johnson watching to pick one of these up? I know he already has Hotel California, but the question is he watching to pick up the Atlanta Rhythm Section? If not, somebody else might, David. There it is. It's $35 as well. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Okay, Monsters are chilling. We got vinyl in the oven. We got Monsters in the fridge. We got vinyl in the oven. Not literally. We got vinyl over here I'm about to be selling to you all night long. Any Japanese sticks. We had that Repu album the other night. Haven't seen another one yet, but I'll check right quick. I've got about 2.5 crates over here. First thing is Guy Shard wants one of the Vinyl Me Please Sarah Evans. Thank you, Guy Shard. That's so to you. Is Peter Gabriel Rhino? No. This is new. This is relatively new. It was actually exclusive through one of my distributors. It's on a label called Real World. Real World. That's on silver vinyl, $34.99. And Reveille 1969 does want the Hotel California. And Atlanta Rhythm Section is called Are You Ready? Gatefold 2 LP, $35 on that. So that was a crate of new vinyl that's been over here next to me for a while. The U2 was No Line on the Horizon. I've already sold them, Paul, or I've already sold the only copy I had, but if you want one, we can get you one. They're $29.99. No Line on the Horizon. Behind that is the Billy Nichols, the really rare album, Would You Believe Billy Nichols? $33.99 on that. So here's what's left in here before I scoot it back over here for a while and we show it again sometime in the future. Motown Collected, $49.99. Norman Greenbaum Spirit in the Sky is $33. Front 242 is $29.99. Gene Loves Jezebel, that's on purple and black splatter. That is $33. Skinny Puppy Rabies is $29. Gets Gilberto, $26. Fallout Boy, I skipped that one. Fallout Boy, Take This to Your Grave, that's on blue vinyl. $33.99 on that. Testament, The New Order, also blue and pink swirl. That's $29.99. Would You Believe Billy Nichols? That's $33. And the Peter Gabriel, Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill, $34.99 on that. All right, awesome. And our end cap there, we'll leave Peter there for a second. Let's put up some new auctions. And let's go ahead and go through this short but sweet half crate of new vinyl I have over here. There's like 4 special requests and then 2 other records. It's actually not much at all. I figured we'd have like 5 or 6 boxes. Ed said those are coming tomorrow. So I was like, wow, we're not, usually Monday we get all the new pre-orders, right? Usually all the pre-orders show up. So there's that. And now John's delivering even more stuff. I'm about to get right into those, John. We're about to hit them hard and heavy. Over here we got Motown Collected for Guy Shard. Thank you on that. And let's put up some new auctions, okay? Nice. That's a great set there as well. Motown Collected. My girl. That's so to Guy Shard. All right. There's that. And let's put up some more Japanese pressings. Kiss stuff is going to start pretty close to 7, probably a little before. I'll go ahead and start slipping some in. I don't know how much word has got out. I mean, by now, if all the Kiss people were on last week and the week before, I think they've heard me say over and over, we've got enough Kiss stuff every Monday night for the next several Monday nights. And if they're not on, there might be some good deals. If Kiss Army has shown up, then there's going to be some battles for some of these. There always is. I don't even have to probably advertise it. They're going to be here. Casey and the Sunshine Band, a Japanese pressing. I've never had this one tonight. Girl, to be with you is my favorite thing. And I can't wait till I see you again. That's Boogie Shoes, John. $35 start. KC and the Sunshine Band. That's the way. I like it. Get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. What a great album. KC and the Sunshine Band. $35 start. They play all those songs up in Rocky Top at Neyland State. That's what the Pride of the Southland plays. That's all they play is KC and the Sunshine Band. The Boogie Shoes. Bump, bam, bam, bump. Bow, bow. Japanese pressing, $35 start. Duran Duran, this is their self-titled debut, $35 start. That is now up for bid. Over here we have the insert, we have the cover and Obi, and that's a $35 start on Duran Duran. All right, so the first thing I have was a special request. Now here's what I'm going to do with these. I'm going to show them. They're already sold because Troy asked us to buy them, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay? So the first thing I have is Prince. And if you ask me to get you one of these, I'll have it in by the end of the week. Prince is Rock Over Germany, 1993, the Classic Festival Broadcast, Volume 1. Prince is $34.99. It's a 2 LP, $34.99 on Prince. That is sold to Troy Robinson, okay? I'm actually going to go ahead and leave it in the crate. And then I have a request from Donna Mitchell. And this is, she passed away, Disco, man, I don't know if I can even read this. Disco and a Kissiet. That was for Donna Mitchell, $29.99. That's still available, or I can get you that. Here's another one for Donna Mitchell, The Birthday Massacre by Pathways. The Birthday Massacre by Pathways, that is $36.99. I can get that if you want it. Those are already pre-sold. Another one, She Passed Away by Narin Yalinzik. These, a couple of these I'm not too familiar with. And then this is a restock of, it's been a very popular release from last week. We got more in, especially because they're numbered. That's Greg Allman live at Uncle Sam's, Hull, Massachusetts, July 1st, 1983. It's on orange vinyl, 2 LP, and it's numbered. That's Greg Allman. And I got Overkill taken over. And this was a waiting list for Justin Deckelman. And this is actually the music on vinyl press. So Justin Deckelman, this is sold to you. Overkill taken over. Hope that you're on and know that you got that. There it is. Guy Shard says he wants a Prince. Anybody else put Guy Shard on the Prince Rock Over Germany 1993. Those are $34.99. I'm going to pull these other special requests out, and I'm going to make KC and the Sunshine Band a final call. KC and the Sunshine Band with Obi, near mint minus and pristine, Japanese pressing, one bid $35, and Duran Duran, their self-titled debut, another Japanese press, no bid yet, final call, looking for a $35 start on that. Tony Kepler also wants Taken Over. Birthday Massacre is the artist. Thank you. Never had seen those before, but thank you for Donna and Troy. They basically reached out to Ed and said, can you order these? And Ed's like, well, yeah, sure. I definitely can. And we get them ordered for them. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Needed that water. All right. Thanks, everybody. Done. And we're about to get into some Paul crates, John crates, and more Japanese auctions, okay? And so the only thing left in there is 5 more copies of the Greg Allman live at Uncle Sam's. Whoa. Had a lot malfunction there. That was right in my face, too. Ouch. There we go. There's that. There's that. Let's put this right over here. That is done. And now, what is next? How about we go straight into this new arrivals crate here that Paul's marked? Or maybe a check condition crate John's marked. Or maybe we need to go into a half-off crate. Let's do that. We usually do with something like that first. Casey and the Sunshine Band is sold to Rod Bryan for $35. Thank you. Only bid on that. And now somebody can pick up Duran Duran if you want it for $35. Surely we got some Duran fans. No, I know what I need to do. I need to show you all the discount crates. I need to show you all the discount crates. But first, let me re-sleeve Duran Duran and put up some other auctions. I need to show you all those discount crates. I do. Let's do this right here. There's Duran Duran. Japanese pressing, it's available. Okay? It's available. Until it's not available. And then you'll be like, man, I wish that was available. Okay, here is, I think, the $6.99 flip crate leftovers. So I'm sure if we don't sell them all, Michael Rudolph is going to want a bundle. But here was some discount records for $6.99. So this is what's left. The other day, I ran out of time. And this morning, I ran out of time. And sometimes when I run out of time, I'll just grab a crate. I'll filter through it right quick. And I'll go ahead and just say, everything in here is $6.99. So if you ever see me post a $6.99 crate, unless it's an additional one, it's probably because I've ran out of time to make one of those other flip crates. Because they take about 30, 45 minutes to make by the time I go pull and sort them and organize them. So sometimes I'm like, yep, let me just go ahead and make everything in here $6.99. And the one this morning was crazy. I let some stuff slip through that I don't think I should have, but that's why I keep y'all watching those videos. There's some great deals. Deep Purple, last concert in Japan. Near mint minus vinyl, insert, cover, and Obi. Deep Purple's a $35 start. So everything in this crate is $6.99. I'm going to show about 5, and then I'm going to put up some more Japanese pressings. Here's Jackson Browne, The Pretender. Yes, clean copy with insert. Just $6.99 on Jackson Browne. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Ruben and the Jets, Consanfanos. Wow, now that's been marked down to $6.99. $6.99 on that, $6.99 on that. Tom Robinson, Hope and Glory. That's also $6.99. We have the Rock and Civil Servant and his File Boys, Rock, Rhythm, and Boogie. That's also $6.99. And Bee Gees Horizontal. No Condition Notes early Bee Gees album there. $6.99 on that. Also, Neil Young. That is a very clean copy of American Stars and Bars. You guessed it, just $6.99. Somebody asked earlier about Japanese sticks. Here's one that just came up next in the flip. It is Styx Paradise Theater. It is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine on the vinyl. It even has that really cool laser etching on it. There's the train coming through town, if y'all could hear that. There's the insert. There's the gatefold cover with Obi. And Styx is a $35 start. Nice, clean copy of that. Also in the $6.99 bin is Hank Williams, I Saw the Light. Hank Williams is $6.99. Guy Shard first on Neil Young. Todd Saw was second. We have Catch Bullet 4. That's Cat Stevens. That's $6.99. Cat Stevens, Catch Bullet 4. And then Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Paul Simon is $6.99. One Trick Pony, another clean record. This is, imagine what got grabbed out of here. This is the leftovers of a $6.99 bin. Stuff that didn't get claimed. So usually I'm like, yeah, make sure you're in a whole lot of records and you catch these videos at 9 a.m., okay? This is stuff that didn't get claimed. Imagine what you missed out on initially. David Essex, All the Fun of the Fair. That is $6.99. The Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. That's also $6.99. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Cat Stevens is $6.99. And over here we got Con Hunley, I Don't Want to Lose You. Con Hunley is $6.99. Also John and Ann Ryder, I Still Believe in Tomorrow. That's shrink wrapped for $6.99. The Forster Sisters, Family Faith, a 2 LP Forster Sisters compilation for $6.99. And we have Belafonte Live, a gatefold 2 LP. Also $6.99 is Jerry Lee Lewis The Session, recorded in London with guest artist Doug Kershaw, Spanish Moss, and Godly and Cream, gold stamp promo there. All right, so let's go back up the top and see what I left off. So Guy Shard got Neil Young, Todd Saw was second, Blaine Zapnick was third, several people on that one. And let's go ahead and make these buy it now. So you can pick up Deep Purple, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Last Concert in Japan. That's a $35 buy it now. And Styx Paradise Theater, that's also a $35 buy it now. Those are $35 and $35 buy it nows. Just FYI, they're available. I'm going to go ahead and put them in a sleeve here, and you can pick them up right now. Deep Purple 35 and Styx Paradise Theater. Over here, I still got Duran Duran available as well. And Styx, or excuse me, Duran Duran and Atlanta Rhythm section. Are you ready? That's what's going over here in our no bid so far tonight. Brian, I'll pull the Forster Sisters for you 1 second. Usually when I get down to a crate like this, I'm going to see if anybody wants to buy all the leftovers in a bundle price perhaps. Let me put these right over here. First thing I have though is Brian K on Forster. And $6.99. One more quick read through, and then I'm going to put up the next auctions. So Godly and Cream, Doug Kershaw, Jerry Lee Lewis, Harry Belafonte. And then we have John and Ann Ryder, Con Hunley, Cat Stevens, David Essex, Paul Simon, Cat Stevens, Hank Williams, Bee Gees, The Rock and Civil Servants, Tom Robinson, Ruben and the Jets, and The Pretenders. Michael Rudolph says give them a bundle deal. All right, let me count them and see what's going on. First, I'm going to go ahead and add 2 more things as a buy it now. These were ones from the other night, which was Europe Wings of Tomorrow. Europe is $35, and Men at Work Business as Usual. And this is a $35 buy it now. So yes, Europe is $35 and Men at Work. I'm surprised no one got that the other night. I put it up really late. I was still trying to put up Japanese pressings. It was like 1 a.m., midnight, and that one didn't get a bid. So I'm going to say you can buy it right now, and so can you on Men at Work. Yes, the Obies do slide off. It's just a sash that wraps around the cover there, okay? Just a sash that wraps around the cover. So, Michael, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Michael asked for a bundle deal, and then there's been a couple other claims, but Michael asked first on these, so he has first right for me to price these out to him. Michael, what if I get these down to $70, and that's less than $4.25 a piece, Tanner? less than $70 or less than $425. This bundle deal for $70 to Michael Rudolph. And then if not, Christina Curtis wants the Jerry and Hank and Jerry. But right now, Michael's got dibs on the whole crate at $70. That's less than $4.25 a piece. How could you go wrong? Michael said, give them to me. Rest of the crate, everything in there, sold to Michael Rudolph for $70. Has the one from today been pulled, or do you still have it? The one from... Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll move on to something else then. We'll go into perhaps another vintage new arrival over here. So let's put these right over here. Let's put these right over here. And these are all sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you. Filling up crates fast in a hurry. That'll make the shipping department want to come assassinate me. Right, Paul? Oh, yeah. All right, over here we got Todd Sauce. Said he would do 55 for Deep Purple and Sticks. Sold to Todd Sauce. Tag him both of those for $55. You got it. Done. My next question is, do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? That's the loving spoonful. All right. Let's see what else we got going on over here in the Japanese crate. We got a really cool one here. Wow, this is a really cool deal. What a cool record. Well, look at this cover. It's the Fruit Gum Company's Best Hits with a gigantic pack of gum on the cover with Obi. What a cool record this is. It's on Buddha Records. It's a Japanese pressing. 1910 Fruit Gum Company, Best Hits, Bubblegum Pop Rock. It does have the insert. There's the cover. Fruit Gum Company's Best Hits. What a cool cover. With Obi, that's a $35 start. That's one I don't get too often. And coming up right behind it, I know we get a lot of Moody Blues, but these Japanese pressings are phenomenal. And here's the On the Threshold of a Dream. This is Moody Blues, On the Threshold of a Dream. Japanese pressing. Vinyl is superb. It comes with a lyric book. I think. Therefore I am. There's the Obi. $35 start on that. Okay? Next thing is, let's see if we can find one more crate over here. Let's see if we can find one more crate over here. Let's take these two crates here. Done. And now, what else do we have? We have to find a great half-off crate to do. That's going to be a great way to start the show as we begin to roll into the hour, the top of the hour, which is when our KISS auctions are going to begin. And the rest of the night, also, we got plenty of Japanese stuff. We got a lot of cool stuff to sell tonight. So we're just about a half hour away, probably, from me going ahead and introducing the first ones. I'll try to keep Japanese pressings going at the same time. My goal is to have, a KISS auction and a Japanese auction going for the rest of the night, because we can really only bid on one KISS auction, it seems like. Otherwise, the feed gets pretty polluted with confusion. So that's the best way to do that, okay? Now, over here, we got Stephen Parton on Duran Duran for $30. That's sold. Blaine, make sure if you actually do want to bid on Moody Blues, you put in $35. You got it now. Thank you. Let's go through this half-off crate. I just grabbed a random one. What's in here? God only knows. Shout out to Brian Wilson. This is available. Everything in here is half off. The Brothers Johnson, Light Up the Night. $6.50. The Brothers Johnson, Light Up the Light. We have the Dean Martin Songbook, Volumes 1 and 2. That is now $10. Homer and Jethro, Fractured Folk Songs. Homer and Jethro is now $7.50. Benatar, Live from Earth, $8.50. Live Pat Benatar in shrink. No condition notes on that. We have Deep Purple Fireball. There is some writing on the cover. It is $15. Green Label, $15. And Charlie Daniels Band, Homesick Heroes, $12.50 on that. Let's see what I've missed over here in the comments. First, Duran, we sold it. Blaine hasn't been on Moody Blues for $35. And then we have Michael Ridolph says, give Christina the Lee and Hank she needs. Well, first of all, I also made it to make sure she was a first-time buyer. Christina Curtis, are you a first-time buyer? Because Michael, who got that bundle, said if you still want those 2 records out of there, you can have them. I got to make sure. I don't think I've ever sold to Christina, though, so I got to make sure she's still on, if she still wants them, and then we got to get her registered so we can get all of her information. If she is, I'll pull those out and we'll tag them for her, okay? Next thing was, did I get no more tears from the rack video? If me or Tanner have liked your comment, if it says liked by Tanner, Hackett, Chad Williams, or Coletco, that means you are officially tagged. If not, that means we hadn't got to you yet, or it's already sold. And then Robbie Woods is first on Benatar. All right, so Robbie Woods gets Benatar. And what are the songs on Brothers Johnson? First, here's Deep Purple Made in Japan. A really clean copy, $20, no cover wear, beautiful vinyl, original on her sleeves. And we have Cheap Trick in color. This is going to be a great half-off bin. I mean, like, great titles, great prices, no condition notes on this crate. So far, $10 on those. Okay? So, Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $35. Let's go back over the details for the Fruit Gum Hits. I was about to make it a buy it now, but since then, a couple people have asked, what is it? What shall that be, Chad? And give me 1 second. I'll give those details to you. Let me go ahead and put this away for Blaine. And let me pull those other couple records out for Christina. And Christina, make sure that we get your email address and mailing address, okay? He's saying you can have these 2 here out of that lot. We got to get your email address and mailing address. So tag those for Christina from that last crate. And Christina, just send us a message on Facebook. We need your email address and your mailing address. $8 limited shipping, as much as you buy, okay? So thank you and welcome. Let's go ahead and tag Mark Overton for Cheap Trick, and Jeremy Rourke, you were second. This is a Japanese pressing of Fruit Gum Company's Best Hits. Fruit Gum Company's Best Hits. It is a Japanese pressing. Really cool cover there with Obi. Final call for a $35 start. Over here we have Karen says, go ahead and give me that Brothers Johnson. Okay, I was actually about to read you the tracks, but she says I'll go ahead and take it. Alvin Lee Detroit Diesel. This is $10. Alvin Lee Detroit Diesel. And the Pointer Sisters Contact. The Pointer Sisters is $5. Let me also step over here and grab another auction to put up. Probably from this Japanese bin I've been working out of. And this one's really cool. It's called The Beatles Ballads. All right, The Beatles Ballads. And this is a 20-track Japanese compilation. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Really cool cover, and Obi, The Beatles, a $35 start. It does have one little corner ding over here. Just that right there. Other than that, a really nice copy. All right. Next comment is, tell me about the Allman Brothers here. This is the Greg Allman Band, Uncle Sam's. It's a 2LP orange vinyl, limited in number to 1,500. Hull, Massachusetts, July 1st, 1983. They're numbered to 1,500 on orange vinyl, $39.99. Is this officially code?
Possibly.
Wow.
It's hard to tell through the.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. Here's Paul's invention. He said, if you want to get something cold fast, you wrap it in a damp paper towel. It feels like it's pretty cold, but I don't know if I'm feeling the paper towel or the can. Paul, your entire future is on this experiment. Oh, man. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see if this thing's cold. I don't like the paper towel wrapped around it.
Oh, is it cold?
I said your entire future is depending on the sip.
Did my alarm go
I guess Laura got it out. It's cold.
Okay.
It's cold.
It works.
Man, Paul knows what he's doing. Paul's knows what he's doing. He said he used to drink a lot of chocolate milk back in the day.
Chocolate milk for adults.
Chocolate milk for adults, he said. If someone got on the feed right now, they'd be like, man, Chad's drinking a 40 out of a brown paper sack. Have you ever seen that Conan video where Ice Cube and Kevin Hart hang out with Conan O'Brien? It's Conan O'Brien, Kevin Hart, and Ice Cube, and they make Conan go in there. They're like, we want some 40s, some 40s, and some, what's that candy they tell them to get? The Chico sticks. We want some 40s and some Chico sticks. That was so good. I've watched that video like 20 times on YouTube. All right, and then Brian K. Thompson needs a pack of inner sleeves. And then Scott Oman wants the pointer systems. Do I have 45 sleeves? I do. And then, here we go. Okay, so we have Richard Pryor here and now. Richard Pryor is $10. And 10 years after, Cricklewood Green, $10 on 10 years after Cricklewood Green. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything there. Here were the questions, okay? We told about the Almond Brothers. We got Brian Thompson for a pack of inner sleeves. I feel like somebody else asked for a pack of inner sleeves too. But Brian Thompson on that. And then we got Michael Rudolph on Richard Pryor, okay? And then a pack of 45 record sleeves to this week's. Now, Todd, do you want paper, like the ones you put 45s in, or do you need plastic outer sleeves? Okay, let me know. That's the name of the band, 1910 Fruit Gum Company. This is a buy it now for $35. We call them inners or outers. We got 45 inners, which are like white, like stock sleeves, or plastic outer sleeves, like you would put picture sleeves in. Or some people put them in an inner sleeve, and then they put them in a white outer sleeve as well. All right, so Fruit Gum's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants this. It's available. And then I'm going to show the Beatles one more time because I'm really surprised no one's bid on that. And it's a final call. So there's that. And here's the Beatles Ballads one more time, which is a 20-track compilation. $35 start on that. Next, we're going through a crazy half-off bin. I got to get locked in so I get everybody really zoned in on the records I'm showing in a hurry. This is the debut album by Dire Straits, now just $17.50. This is one of those nonsense, Chad, why are you doing this? Somebody check his temperature. Like what he's doing is pretty crazy right now. Alan Funt's Candid Microphone, a comedy record, $5. And Smash Your Head Against the Wall, John Entwistle. $10 on John Entwistle. And Keith Moon, this is Two Sides of the Moon, $10. So John Entwistle, the bass player from The Who, Keith Moon, the drummer from The Who, their solo albums. Brian Call is in on the Beatles at $35. Since we got a Beatles comp up, let's put a Stones comp up. There he is, Jagga, the Rolling Stones. This is called Gold Super Disc. This is a $35 start. Very nice vinyl. It has the insert. It's a Rolling Stones compilation. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. It's got a little bit of a wrinkle up here through the obi, but a really cool Stones comp, $35 on that. All right, Michael Rudolph wants the Funt's Candid Microphone. Thank you. I bought some nice 45s and stay sealed, Berlin protected, divided by napkin. See whatever you put them in, paper, plastic, or both. Okay, we can do that. So put down Todd for a pack of 100 inners and a pack of 100 outers. You might have some in picture sleeves that need to go on in outers too. So we'll do both for you. And they're not too expensive. I don't know really where they're at right now, but we'll work on that, okay? Kevin Walker on Dire Straits, Melanie Jennings on Keith Moon, and over here we have Mick Vicar. Here is Roger Daltrey of The Who, and this is in Shrink with Hype. It's a soundtrack he did. There's that. And we have Jimmy Webb, El Mirage. Jimmy Webb is $7.50. Brian Call, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Beatles. It's been up for a while, and you were the only bidder. Kiss auction start here in about 15 minutes. We're chipping away at that. Tanner, those sleeves that we discovered, can I get a pack of them?
Yeah.
Because I just used my last 1, 2 on this Beatles. I'm glad we found those. John's priced the heck out of some albums today. So Dire Straits is already sold. Blaine was second, and Joseph Alves was third. Yeah, let me show y'all about that Black Sabbath pre-order. So basically, unreleased Black Sabbath music is coming out. How crazy is that? So this is up for pre-order. Before Black Sabbath, there was Earth. Long before they reshaped rock history, Ozzy, Iommi, Butler, Bill Ward, they were in a blues band called Earth, and these are unreleased music. The legendary Lost Tapes of Earth, a band before Black Sabbath, Tanner. And we've already got a ton of pre-orders. Wow, I did that like 10 minutes before I went live. We've already sold a bunch. So make sure y'all get in on that pre-order. I'm going to order a bunch of those. That sounds like something like legendary. I've never heard of this. People started messaging me about it, and they're like, Chad, have you heard about this like unreleased pre-Black Sabbath music? And I was like, dude, what? And so I didn't know anything about it. Now we got the pre-order up. So there's this. And really cool. So if you're on Facebook, please go ahead and just comment on the post. And if you're on YouTube and you want to get in on that, just let me know, okay? All right, let me do this. Let me take this. And final call on the Rolling Stones. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Yeah, I've never heard of anything Earth. So, I mean, that's a big name, Earth. But I have never in my life known that those 4 guys recorded anything before that first album. And I thought I knew a lot about Black Sabbath, but I had no idea that Iommi, Ward, Butler, they recorded anything before Black Sabbath. So evidently they did, Ed. So it's up for pre-order. Ed was trying to sneak by. I got him. So evidently this guy had those tapes. Somebody had those recordings and he's just now coming out with them. I'm like, my gosh, why wouldn't you even come out for those years ago? But interesting deal. So that could be amazing stuff. I mean, that could be incredible recordings. All right, back to the half off bin. Rick Wakeman, The 6 Wives of Henry VIII. That's $10. 5 o'clock. World, the Vogues. The Vogues is $7.50. We also got War's Greatest Hits, Shrink Wrap and Hype. That's $15. I can finally feel the monster working. I'm getting woke up. Out of all this sickness, last night I got very little sleep, or this morning, whatever you want to call it today. So I've already shot myself in the foot. But over here, I'm getting woke up for Kiss Night. It's going to be hot, hotter than hell. We have Tune In, Tune On. Tune In, Turn On. This is Benny Golson. That's $10. And the best of Stan Freberg. The best of Stan Freberg. That's $5 in Shrink Wrap. I do sound better. I still got allergies and I still got a cough. Mostly because of my allergy congestion. But other than that, I feel fine. The Rolling Stones is a buy it now for $35. Japanese pressing. It's up. We got Paul marking crates. Laura's here working on auctions and marking crates. John's already delivered 5 crates over here. It's going to be a busy night of new vintage and pre-owned records. Not much new vinyl tonight. We've actually already went through it. I might go through an old crate or something here in a minute, but really just on pre-owned stuff right now. Melissa Bailey on War. We're in a great half-off crate. That's so to Melissa Bailey. Blaine Zapnick second. Fred Morris says, give me the Vogues. Thank you, Fred. I'm chipping away at our Japanese stuff over here before I get into anything else. And I actually have some stuff over here. You know what? Let's go ahead and put up a Kiss. I was about to say, I got some Kiss records that's not part of that collection that I have ready for auction. Let's go ahead and put up Ace. This could appeal to anybody. This is such a great album here, in my opinion. 1978 USOG Pittman press of the Ace Frehley solo album. And this is OG, a pretty solid VG plus. It does have the poster. It does have the poster. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. I love that. Ace. I love how they did these solo albums, all the inserts and posters. $25 start. The cover does have quite a bit of shelf wear. I would grade it VG with stress creases, light ring wear, and corner and edge wear. So that's going to go up for a $25 start. Over here, Patrick wants to know about the Stones. The Stones is a compilation. Time is on my side, Heart of Stone. This could be the last time Satisfaction. Get Off My Cloud, As Tears Go By. That's just some of the songs on that side. This side has Paint It Black and Lady Jane and Have You Seen Your Mother and Let's Spin Jumpin' Jack Flash. I mean, it's a really good comp. It's got a little bit of a wrinkle in the obi. The vinyl's beautiful. $35 on that. And then is the Rolling Stones comp as good as Hot Rocks? I would say it's similar, but not, you can't, it's hard to compare that to Hot Rocks. Carol said there's no such thing as a bad Stones album. There is that. Benny Golson, so did John Dodd. I've never put on a Stones album and not been disappointed, even some of the later stuff. I mean, there's always something. Carol's got a good point. And then Patrick asked about it first, though, and he said he'll take it. Tim, just hold out for a Hot Rocks. One's bound to pop up. Surely we got a Hot Rocks around here. And if I need to order you a new one, I'll do that. I was just looking at them. I was just looking at them this morning when I was ordering vinyl. So I'll get you a Hot Rocks if you officially want to go on a waiting list. If you officially go on a waiting list where I get a reminder, I'll have them in this week. They're about $45 because it's a new 2 LP and it's the Stones. We have Homer and Jethro Convention, $750. And we have 10 Years After, Undead, $10 on 10 Years After, Undead. As y'all know, last night during the coin sale, my friend Moose was here. And after the show, we did a lot of talking about music, and I was telling him about the Stones. I said, man, you got to think, some of these bands went on some epic runs. The Stones have been on an epic run for a long time. But, man, right there during from like mid-'60s, from just mid-'60s all the way through, you can even say the early '80s, they were just like unbelievable. It was just incredible, the streak they were on. Here is our next Japanese pressing, The Police, Regatta de Blanc. But, man, you got to Let It Bleed and Exile on Main Street and just, oh, my gosh, just one after another. We have The Police, Regatta de Blanc. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese pressing here, talking about a band that really didn't put out much bad stuff. Right here's a prime example. The Police, Regatta de Blanc. Just legendary musicians. $35 start on that. The Ace Frehley's at $30. So, Brian, you've been outbid. Ed Hickey has that for $30. We're in a half-off bin over here. We have Joe Walsh recorded live. You can't argue with a 6 Mine. Joe Walsh is $10 on that. And the album to my left, that is a live Greg Allman. That's Uncle Sam's. It's a new release that came out last Friday. They're numbered, and they're on orange vinyl. And, of course, he's doing great music, you know, Allman Brothers music. Midnight Rider, Dreams, Melissa, one of my favorites of all time. And I want to think that footage of Melissa's on YouTube. I think this, if that's a photo from the show, I think I've seen this before, or that's just a very similar shot. But there's some great footage of Melissa over there. Yeah, Beggar's Banquet, Let It Bleed, Exile on Main Street. I mean, I like Tattoo You. I mean, that gets into 81. So, Some Girls. Oh, my gosh. How big was that? You got Beast of Burden and Shattered and just all those is amazing. It's the Rolling Stones. Come on. It's the Rolling Stones. We have Greg Allman. That's So Did Tommy Call. And they're still going. Jagger is, and Richards, they'll outlive me. Alvin Lee Pump Iron, that is $7.50. Alvin Lee Pump Iron, and Eric Clapton self-titled. You know, only one of the greatest guitarists ever. $17.50 Clapton. Beautiful Atco pressing. Atco label, press well, $17.50. And this has Let It Rain, Goathead Soup. I knew I was forgetting one. Oh, Sticky Fingers. I was like, man, what am I forgetting? Sticky Fingers. Oh my gosh. Sticky Fingers. Just keep naming them. There's Eric Clapton. Big Daddy, John Cougar Mellencamp. $10 on that. And we have Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflections. And folks, this does have The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to seal, which Moose put in his 25 top. That's in Moose's 25 top songs of all time. I was like, wow. I haven't heard nobody rank that one that high before. Benny Hill, Words and Music. Benny Hill is $10. And we have Melanie. Melanie's in shrink wrap, and that is $5. Over here, we have, okay, so Ace Frehley, let's update these auctions. Plus, we're going through a great half-off bin. This is Ace Frehley. This is his solo album from '78. It's OG. It is just missing the merch insert. It does have the puzzle and that. I've graded it VG plus vinyl, VG cover. Brian Call has it for $35, and we're about to sell it to Mr. Call. Over here is the Police Regatta de Blanc. I'm looking for a $35 start. $35 start for the Police Regatta de Blanc. $35 start on that. Okay. The next thing I have is Tommy Call. We got you for an Allman Brothers, right? Yeah. Okay. We got Tommy Call for an Allman Brothers. And then Rick Hall, they're $39.99, or I should say Greg Allman. These are $39.99. It's hot in the end cap tonight. I've put it in the end cap. It's hot tonight. Surely we'll sell out of them now. Michael Rudolph says he'll take the Benny Hill. Thank you on that. And then over here, Stephen A. Young says he'll take a Greg Allman. Now we're down to 3 copies. They are numbered. And next in the half-off bin is Deep Purple. Who do they think we are? Now we're into some check condition stuff. So now it's going to get really great prices. Just $6.50 on the Deep Purple. Who do they think we are? VG $6.50. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, just $10. VG Plus with the original on her sleeve. And we have, there it is, Goathead Soup. VG Plus, $10. VG Plus, $10. Do Heartbreaker, Angie. And then you got Can You Hear the Music? I like that one. Can You Hear the Music? That's one of my favorites on there. Stones is $10. Yeah, that's it. Paul's singing it. we have Kiss at $35. And Kiss is Soda Brian Call for $35. Thank you on that. Can you hear the wah? It's like a wah-wah sound going through it. Are you singing Angie too, Paul? Oh, he's singing Angie. Okay. Angie. Over here is our no bids, John Dodd. 1910 Fruit Gum Company's best hits, $35. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $35. Men at Work is $35. And these were from last week. Well, Europe is also $35. So those are all $35 buy it nows. Reverly has the Police for $35. Final Call. Rick Hall. I'm getting confused now if I've pulled everybody in. A Greg Allman. Well, it should be 3 counting Rick Hall. So yeah, there's a third one. There's 2 left if anybody else wants one. All right, so I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. Rick Hall on Alice Cooper. Scully Mack was second. Scott Oman on the Stones after we've hyped them up for the last 10 minutes. Michael Rudolph second. Brian Call third on Alice Cooper. And we have Ken Crooker, I think, claiming Europe for $35. Yep, $35 over here. That is sold to Ken Crooker. All right. And next in the half-off bin is Tommy the Who. VG plus $14 with the book. It's available. Deaf, Dumb, and Blind Boy sure plays a mean pin ball. Gordon Lightfoot, Summer Side of Life, an amazing composition. There it is. VG Plus, $7.50 on that. We also have Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. That's EX 1250. and Elvis Costello, My Aim Is True. A 77 Terre Haute yellow back cover, VG plus $15. And The Police is So to Reveille 1969 for $35. Tanner let me down and never did bring me a pack of sleeves. I don't have any now. Tanner let me down and never did bring me a pack of sleeves. He's up there feeding Otis, it looks like. That's okay. I'll put it in a temporary sleeve in the meantime. Tanner will bring me a pack of sleeves. I'm going to do a Jedi mind trick. All right, what time is it? 6:42. Let's go ahead and put up one of our first Kiss auctions. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. Holy moly. All right, so let's do Alive in Amityville. Oh, they still over there? I thought y'all might have moved them. They were still over there.
Yep.
Appreciate this.
You're welcome.
I owe you one. That really helped. It got it cold fast. He wrapped it in a damp paper towel. Wow. Instant froze. Wow. If anybody wants packs of outer sleeves, we thought we ran out, and I did some digging the other night, and we found them. Packs of 100. These are what we sell, but we've been using them. We usually get them in big wholesale boxes by the 1,000. These are packaged to sell and ship retail. They're $29.99. So $29.99 for a pack of 100 outer sleeves. This is the exact same thing we put on every one of our records. We go through thousands of them. We literally have sold through 20,000 we've used, not the ones we've sold to. We've went through 20,000 in about 2 months. So we go through them like water. Kiss is our first auction. It is a live at the Daisy in Amityville, New York. Wow, 1973, early. 1973, June 16th. It is supposedly remastered for better sound quality. EX, let's go ahead and put this one up for a $55 start. Our first Kiss auction of the night. And we're going to also keep over here at least one, if not two other Japanese pressings for the rest of the night. So there's that, and let me get this pack of sleeves open because I'm going to be using them a lot tonight as we sleeve up some new stuff here. So let me put that Police in a sleeve. And folks, we're right in the middle of a half-off crate to start before we get into anything new. We've pretty much been going through discount stuff to get the show started, and I think we're in a really solid half-off bid, okay? Over here, we have Aphrodite's Child. This is now half off of $62.99. That's a tough price. That's $31.50. Yeah, $31.50. That is available. Tom Sullivan wants Elvis Costello. It's only $15. That's sold to him. Kiss Alive in Amityville. That is a $55 start on that. It's available. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It was our thumbnail image, and that's this right here. Van Halen. $51.50. Van Halen is going to go up for a $45 start. No, this one has some scuffing on it. This one's VG plus or less, really. Yeah. By Japanese standards, this is probably like a VG record. Let's put this up for a $1 start. We'll have some fun with it. Van Halen, a $1 start. So we're going to grade that. If I was grading any disc, I would say that's a VG record. So that's unusual to see that for Japanese. $1 start on Van Halen. Matt Barnhill on 666. John McPatriot second. And Pickle, I just sold Costello. Kiss has a bid for $55. Next is Joni Mitchell Blue. It is a 75 pressing. VG, $12.50. I mean, it's still a playable Van Halen record, just not top copy. Also over here, we got Paris, Texas, which is a soundtrack by Ry Cooder. That's VG plus $17.50. We have The Year of the Tiger, the Detroit Tigers, 1968. Any Detroit Tigers fans? This is VG plus $7.50. And Rick Wakeman, take a look at this one. It's a promo copy of The Myths and Legends of King Arthur. White label promo with a hop sticker and a radio promo sticker. $10 on that. Kiss has one bid for $55. I'm about to sell it to Bill Samus. First Kiss auction. Alive in Amityville, June 1973. The Daisy. Black vinyl. Early Kiss and supposedly remastered. Next bid was Van Halen 5, 5, and 10, and 6. Mike Freiberger first on Joni Mitchell. He looks like he got auto-corrected there. What a great album. Carrie. Great song on there. Lonnie Jolly was second. Stephen Parton third. And then Van Halen got new bids for $15 and $20. The Smokey and the Smokey Robinson was EX, now $12.50. It is an original Tamla Motown record. Blaine Zapnick, you were about 4th or 5th on Joni Mitchell. William Howe is going to get the Rick Wakeman. That's sold. And then Donna Mitchell on RW, you're 2nd. Brian Call wants the Detroit Tigers record. Stephen, did I not pull you the Who record? Oh my gosh, I forgot. Stephen Young. I know, I saw you claim it earlier. I didn't pull it. Thank you. That's sold to Stephen A. Young, Who, Tommy. Thank you, Stephen. Now Kiss is at 60. And Topographic wants the DP. And that was for Deep Purple. Is that for this one here, Topographic? And now Kiss is at 70. So if you're just getting on, we're in a half off vintage pre-owned. These back here were non-check condition. It looks like at some point I condensed it with a check condition bin. So it's a classic rock pop. I've had a little bit of everything sold, and even maybe 1 or 2 jazz records. And I'm going to mute my mic right quick. I got to drink some more Monster. All right. And now we're going to continue. And I'm going to go ahead and start a third auction. Van Halen's in VG condition. VG condition. So the last bid that came in on this was Scott Fellows at $20. Anybody else? Kiss has a new high bid of $75. Topographic does want this Deep Purple record, half off sticker. And the Kiss bootlegs are sorted from least to most expensive of there. Everything has a certain price point in the red crate. Okay, gotcha. So these are 35, 45, 65. Okay, good. So I'll start from the front of the crate. We'll do the cheapest here for the first few, and then we'll work our way back. That sounds pretty good to me. All right, our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. I'm going to try this one here. It's beautiful to have on Japanese obi. Just complements the cover. Some of these obis just really enhance the covers, make them really cool looking. This is Steve Miller Band, their classic album, $35 start, insert, inner sleeve, a top copy, Book of Dreams, $35 start on that. So now we got 3 auctions. Let's go through some more half-off LPs. I got 3 Dog Night Harmony, just $5. It is in VG condition. This is the musical version of the War of the Worlds. Very interesting record to have. Now just $12.50. Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy's on here. Justin Hayward from the Moody Blues. It is the War of the Worlds. And it's the musical adaptation. VG Plus condition. A gatefold $12.50. A gatefold VG Plus $12.50. Van Halen's at $25. Looking for a $35 start on Steve Miller. And Kiss was at $80. It's between Brad and Bill right now. Bill has it for $80. War of the Worlds is sold to Chris Frazier. Thank you on that. Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is their debut. VG $7.50. First label, it looks like. Oh, Susie Q. And we have Buddy Miles Express. Oh, Booger Bear. Booger Bear is VG plus $10. And the Best of Crow, VG plus $7.50. The Best of Crow. That's available. And so is Steve Miller Band Brave New World. VG plus $7.50. This is a gatefold. It's on this Rainbow Capital first label. Typically, when I go to look at these and peek at them, just sorting through records, it's always a reissue label. This is the original label here. Levi Hilton, I've got you down for CCR. Brad's back in on Kiss. Are we done on Van Halen? I got Pickle at $26. So Tony Kepler, you're out. Michael McCullen, you're out. And Scott Fellows, you're out. A lot of people out. And Blaine isn't on Steve Miller at $35. We have almost filled up our first crate. But first, let me push this crate of stuff that John's marked in here so I can stack up some crates. Man, we got a lot of Kiss stuff to sell. As y'all know, we get started about right now, and we'll be selling these things for pretty much the rest of the night. So hope everybody is aware that that's happening. And let me stack this crate here. We've already filled up a full crate tonight. That is great. And I'm going to go in here and grab an empty crate, and we're going to start filling up more. That's what somebody asked what I did for a living. I said I empty crates and then I fill them back up. I didn't tell them what with. I just told them that's what I do. I empty crates, and then we fill up crates. That's what I do. Joe Salamo said he already bid 35 on Steve Miller. Okay. Joe Salamo, I don't think that ever hit Restream, Joe Salamo. So I got to say that y'all are tied, and technically Blaine has it. I don't think your 35 ever hit. Van Halen is now at 29 with Oso. It is a VG copy. Bill Samus, you're out on Kiss. Brad Waits has it for 82. Just FYI, he has that for 82. Okay. All righty. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. I was blowing my nose, and Paul thought I was dying. Oh, yeah. Come on through. A third crate from Paul. My goodness. Okay. Have a good night. I'm going to be right here for the next 7 hours. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. Yes. I won't announce it now. Well, now they're going to be like, what are they talking about? But then the comments are going to be like,
We're going to disrupt everything.
We'll go ahead and say it right now. Paul's birthday's on Wednesday, everybody. We'll get prepared for it. Paul's birthday's on Wednesday. Happy birthday to Paul. Wednesday is Paul's birthday. That way he's here, and we can say it live right now to everybody. Happy birthday to Paul. Another year around the sun. If I hadn't have said that, y'all be like, oh my gosh, what are they talking about? What's going on Wednesday? We have Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music. Arthur Conley, now just $13.50. Arthur Conley's in mono. Over here, we have Robert Parker barefooting. Robert Parker is VG, $12.50. Brother to Brother, Let Your Mind Be Free. Brother to Brother is $6.50. The Toulouse Street by the Doobie Brothers, that's VG plus 5. VG plus 5. And we have the Association's Greatest Hits, VG plus $5. The Association's Greatest Hits, VG plus $5, okay? Over here, I had said that Joe, so y'all were tied essentially. Blaine went ahead and bid 37. So he went ahead and bid again on Steve Miller at 37. Van Halen was at 29 with Oso. It's a VG copy. Kiss got a new bid for 90. Then Van Halen got bids for 30 and then 35. Brad says he's out on Kiss. Bill Samus has it for $90. And then over here, James Fairfax says he'll take the Fruit Gum record. Nice decision there. That's sold to James Fairfax for 35. Joe Salamo back in on Steve Miller at 39. Is Deep Purple Ranger pad still available? The U.S. pressing, it's actually EX Plus. It's really clean for this record. It's nice. It has the original inner sleeves, and that is $20. That is $20. Jim Davis on the Arthur Conley. So I think we're done on Kiss. The Kiss was between two people. One of them went out. So that is a final call to Bill Samus for 90. Amityville, Alive in Amityville, The Daisy, 1973. $90 on that. We're about to sell it. Phil Freeman, second on Arthur Conley. Crow, right back here, so to Sean Hibbler. The Van Halen, just so you know, when you say out, you can't bid again, unfortunately. Just FYI, that is a rule I've had for a long time. If you say out, you can't bid again. So, the Van Halen is with Oso at $35. Levi, the CCR that's in here, the CCR, did somebody get it? Where is it? Or did I accidentally pull, what did I pull right then? I could have swore, did somebody get the Doobie Brothers earlier too? Let me make sure my brain isn't blowing up. Jeff Coleman got the Doobies. Yeah, I thought somebody did. Jeff Coleman got the Doobies. I never did pull it. Then Arthur Conley, then Crow. And then over here, what else do we have? Where is CCR at? Is it that far back? Somebody must have bought it. Or are you asking what the price was? Did you buy it? Okay, so you claimed it. You were just confirming the price. Okay. You blew my mind there. CCR was $7.50. $7.50. Yeah, $7.50. All right, Steve Miller still getting bids. The Archies, nice. Jingle Jangle. VG plus $9 on the Archies. Jim and Ingrid Croce, Another Day, Another Town. VG plus $5. And nice. Crosby, Stills and Nash, Daylight Again. Wasted on the Way. The Southern Cross. Great song on there. $7.50. All right. Now, Kiss is sold to first official Kiss auction of the night. It's sold to Bill Samus for $90. Thank you on that, Bill Samus. That's done. Appreciate that. We got a whole slew of them over here. And, whoops, this needs to go inside of here. Yeah, I'm trying to put it into the wrong sleeve. There we go. So that's done. And, yeah, we got a lot. And most of them are going to be quite the battles. So there's that. Let's put this away. And also tonight, we're going to have Japanese pressings as well. Great night to be watching if you're interested in collecting Japanese obies. High-grade audiophile stuff here. Really cool stuff. This is in VG condition. It's at 36. VG, yeah, I mean, for Japanese, it's just got some marks. You know, it's got a mark on side 2 that goes across a couple tracks. It's almost a light feeler. That's why I went ahead and bumped it down to VG. And then side 1 has multiple scuffs. So it's, you know, it's a clean disc. It's clean because, I mean, it's Japanese. It's just, but it just has unusual markings on it that you don't typically see. So there's that. And then over here, we were down to 2 people on Steve Miller. Blaine's back in at 40 on this. So that means, I think that means Joe Salamo's out. Okay? And then Stephen Parton on Crosby, Stills and Nash. Joe Salamo says he's done. Joe Salamo says he's done. So that's a final call on that for 40. John McPatriot on Deep Purple. Now, who asked about this earlier? Because somebody might have asked. Ed Hickey said he wants it. That is sold to Ed Hickey. He asked about it earlier. Darren Chrisman was next. And then John McPatriot third. Mary Miles second on CSN. Let's put up our next Kiss auction. This is called Kiss, French Kiss. And this is a vintage bootleg. And this one is censored because we got some nudity here. That actually will come off, okay? So this will peel off, just FYI. It's just a sticky note. This is a 1987. The labels show a generic track list, but the actual tracks are on the back cover. So if you look on the back cover, that's the actual tracks. And this is Kiss, recorded live at the Hippodrome, and that's in Paris, France. And this is a VG condition 2 LP. Let's start it for just $35. And Laura says this venue was a permanent circus-style big top tent. The Hippodrome. Whoops. Our nudity sensor fell off. My bad. Let me cover her back up. There we go. Kiss is a $35 start. Tom Sullivan says he'll take the Jim Croce. This was a killer half-off bin, and we've sold about half of it. And I bet one more time we can sell the rest of it and then maybe even do a bundle with somebody. This was a great, great crate. Now, Paul's got 3 new arrival crates over here, 5 crates from John. So all night long while we're putting up auctions, you're going to be seeing after this crate nothing but new arrivals. A vintage Kiss bootleg, $35 start, VG condition. First is the Dean Martin Songbook, which is a 2 LP compilation of Dean Martin music. Dean Martin is $10. 2 LP gatefold. Homer and Jethro, Fractured Folk Songs. That is $7.50. Deep Purple. This one has some writing on the cover, but it's another OG Deep Purple album, Fireball, on the green label. That's $15. And Charlie Daniels, Homesick Heroes. That is $12.50. On Charlie Daniels, it does have the original on her sleeve. Charlie Daniels is $12.50. And we have Alvin Lee from 10 Years After, one of his solo albums, Detroit Diesel. That's $10. Kiss doesn't have a bid yet. It is live 1980. VG condition, live 1980. There's the back cover. This is a 2 LP, original 1987 vintage bootleg. Let's go ahead and sell that Steve Miller then, the Blaine Zapnik, for $40. Let's get that tagged and sleeved. $40 on that. I want to thank everybody that tuned into the coin and knife auction last night. Major success. Tanner is working on tagging that stuff right now. Actually, one of the highest grossing ones we've had in a while. So it was a major success. I brought out a lot of new stuff. I brought out a lot of stuff that I hadn't shown in a long time and started discounting it. And that's what really helped, I think. Melanie Clausen on Van Halen for $36. Melanie Clausen on that for $36. That is sold. Sold a lot of coins. Sold a lot of silver statues. Sold some silver comic books. Sold silver bullion. This is sold to Melanie Clausen. Thank you. Kiss now has bids. I was getting concerned, but now it's taken off. 35 and 40. John McPatriot says, I'll take this deep purple. Tom Sullivan says he'll take the Dean Martin. Oh, Dino there. Tom Sullivan on Charlie. Charlie Daniels sold to Tom Sullivan. And Jeff Coleman second on that one. Okay, let's introduce a couple of new auctions then. Next thing I have is this right here. And what do I have for you? I got Jimmy Page. Yes, Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. He did a soundtrack called Death Wish 2. There he is. That's a picture, I think, from the Nebworth concert, 1979. Holding his classic Gibson EDS 1275 Cherry Red Double Neck. It's on Led Zeppelin's label, Swan Song. And this is a $35 start. $35 start for Death Wish 2. It does have the original inner sleeve and inserts. Very cool for a soundtrack collector or a Led Zeppelin collector. $35. I already have one. I promise. I already have one. $35 start. That's now up for auction. Yeah, we had 4 air horns last night. The last 2 sales were air horns. Shout out to Oso Adventure and shout out to Adam Bernardi. Back-to-back air horns to close the night. We did a bullion deal. We did a bundle deal on foreign silver bullion. And we did a bundle deal on some British silver bullion. Back-to-back air horns to close the night. And then there was at least 2 more throughout the show. Shout out to everybody that watched. It was a huge night. I wish I could do that every night. One day, y'all believe in me, okay? Y'all believe in me. One day, I don't know when. It might be next year. It could take us a couple more years. Vinyl is king right now. But at some point, I'm going to be live doing multiple streams. It's been a very complicated thing to figure out. Mostly just a personnel issue, getting the right people here. But at some point in the future, Collecco's going to be selling records. At the same time, you can hop on another channel, and I'm going to be selling coins. Somebody might be here selling records while I'm selling coins. And there might even be somebody else over here selling like movie posters and vintage toys. Who knows? But that's what I see in my head. I see it in the future. Believe in me. I'll make it happen one day. Right now, it takes every bit of my brain power to put up all this, to do vinyl every night. So, we got Pat Benatar, 7 the hard way. I'm going to put this one up for just a $25 start. Pat Benatar has the insert, the inner sleeve, cover and obi. $25 start on that. All right. So, Kiss is at $45. Mark Overton, you're out. Let me know if you want back in on the Kiss bootleg. And let's go ahead and let's run through this half-off crate so we can get into new stuff, okay? We have 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green, $10. John Entwistle, Smash Your Head Against the Wall, $10. Mick Vicar, Shrink and Hop, $10. Jimmy Webb, El Mirage, $7.50. Rick Wakeman, The 6 Wives of Henry VIII, $10. Jerry Jeff Walker, $10. Final call on this half-off crate. The Bast of Stan Freeberg, $5. Homer and Jethro Convention, $7.50. 10 Years After, Undead, $10. Joe Walsh, You Can't Argue with a Sick Mind, $10. Over here, we have Death Wish, $35, final call. The Kiss was at $45. Next thing, Paul Brothers says my wallet was screaming. Shout out to Paul Brothers. He got an air horn last night too on the Ukraine coin. Beautiful piece, Paul. You're going to love that. When are you auction off the rest of the Kiss bootleg collection? Right now. There's one up for bid right now. Right here. This one. I need to zoom my camera out. This one right here. It's up for bid. We're about to sell it. It's at 46. Now it's at 47. And then over here, We have next Alvin Lee Pump Iron, $7.50. Eric Clapton Self-Titled, $17.50. John Cougar Mellencamp, $10. Charlie Daniels Band, $12.50. Melanie in Shrink, $5 on this. Melanie, $5. Gordon Lightfoot, Summerside of Life, VG Plus $7.50. Ry Cooter Soundtrack, VG Plus $17.50. Smokey Robinson The Miracles, EX $12.50. Three Dog Night, VG $5. Buddy Miles, VG Plus $10. Steve Miller Band, VG Plus $7.50. Robert Parker, VG $12.50. Brother to Brother, VG $7.50. Let Your Mind Be Free, The Association, $5. And the Archies, Jingle Jangle, just $9. Wow, for the Archies. All right, so Kiss is sold to John Dodd for $47. Tonight, for the next 5 hours, there will be a Kiss bootleg up for auction. For the next 5 hours, right here live on this channel. Regardless if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, or X, there'll be one back there for auction for at least the next 5 hours. Right back there. Next is Death Wish is sold to Scott Dwallow for $35. Thank you, Scott. Beautiful copy of that. Let's get that in a sleeve for him. I'm about to put up the next Kiss bootleg. If we can get creative, I might run 2 at a time. But right now, one for right now. We're just in the first 8 minutes of advertised time. I said we'll do it in the first 8. We'll do it at 7, and we've already sold 2. Benatar is a $25 buy it now. 7 the hard way. Just $25 on Pat. Okay, let's go ahead and introduce that next auction. This is Kiss. Nice. 1980. Milano City, September 2nd. This is a limited edition of 300, numbered 11 out of 300. It includes a poster. It includes a poster, and it's a 2 LP, and that's live at the Velodromo and Vigorelli, Milan, Italy. That's September 2nd, 1980. VG Plus, a $45 star. That's up for bid. Next thing over here was Russell Snedgear wants both Alvin Lees. That was for Pump Iron, which was right here, and the Detroit Diesel. Those are sold to Russell Snedgear. Thank you, Russell. And then Reverly 69 picking up the Clapton. Let It Rain. There it is. That's sold to Reverly 69. We got Scott Dwallow on Steve Miller. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. And then Christina Curtis on the Charlie Daniels. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to seal. Did you sell War of the Worlds? Did it come with a book inside? It is sold, yes. Sandy Villa on Pat Benatar. That's sold to Sandy Villa for $25. I can get new copies of that. That musical interpretation of the War of the Worlds with Phil Lynott, David Essex. I can get, that's actually in print. This is $25, and this is sold to Sandy Villa. Kiss already has bids for $45 and $50. And Brad has Kiss at $60. Anybody else? Man, there's still some great titles in here. I don't know if I want to bundle those or not. If somebody's interested, you can ask. I'll give you a bundle price, but this would actually make some really good flip video material for the morning video. I might even further discount them. Some of them might be slightly more, but they're available until somebody asks for a bundle, or I'll put them in the video tomorrow. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. I don't think I got any Chet Bakers, but I got some Miles Davis here. I've got Miles Davis, and this is Miles Davis Decoy. This is a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. There's that. There is the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Miles Davis going right in the back there next to Kiss. Snedeker. Oh, just like Brant Snedeker, the golfer. Brant Snedeker, the golfer. He's from Nashville. I can say that. Brant Snedeker, but I think he spells it differently, right? The Gordon Lightfoot is Summerside of Life. VG Plus $750. Okay. Kiss has a high bid of $75 right now. Vladarchek. Hey, I've got your name down. I've got y'all's names down to a pretty good rhythm. Vladarchek. All right, let's go through a new check condition bin and see what we got over here. John's got 5 crates. Paul's got some stuff over here. I'm sure Laura's going to be working on some stuff too. John, where's our check condition bin? Here it is. Ooh, the first record's going to catch your attention. What the heck is this? I've never seen that before. We might have to slip that up for auction. I've never seen that before in my life. That's why he put it up front. He put stuff up front like, hey, you might want to auction this. So that's why I always flip through them right quick. He prices it, and I usually start it for a little less, and we let it roll. But this looks like a great new check condition bin. Oh, yeah, just great titles, one after another. And let's go through it, okay? And then I'm very excited to see what's over here in these PAUL crates as well. So here we go. Here we go. All right. George Samberez says he will take the Lightfoot. So Bill Keenum, you were second on that. Okay, so here's this. Thank you, and that's done. Let's put that right over here. Kiss is at 90. Does Miles Davis have a bid? Teresa's in at $35. Kiss is at 90. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and it is going to be, it is Obi-less, I think, but what a great album. Layla, Eric Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes. Unfortunately, no Obi. However, you do still get the beautiful near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. 1 LP, 2 LP. There's the insert. And over here is the gatefold. And there's the cover. And that's a $35 start, okay? The no bid so far tonight are Atlanta Rhythm Section, Are You Ready? And Men at Work, Business as Usual. Those are $35 each. Okay. These are the first crate tonight of brand new stuff. Sticker price. These are new arrival sticker price. They were just priced today. Just priced today. Over here, we got Soulin' the Blues, Bill Black's combo. Bill Black is in VG Plus condition. $9.99 for Bill Black's combo. VG Plus $9.99 on that. Also, we have the Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets. Quite a bit of cover wear, some staining up here. Vinyls VG Plus, just $9.99 on that. Mary Miles wants one of those Allman Brothers Uncle Sam's out of the end cap. We got one left. They're numbered on orange vinyl. There's one left of the Greg Allman Band. Kiss has a high bid of 100 with Bill Samus. I think it's up to Brad Waits. Miles Davis has a bid of 37. Teresa, you're out. And then over here, Derek and the Dominoes, I'm looking for a $35 start. If you're just looking at your Facebook chat, you can't see all the bids. They're embedded here on the screen where my hand's going up and down. You see the little Facebook icon. There's a Facebook icon. Every once in a while, you'll see Twitch. Hey, there's the thumbs up. I love that. Now let's just get some balloon action going. Come on, balloons. Where are you? I don't know what it takes to get them up here. Evidently a peace sign. Oh, wow. Whew, thank goodness. Okay, next in the crate is Black Oak, Arkansas Street Party. VG Plus $14.99 on that. Cactus Restrictions. Cactus, what a cool cover. VG Plus $19.99. Cactus, don't get those too often. Teresa's out on Miles Davis. Now it's at $39. Kiss is at $120. Multiple Kiss bids coming in. Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough. EX Condition, $12.50. Stephen Steele's VG $9.99. Love the one you with. Love the one you're with. That's on here. Jimi Hendrix plays on this album. Eric Clapton plays on this album. Brian Call wants Black Oak, Arkansas. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you. We also have Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick. It is VG Plus $24.99, and this is the original pressing that came as the newspaper cover. So it actually folds out, and it's a exact replica of a newspaper here. So it has that original newspaper cover. Very cool. They call that a gimmick cover. A gimmick to get you to buy it because it's unique and interactive. And maybe that still works 50 years later. Maybe I can convince y'all to buy in on that gimmick there. That's Jethro Tull. Jetstream on JC for Jesse Coulter. No, Levi Helton was first. Levi Helton was first on that. So Kiss, looks like it's between Joseph and Bill. Joseph, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Bill has it for $120. Derek and the Dominoes is a buy now for $35. That is Layla. All kinds of other great songs on there as well. That's Clapton. under Derek in the dominoes. That's a $35 buy now. Beautiful Japanese press. It's a 2LP over there. Okay. Now, we're going to go ahead and wrap up the Miles Davis as well. And I'm waiting for one person to say out on Kiss before I drop the hammer on that. But let me go ahead and sell this. And that is Miles Davis. And that is sold officially to Blaine Zapnick for $39. Thank you, Blaine. Also, thank you for all the claims this morning on the video. I opened up the video after it automatically posted this morning. And like the first 9 comments were all from Blaine. He bought like 9 records off the rack, I think. Maybe 5. Could be 7. All right, that's so. Dr. Zebo put E. Stephen Teals. I think that's for Stephen Steels, right, Dr. Zebo? That's so to you. How much was Jethro Tull? VG Plus $24.99. Thick as a brick, original cover. Over here, we got Jimmy Buffett Volcano, VG Plus $14.99. Black is Black by Los Bravos. That is VG $9.99. Brad, if you don't want Jethro Tull, Reveille does, so that's going to be sold to somebody. John Cougar, Nothing Matters, and What If It Did? That's VG Plus $14.99. Darren, fast on Los Bravos. Very fast there on Los Bravos. So did Darren Chrisman. We got CCR Gold. It is a original flip open die cut cover. VG Plus on that. You could consider that a gimmick cover. You'll see some people say gimmick cover, original gimmick cover. It's like interactive stuff. You know, back in the day when people were trying to sell records, they got crafty designing the jackets. You know, they included inserts. They included posters. They did stuff to sell albums. They call them gimmick covers, just like Jethro Tull. That is sold to Brad Waits. Thank you. So Reveille second. Unfortunately, I lost Joseph on the Kiss. Bill Samus has had it for 3 minutes. I've got to go ahead and sell it to Bill Samus for $120. That's sold to Bill Samus for $120. Let's put another one up. Always make sure when you're done bidding, you say out. We can definitely pick up the pace and be able to move through these a lot faster. Let's go ahead and pull one from back here further in the bin. And I think this might be official. It is. This is the, I was just talking about this the other night. This is the official, and Blaine's bid just came in on Kiss. Or excuse me, Joseph. Joseph, I lost you there for almost 4 minutes. I thought you had dropped out. We have Psycho Circus with the lenticular cover. This is the OG, the original press that came in on this. And this is Psycho Circus. This is first official vinyl press with lenticular cover. Right now, there's none for sale in the United States. And this is a $75 start. That's the OG Psycho Circus, $75 start on that. Okay, let's jump back over here at the top and see what will happen after that. We have next Stephen A. Young on Dominoes. Derek and the Dominoes, that's right over here. That's sold to Stephen for $35 on that. How much was the CCR? That's VG Plus $24.99. Reveille, you did not get the Jethro Tull. Okay? The high bid on that last Kiss auction, the high bid on this last Kiss auction was Bill Samus, and he had it for $120. Okay? And then I said that was a final call to him. There was no other bids, right? Excuse me. Yeah, Bill Samus had it right here, $120. There's Bill at $120. I did a final call a couple times. I didn't hear back from you until you bid $145 almost 4 minutes later, and I had already sold it. He had it for $120. I never did hear back from anybody else. That has to be sold to him for $120. Okay? Over here, we have Kiss. The last bid over here on Kiss, or the starting bid on that, was $75. Reveille. Man, sorry. Can't breathe. I never did see any other bids. I always say if I'm not saying your bid and I'm doing a final call, you have to bid again, because that was all blind to me. Nothing ever showed up. it's all invisible to me. I mean, there was almost 4 minutes there where I thought I just lost you. Okay, so we have to move on to the next one. Kiss is Cycle Circus original lenticular cover. This is the 2014 first pressing. It's going to go up for a $75 start. If you never hear me call your bid, you've got to bid again. I promise you, it did not show up. You was invisible there for almost 5 minutes if you were still watching. Bill Samus bid 120. There it is, 1959.19. There's Bill Samus, 1959.19. Okay, during that 4 minutes, I did 2 final calls, and then I didn't hear back from you till you bid 145, and right there's the next time you're on the screen, and it was almost 4 minutes later. So you was basically invisible. Kiss, it bids for 75 and 80. And over here, we have the Monkeys headquarters. This is in shrink wrap, VG Plus $14.99. Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos, VG Plus $27.99. VG Plus $27.99. Psychedelic Lollipop. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of Michael Jackson's Thriller. And this one, unfortunately, has some humidity damage on his white coat. It's got some of those humidity spots there on the coat. This is going to go up for bid, though. The vinyl's really nice, very nice. It does have the poster book with it and the insert. We're going to put that one up just because of these spots on the jacket. A $25 start, okay? $25 start, Michael Jackson Thriller. The next Kiss is at $85. We're going through a new arrivals band priced as marked. Here's Marshall Tucker Band Carolina Dreams. This is EX $22.99. And New Generation, the Chambers Brothers, EX $17.99. EX $17.99. So let me give a basic 101 on bidding, especially since some of these are going to be highly competitive. And there's going to be a lot of people that will bid on these for whatever it takes to win them. So let me make sure I express a rule very clearly. If you're over here on Facebook and you're over here on YouTube, even if you think you've bid, the only way it counts is if you hear me say it. And it also pops up over here on the stream. It gets people all the time. It gets people on claims and it gets people on bids. That's the only way we're able to stream to multiple platforms, though. So a couple things. You've got to make sure you hear me say it, especially if I go into a final call and you bid like 3 or 4 minutes ago and you're like, man, I already bid. Why isn't he saying my bid? He's about to sell it. The worst thing is then I sell it and then someone's like, wait a minute, I bid. Now, if I've missed it and it's on my phone, I'll put it back up because that's on me. But if you've bid and it's invisible to me, and I keep asking for more bids, nothing's on here, nobody's saying anything, then I'm assuming you've left the chat and you just didn't say out and you didn't want to bid again. So I'll go ahead and sell it to the high bidder. So always make sure, 2 things when you place a serious bid, you see it right here. You got to make sure you see it right here. 99% of the time it mirrors it to my phone. That's what I'm looking at. This is the official scoreboard right here. Nothing else matters. Not Facebook, not YouTube. This is the official scoreboard right here. It has to be on my phone. And so if I move it to a final call and it's been like 5 minutes and you're like, wait a minute, I bid. You might want to go ahead and bid it again, send it 5 times until I see it. Otherwise, you're going to lose the auction. Now, if I miss it and it's on my phone, I'll go back and put it back up. And I will always show everybody what I call the receipts. And so, Joseph, you were invisible there for like 5 minutes. And you never did. I lost you, essentially. So, you've got to make sure I say it. So, otherwise, you may have bid, but it never did show up. And then I asked again, and it was gone. So it's got to show up, okay? And also, yeah, there's quite a bit of delay. So when you bid, it could be 30 seconds or more before it shows up. There's that. All right, so let's go back. Let me show a few more new arrivals right quick. The Partridge Family shopping bag. This is VG Plus $14.99. We also have Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick is VG Plus $14.99. And Don McLean American Pie EX $17.99, okay? EX $17.99. Back here is Kiss, and this is the Psycho Circus lenticular cover. Kiss Psycho Circus lenticular cover. The true first release of this album. It was a $75 start. The last bid that came on this was Randy Klein at $90. Okay, Randy Klein has that right now at $90. Over here was a Japanese pressing of Thriller. Does have some damage to the front of the jacket. The vinyl is near mint. It has all the inserts. Right now, Courtney Duncan has it for $35. Okay. Now, the next thing is what was the Jimmy Buffett? The Jimmy Buffett that's in here is under the name Volcano. VG Plus $14.99. Tree on YouTube wants American Pie. Now, I don't think I've sold to you before. Are you a first-time buyer? If so, say yes, first-time buyer. That's sold to you. And then Mark Overton wants Cheap Trick. And I promise, I will always be looking for bids. I'm not going to sell something for less than what I could when I could have got more. I promise. I'm not ending stuff just for the fun of it. I want to see your bids, but you got to make sure that I'm here, that I'm seeing them, and that they're on my monitor, okay? Because if you don't see it, if you think you saw it on if you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're looking at the wrong thing. You don't even need to be looking at your Facebook chat. Because that doesn't matter anyway. You got to make sure it pops up here on the restream. That's the only way you know that a bid has hit my monitor. If you're looking at Facebook chat, it can help you a little to see what people are saying, but otherwise, it's useless to look at the Facebook chat. No, that's last. Yeah. Okay, and then we got Tree's a first-time buyer. Welcome. And what was the other question? Cactus. Cactus was right here, restrictions. This is VG Plus $19.99. Hey, don't worry. We only have 700 more Kiss records to auction. Don't worry. There's only 700 more to auction, including about 50 more tonight. Cactus is VG Plus $19.99. Also, we have music from Billy Jack. That's VG $9.99. The last bid that came in on Michael Jackson was Matthew Sherrick at $40. Jamie McCord does want Jimmy Buffett. I hope that's who asked for it. Somebody asked for it. Who asked for it earlier? Jamie McCord, and he says he does want it. Okay, that's sold to Jamie McCord. Then we have Kiss at $92. And we have the greatest hits of the Fix. VG Condition. One thing leads to another. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. The Fix greatest hits. And Shiitake with John McLaughlin. Natural Elements. VG Plus $12.99. Kiss is still getting bids. Now it's at $92. Now Michael Jackson's moving to a final call. The last bid was Oh So Adventure. I'll make sure he's done. Over here is at $40 with Matthew Sherrick. Going once, going twice. I always try to make sure everybody says out. But also when the auction first starts and there's like 20 opening bids, I can't go back and make sure everybody has said out. But when it gets down to a couple, I'm like, okay, he's out, he's out. It's been up for a long time, done, sold. Next Japanese auction is Queen 2. Queen 2, beautiful vinyl. Beautiful vinyl. There's the LP, there's the insert. It does have a cover. It does have an obi, just a couple humidity spots inside of the gatefold, and that's going to go up for a $45 start, okay? First is what was the Billy Jack and what was the Fix? Billy Jack's right here. Music from the motion picture Billy Jack. VG Condition $9.99. Next thing is the Fix price. Next is the Fix. VG $12.99. This is the European press and Cycle Circus. The US has a smaller sticker. Yes, this is the original European release. Now Kiss is at $95. Over here, where's MJ at? Michael Jackson Thriller's at $40. Michael Jackson Thriller's at $40. Matthew Sherrick has it. Oh, so you're out. Travis Wood says he will take the Fix. That's so to Travis Woods. We're going through a new arrivals bin, sticker price, check condition. What does check condition mean? John has graded all these individually, The grade, I'm telling you, is the grade. There's Aqua Lung, VG $9.99. James Gang Thirds, VG $9.99 in partial shrink wrap. And Elton John's Rock of the Westies, there it is, VG Plus $14.99. Darren Chrisman on Jethro Tull. Nobody's bid on Queen, final call for $45. Michael Jackson, I got to make sure Oso says out. He says, what's Michael Jackson out? I said $40, and that's a final call. And then over here, Kiss. Let's look at it one more time. It's up to Pickle. This is an OG Euro release. First time it was ever pressed to vinyl with the lenticular cover. And this is a final call to Randy Klein. Again, he's had it for a couple minutes at $95. We're about to sell it. Darren Chrisman got Toll. I've already pulled that. He's back in and he's out on MJ. So we're about to sell that for $40. The box tops is VG Condition $9.99. My baby, she wrote me the letter. That's VG $9.99. Over here is the best of Buffalo Springfield retrospective. That's EX $27.99. And Just Friends, Sesame Street, VG Plus, $17.99 on that. Chris Frazier on BJ for Billy Jack. Reverly, 1969 on Joe Walsh. These are all sold. And he wanted, now did you want James Gang? Or did you want, I think earlier we had a live Joe Walsh album, didn't we? No, we didn't. That must have been in another crate, or somebody already bought it. I'm assuming you want the James Gang, which has Joe Walsh. Now Kiss is at 100. And Sesame Street is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. The Fix is long gone. It was a greatest hits. We had one copy, and it's long gone. Queen is a buy it now for $45. A no bid on Queen's second album. A very nice Japanese pressing. It can be bought right now for a $45 buy it now. That's done. Kiss is still getting bids. I'm not surprised whatsoever. Now it goes back to Pickle again. Randy Klein has it for 100. And I think we had a stat on here. Yes, some sealed copies have sold for as much as $176. Matthew Sherrick, you get Michael Jackson for $40. That's sold. All right, that is done. Here we go. Here we go. All right, you wanted the best, you got it. Let me put that away. Kiss is at 101. And let's show a few more rivals and more press or more auctions. We got Flaming Ember, VG Plus $14.99. Every Mother's Son is EX $12.99. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Walker's Collectibles, EX $17.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is this here. This looks pretty cool. This is called Legend of Bruce Lee. How cool does that look? Legend of Bruce Lee with Obi. Japanese pressing here, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Pickle, you're out on Kiss. There's the cover in Obi. Bruce Lee also comes with a Japanese insert. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Okay, there's that. And the Kiss is at 105. Pickle's out. That's a final call. If you were wanting to bid, hopefully you have already. If not, I'm about to sell it to him. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I just heard an air horn all the way up front where Tanner's watching last night's sale. Now, I can't hear anything else up there. I can't hear him. I can't hear my replay. But I just heard the air horn. Can we do Kiss auction request? Maybe if I can find them. These two crates are pretty packed. I can barely even flip through them. But yes, I'll try to start working stuff in rotation. Country Joe and the Fish, VG $9.99. Commander Cody's Lost Planet Airman, VG $9.99. I will say these Paul crates that are coming up, he just bought a collection on Sunday. I didn't post about it. It was just all crated up front. I didn't have a lot of time to pull. But man, I'm telling you, I think Laura's going to be marking some stuff too. These crates coming up from them are going to be like mind-blowing. I think it's all really good, new, recent stuff, pre-owned at great prices. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Randy Klein gets Kiss at 105. Another Kiss auction sold. And now another one goes up. This one looks cool. This is an unofficial, of course, limited to 1/16 numbered copies. The numbered copies on red vinyl. This numbered copy is on red vinyl, which is numbered 90 of 1/16. And this show is from the Academy of Music, New Year's Eve, 1973, New York City. That is KISS. Howard Stein presents the Academy of Music, 14th Street and 3rd Avenue, New Year's Eve KISS. Wow. Does have some kind of photo here with the number 90 of 1/16 on red vinyl. KISS is going to go up for a $65 start. Next over here is Donna Mitchell on Commander Cody. We're going through a new arrival bin check condition. There is Steels by Stephen Steels, EX $14.99. Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. That's VG $14.99. And we have Cream, Fresh Cream, VG $14.99. Laura, it may be up front, like on the side of the store where we have comics. I don't know if he rolled it back there, but that's where it was this morning. But yeah, he's got like new sealed stuff over here. I'll give y'all a preview. Matrix and David Bowie and Stone Temple Pilots and 3 Days Grace and The Cult and The Doors and Isbell and Etta James. And yeah, that's some of the kind of like sealed and pre-owned stuff. We bought a collection, I think, from a local longtime customer. We got Blind Faith, VG Plus $24.99. Great album. Great album. Blind Faith, second cover, VG Plus, and a U.S. pressing of Derek and the Dominoes. Layla, VG Plus $29.99. We got over here Flaming Ember. Is that something in the bin here? Flaming Ember. It is. Soda D's off doll. Wow, you can pick up the Bruce Lee for a $35 bite now. Bruce Lee can be picked up for $35, a $35 bite now on that. Legend of Bruce Lee. That is available. And let's see where we're at on KISS. It's all of a sudden at $95. KISS is at $95, okay? That's the high bid on that one. I'm showing Brad Waits. at $95. Next claim was Diego Sanchez on Cream, their debut Fresh Cream. Let's see what else I have over here in the Japanese department. I have a Eagles. This looks beautiful. And let's do a Robert Plant. All right, let's do these back to back right now. You did get the James gang. Yes, Reverly, you did. This is Eagles on the Border, a beautiful Japanese pressing, textured white cover with Obi, $35 start. James Dean, already gone. That is available for a $35 start. It has an insert, and it's up for bid, and so is this. Robert Plant, the Principle of Moments. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. And this is Robert Plant with inserts and inner sleeve and Obi. Big log also on there. $35 start. Michael Reed gets the Bruce Lee bite now for $35. KISS is at $105, and now KISS is at $120. James Fairfax, you were second on Bruce Lee. Jason IU, has bid $120 on KISS. Let me, Jason, I'm assuming you're new. Let me jump over here and verify a couple new YouTube accounts I've seen tonight bidding. Always have a lot of new buyers come out on KISS night. Has everybody hit the like button? What do we got on Facebook? We only got 49 likes on YouTube, and there's almost 160 people watching just on YouTube. So we need that to change for sure. And now, Jason, you have a pretty recent YouTube account just from a month ago. I don't mind you bidding at all, but just so you know, since you have a pretty recent account, if you do win some stuff tonight, I might ask you to go ahead and pay early, like tonight, if that's okay. And if you're good with that, I've got Tanner here. We might have to send some early invoices. You're welcome to bid. I always give everybody a chance, but because it's a new account and you're new and you're bidding on auctions, sometimes we ask for early payment, okay? Just so you know, be prepared to pay tonight if we ask. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, we're here. The high bid on Kiss is at $130 with Bill Samus. Robert Plant has one bid for $35. Let's keep going to this new arrivals bin. Big night for auctions. A lot of focus tonight's going to be on the auctions. Me giving bids, me giving updates on bids, etc., etc. There's going to be a lot of activity on the auction block. Here's the Sesame Street anniversary record. VG Plus $17.99 on that. VG Plus $17.99. The box top super hits. That's VG Plus $14.99 for the box top super hits. Dusty Springfield's golden hits. VG Plus $14.99. Dusty Springfield's golden hits. Also, we have Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. That's EX $27.99. EX $27.99. Are we done on Kiss? The next highest bidder was Brad Waits. I'm going to make sure Brad said out. He's out. And then we have our new bidder on YouTube. And if he's done, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Bill. Robert Plant has a new bid for $37. Final call to get a bid on the Eagles, okay? We're going through new arrivals bin check condition. Commander Cody, just $9.99. VG condition, Lost in Space. Brad Waits on SS. And that was for Sesame Street, but we've actually already sold it over here. We've actually already sold this to Travis Wade. Travis was first, then Brad. Guy Shard on Alice Cooper. And then we have the Authentic Sound Effects record. That's VG Plus $9.99. Also, the Sound of Sebring 1962. That's VG $9.99. And Cactus, the new Cactus band, Son of Cactus. VG $12.99. Also, Thompson Twins, Lay Your Hands on Me. That's VG Plus $9.99. And Rycooter, Paradise and Lunch, EX $14.99 on Rycooter. Yes, Danny, you got Jerry Jeff Walker earlier. You sure did. Walker's Collectibles. All right, what's Kiss been at? It's been at 130 for 3 minutes. There's no other bids. That's about when I start checking. 3 minutes, plenty of time for lag. Kiss is sold for $130. That is sold for $130. Catherine, you just got very lucky on the Eagles because my next breath was going to say the Eagles is a buy it now, but I'll give it about 60 more seconds. It's a Japanese pressing of On the Border. Beautiful. Beautiful. On the Border. $35 start. Robert Plant all of a sudden getting new bids. Next thing we have is another Kiss auction. Bill Samus, thank you on that one. Let's get back to some more. Boy, this one looks cool. Man, we got some cool Kiss auctions. Here is Kiss, San Diego, 1979. This is a limited edition picture disc with poster. This is recorded live at America's finest sports arena, San Diego, California, November 29th, 1979. Very cool. Look at these picture discs. It's got, they're in their Dynasty garb here. Their Dynasty attire. Has a shot on the back. There's Peter in his green. Looks like this one has, this is a $65 start, by the way. This one has Gene. And on the back of this one, it's got another shot of the stage. Really cool. It's got a poster with it. Some of these are really well made. Look how cool that is. And it's from that show, San Diego Sports Arena. How cool is that, right? It's a gatefold jacket as well. Another great Kiss bootleg, $65 start on that. Now, first thing we had was Plant, 41, 42, 45. Eagles does have a bid for 35. So Catherine also bid 35. John got his 35 in first, it looks like. Catherine, you were second. Robert Plant's now at 50. And the Ramstein Shinzut is already out. Or already sold. Yeah, that's gone. All right, finishing up this crate, we have John Cale Guts, EX $29.99. So technically, we got a tie now on the Eagles. Catherine, you came in second. And now Robert Plant's at 50 with Stephen A. Young. Also, we have the Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, VG Plus $9.99. Catherine's in on the Eagles at 38. Bill Black's Combo, Record Hop. That's EX $12.99 for Bill Black's Combo. Jimmy Buffett, a white sport coat and pink crustacean. That's VG Plus $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, Get That Feeling. Jimi Hendrix Plays, Curtis Knight Sings. VG Plus $24.99. John Franz on the Thompson Twins. John, let me know if you want back in on the Eagles. And now Robert Plant, Sandy's out. Stephen A. Young at $50. Okay, next thing I have here is the Beach Boys in concert. VG Plus $24.99. Melanie wants the Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes, minute by minute. So to Melanie Clausen. Nice. The Band, music from Big Pink. VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus looks like a VG cover as well. John's back in on the Eagles. Stacy did bid on Kiss, so it is going to sell for $65 unless there's a new bid on that one. Final call on Kiss for $65. Now Scott's in at $70. We got Jerry Jeff Walker again, and this one's called Viva Terra Lingua. And Jerry Jeff Walker is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Village People cruising. It was the state of the YMCA. VG Plus $9.99. My Boy Lollipop. That's Millie Small. VG $14.99. And Black Oak, Arkansas, 10-year overnight success. VG Plus $9.99. So we can sell Robert Plant then. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $50. Stephen A. Young, thank you. That's sold to you for $50. Nice. Robert Plant, I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood. There it is. Fantastic, everybody. All right, what's the Kiss bootleg? This is Kiss live in San Diego, November 29th, 1979. It is a 2-picture disc with poster, and it is recorded at America's Finest Sports Arena. It's a 2-picture disc. It does have a poster. Everything is beautiful, and the high bid right now is $90. Very cool. San Diego Sports Arena. Let me get my overhead camera. I like going to this top cam view, but I've got it zoomed in last night from coins. Let's get it zoomed out a little bit. There we go. There we go. Now you can see those a little bit better. All right. Perfect. And then over here's our no bids. And our no bids tonight, I had Queen for what did I say on? Did I say 35 or 45 on that one? I'm going to say 45 because I'm pretty sure that's what I said. There's Atlanta Rhythm Section and Men at Work. That's our only 3 no bids. Those last 2 are $35 starts. Okay. There's those. And a lot of Kiss stuff tonight. Dozens. Like 50 more left. We hadn't made a dent. And that was our new arrivals bin, a check condition. I'm about to start getting into these Paul crates over here. And let's read through these one more time. If you want a price, let me know, okay? Last bit on the Eagles. Catherine's out. John Franz at 44. And now Kiss is at 110. Kiss has hit 110 right here. I'll put up another auction. Let me just read what's left in here. And if you want a price, let me know. Or if it's something I can't believe didn't sell, I might highlight the price myself. Solon, The Blues, Bill Black's combo. The Doobie Brothers taking it to the streets. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Gold. We have the Monkees Headquarters, Psychedelic Lollipop. Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams, Heard It in a Love Song. New Generation, The Chambers Brothers. Cactus is still available. Restrictions. VG Plus, $19.99. And so is the Partridge Family's shopping bag. No shopping bag, though. Unfortunately, somebody already used it to take shopping. VG Plus, $14.99. And Solon, The Blues, Bill Black. Donna, that's VG Plus, $9.99. All right, so are we done on Kiss? I think it's up to Stacy to say she's done. It's at 110. And I think Jason bid 120 on Kiss. I don't see any bid on Kiss for 120. If somebody's bid 120, it is invisible. There's no bid for 120. Next is Shiitake with John McLaughlin, Natural Elements. VG Plus $12.99. We have Elton John, Rock of the Westies. VG Plus $14.99. That's from the last Kiss auction. The 120, that was his bid from the last Kiss. That was from the last auction. Now Stacy's in 112. Stacy's in at 112. That was a bid from the last time he was bidding on the last auction. The box tops is VG $9.99. Did you sell Kiss Battle of Britain? I have not. The Best of Buffalo Springfield. Every Mother's Son. Country Joe and the Fish. Stephen Stills. Alice Cooper, Love at the Death. Blind Faith. Derek and the Dominoes. The Box Tops. Dusty Springfield. Commander Cody. Sound Effects. The Sound of Zebra in 62. Cactus again. Ry Cooter. John Cale. Bill Black again. Jimmy Buffett. Jimi Hendrix. Beach Boys. The Band. Jerry Jeff Walker. The Village People. My Boy Lollipop. Black Oak, Arkansas. Donna wants Solon. Let's go ahead and sell this Eagles. This is sold to John Franz for $44. Now Stacy has Kiss for $112, and that means that Brad Waits, you've been outbid, and there is no bid for $120. Okay? There is no bid for $120. All right, let's see what's going over here. Donna said I went too fast. All right, well, that was just a recap for the request prices. So let me do it again right quick. Bill Black, this one is Bill Black's Record Shop. EX, $12.99. What was the Jimi Hendrix? That's Jimi Hendrix right here. Jimi Hendrix plays and Curtis Knight sings. VG plus $24.99. And then how much is Alice? And then Guy just asked, you have a second Alice Cooper? I do. Love it to death. VG condition, $14.99. And then Kiss is at $115 with Brad. Stacy said she's done. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick before we wrap that one up. And the next thing I have is John Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. Another jazz Japanese pressing here. Coltrane, beautiful. A $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the obi. It has the insert. And Coltrane's a $35 start. Here's what's left in this crate. Black Oak, Arkansas, Millie Small, Village People, Jerry Jeff Walker, The Band, The Beach Boys, Jimmy Buffett, John Cale, Ry Cooter, Cactus. This is the Sounds of Sebring. We have Authentic Sound Effects, Commander Cody, Dusty Springfield, Box Tops, Derek and the Dominoes, Blind Faith, Stephen Stills, Country Joe Fish, Every Mother's Son, Best of Buffalo Springfield, The Box Tops, Elton John, John McLaughlin, Partridge Family, Cactus, Chambers Brothers, The Soda Slicker, Marshall Tucker, Psychedelic Lollipop, The Monkees, CCR, John Cougar, and Doobie Brothers. The John Cale info, John Cale is right here. John Cale is called Guts, EX condition, $29.99. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss to Brad Waits for $115. Thank you on those. $115. Let's put up another Kiss. There's our next Japanese pressing, Coltrane live. Coltrane live, $35 start. And Jason, you, just so you know, your feed is very far behind. I think before your bids are recognized and before you're able to reply, you're probably watching a good 5 minutes behind. So you want to make sure two things. You're watching live or that you've refreshed and you've opened your browser again to make sure you got the best connection. Okay, and then Donna wants the Bill Black. The Hendrix that was asked about is still available. And the Alice Cooper that was asked about still available. It is the first label. It is a censored cover. The original cover, he poked his thumb through his pants to make it look like his thumb. And that's VG $14.99. Let's go through a new crate. Great check condition stuff there. And if anybody decides you do want something else in there, let me know. Let's start trying to find some of these other Kiss bootlegs that have been requested. First, I'll go ahead and pull this one right here. This is called Kiss My, and Laura has redacted it. I think it says ASS. Kiss My ASS, Sam Houston Coliseum. That's in Houston, Texas, January 31st, 1985. And that is actually a vintage, no, is it a vintage bootleg? I guess it is. Yeah, this is a vintage bootleg. This was made in 1985. It is during the Animalize World Tour in Sam Houston Coliseum in Sam Houston, Texas. A vintage original Kiss bootleg, $75 start. Wow. No bid on John Coltrane yet. Looking for a $35 start. Here comes our next crate, some stuff that Paul marked today. So let's pull this up. I think y'all are going to like what you see in here. And let's go ahead and add one more Japanese pressing. And I'm going to put this one up right here for just a $25 start. And that one right here is Heart, self-titled. This is going to go up for a $25 start. This is Heart. There's the LP, which is very nice. The insert and the cover and obi. So Kiss right there in the middle. We got John Coltrane, Final Call for $35. Kiss My ASS. That's a $75 start, a vintage original Kiss bootleg. And Heart, a $35 start, all right? These are new arrival sticker price. And right now there's no bids until Dave bid $25 on Heart. We got The Doors. And The Doors is sealed for $29.99. That's a new sealed reissue from Rhino. The Door, self-titled, as in Break On Through and Soul Kitchen and Light My Fire and This Is the End. That is a sealed reissue, $29.99. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, sealed, a new remaster, $19.99 for Eric Clapton. Also, Bob Marley and the Wailers, a new remaster. This one's opened. It is in shrink, no condition notes. Bob Marley, $24.99. Also, Etta James, Sticking to My Guns. Etta James is sealed. A 1990 U.S. original, $29.99 on Etta James. Jack Johnson, In Between Dreams. A sealed copy, $34.99. Jack Johnson. And Jason Isbell, Southeastern. Jason Isbell is also sealed. That is $24.99. Over here, Nobody Bet on John Coltrane, live at the Village Vanguard. That can be bought right now for a $35 buy it now. I have a strong feeling someone's going to snatch that up. Coltrane, live at the Village Vanguard. That is available, and now it's no longer available. It is Donna's, and Donna got it for $35. The first one of the night that did not get a bid, I'm not going to spend any more time because we got so many more. You can pick this one up for a buy it now for $75. The vinyl is near mint. That's a vintage original Kiss bootleg. Houston, Texas, $75 buys that one. $75 buys that one. And over here, we got Heart self-titled. That's with Dave Seretna, just one bid for $25, final call. Let's go ahead and let me take a look at some of these other Kiss auctions. Y'all remind me, which one you want to see, and I'll start working it in. This one looks pretty cool. This is Kiss, and this is live at Budokan Hall, Tokyo, Japan, on white vinyl from 1978. It's Kiss, Budokan, Japan, 1978, a $75 start. And this one's called Come On, Feel the Noise, Kiss on Japan Tour. That's going to go up for a $75 start, okay? Now, the next thing was Mary Miles on JJ for Jack Johnson, and Brent Rively on JC. And JC Brent was for not Jack Johnson. If it was, it's already sold. If it's for Jason Isbell, it's still available. Melanie on Lisa. Melanie put Lisa. I don't see a Lisa claim. Chris Knapp put Colt, C-O-L-T. I don't see anything under the word Colt or Lisa or JC. And then Pickle put $75. Okay, now, was that a claim for this no bid? Oh, I bet those are Coltrane claims. Wow, that's amazing. So those are Coltrane's. Okay. Those are Coltrane claims. Okay, my bad. All right, so Kiss. So Pickle, I'm assuming you're not bidding on this one and you're buying this one. That's sold to Pickle, $23.69. That's sold for $75. We got a request for Kiss and Mast. And yes, James Fairfax, earlier, I remember seeing that. You got Men at Work, and that sold you for $35. Yes, you got that earlier for $35. Okay, we got a request for Kiss self-titled. And then Hart has a bid for $30. That's a new bid. Can you show the back of Elton John? Okay, now the problem with that is, or EJ, I'm assuming that's Elton John. I'm not for sure where you seen that or which one. And then we have a claim from the last bin, Cactus Restrictions. Sorry, those Coltrane's. Donna's comment came in so fast on Twitch for Coltrane. It was almost like a minute later before y'all's other Coltrane comments come on. Her claim came in so quick for those. So this is sold to John McPatriot. Sandra, let me know what EJ album is. So Coltrane. Jason Thomas wants The Doors. Okay. Wow. Busy. Very busy. Now, somebody asked back here, what's in these boxes? It gets everybody very curious because they see boxes. It's Pink Floyd Pulse. I got them brand new in shipping boxes, $119.99. The 4LP live album, Pink Floyd Pulse. As you see, I've got two back here available. in this case in front of Etta. Okay, the record in front of Etta James is Jason Isbell, Southeastern. This is sealed for $24.99. And the record behind Etta James is Bob Marley. No EJs here, but Bob Marley's $24.99. Okay. Now, let me show you where we're at over here. Hart self-titled. The last bid that came in on Hart was Sandy Villa at $30. That means the very first bidder, Dave Seretna, you've been outbid. This is at $30 for Hart self-titled. Kiss. Kiss is live in Budokan, Tokyo Hall, or excuse me, Budokan Hall, Tokyo, Japan, 1978. This one does not have a bid yet. I'm looking for a $75 start. Oh, she meant, can I show the back of Etta James? She was wanting to see the record behind Etta James, maybe. That's Bob Marley and the Wailers, $24.99. Okay. I've been throwing several curveballs tonight. Some of them I've hit, some of them I've swung and missed. Y'all pitch me some heat sometimes, okay? Some of y'all are like Nolan Ryan throwing some pitches at me, and I'm like, what is going on? Etta James is the record she wants to see. This is Etta James sticking to my guns. It is a 1990 U.S. original pressing, sealed. Never been opened before, from 1990. She said she wanted to see the back of the cover. This is $29.99. Sealed. Let's show some more records. First thing I have is Howlin' Wolf, His Greatest Sides, Volume 1. Howlin' Wolf is sealed. It's either on red or orange colored vinyl. $29.99 on Howlin' Wolf. The Three Amigos soundtrack. I'm trying to get the train back on the tracks. Yes. Three Amigos, $24.99. I'm going to have to start covering up all the crates back here and make where there's nothing visible. I'm going to have to start doing some cropping. I'm going to have to like get a piece of paper mounted here and here. No, but we do sell a lot of stuff out of this crates, so I like to leave them there where I can do it. All right, and then we have Daft Punk. Daft Punk is sealed for $36.99. That's a 2 LP reissue. I'm obviously here to sell records. Wow, a sealed RTI pressing of The Doors' LA Woman. That's just $29.99. And man, I was just about to sell Kiss. Songs on the current Kiss auction. You have to give me 1 second because I was literally taking a breath to make it a buy now. And then here is Hart. Matthew Sherrick has this for $35. Now Sandy V is out. Now Dave Seretna's out. And now Kiss is at $35 over here. Or Hart is. Give me 1 second. I'll read you the complete track listing on Kiss. Let me go ahead and show Allison Krauss and Union Station. That's $29.99. And the Cult Electric is on blue vinyl. This is sealed and it's never been opened for $34.99. The Three Amigos is not OG. No, that's actually a pretty tough record to get. The Three Amigos is first time on vinyl since 1987. Yeah, first time on vinyl since 1987. That was a Rhino exclusive, $24.99. Hart has a new bid for $37. Craig just shared the track listing. Oh, so thank you, Craig. Ron Burns on AK for Allison Krauss. This is a new collection we just picked up on Sunday. Paul just bought everything in here just on Sunday. Mudvayne, The End of All Things to Come. Mudvayne is unopened on numbered vinyl, numbered on purple vinyl, $44.99. Final call on Kiss. We're looking for a 75. If Oso bids, I'm going to say a final call quickly. If Oso says pass, I'm going to make it a buy now. It's up to Oso since he asked for the tracks. Hart is still getting bids. I got to add a new auction, but also I filled up another crate over here. And this is some really cool stuff. This is from a local collection we picked up. A lot of this stuff probably originally was bought from us. So you're seeing it again. And let me put up a David Bowie auction right quick. And my next auction is going to go up right now. And this is David Bowie, something I've never seen before. It's a 1982 Holland press. Kiss does have a bid for 75 of Oso. 30 seconds left. I'm about to sell it. If you hadn't bid now, I'm assuming you were going to try to grab it for the buy now. You can't do that anymore. He has bid, and I'm about to sell it to him. David Bowie is live at the Tower, Philadelphia. And this is an RCA official release from Belgium, I think is what I said, or Holland. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. VG Plus cover, VG Plus vinyl. Next is Jason Thomas wants the Doors again. Nice pickup there. RTI pressing. Scott Arnold gets the Cult. Another nice pickup on the blue vinyl, which I don't think I can get anymore. And then over here, Jeremy Rourke on Mudvayne. Bowie has a bid. Hart is a final call again to Sandy Villa for 37. I haven't heard back from Matthew Sherrick on that one. We're about to sell it. Also, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. No condition notes. Clean. $24.99 for Janis. Also, we have 3 Days Grace. This is sealed, a 2016 press. $24.99. And A Decade in Love. Sun Records, curated by Record Store Day, Volume 10. Very cool. We're talking Carl Perkins and Howlin' Wolf and Johnny Cash. Sealed for $14.99. Oso Adventure, thank you again. You get Kiss for $75. Moving right along now. I think I found my rhythm. I love finding my rhythm. Next is, wait, Chris Frazier had Cult. Uh-oh, I've screwed up again. Next Kiss auction is going to go up again. This is Kiss in Paris, 1976. Olympia, Paris, France, May 22nd, 1976. Limited of 300. 100 were made on black vinyl. This is the complete recording from Paris, France, 1976, May 22nd. A $65 start. All right, so somebody said flag on Cult. So first thing we had was Ron Burns got AK. That was from the last crate. Allison Krauss. Chris Frazier commented Cult. And that was for the electric on blue vinyl. That's so to Chris Frazier. That's so to Chris Frazier, the Cult. Next thing over here is Jason Thomas got the Doors. Scott Arnold was second for the Cult. Jeremy Rourke first on Mudvayne. Kiss was sold to Oso for $75. David Bowie got a bid for $25. David Bowie got another bid for $25. Stephen Parton put JJ for Janis Joplin. David Bowie got a bid for $26. David Bowie got a bid for $27. David Bowie got a bid for $30. David Bowie got a bid for $35. Scully Mack second on Janis Joplin. We fixed the Cult claim. Craig Roof on 3 Days Grace. Scott Oldman was next on 3 Days Grace. David Bowie has a bid for $31. David Bowie has a bid for $50. David Bowie has a bid for $36. David Bowie has a bid for $75. David Bowie has a bid for $76. Ryan Eaton, third on 3 Days Grace. David Bowie out. Bowie out. Cash, Space Orca. This right here, sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. So right now, the David Bowie is at $76 with Dragon on Twitch. Heart is sold over here for $37 to Sandy Villa. That is done. Kiss, I'm looking for a $65 start. As of this moment, there's no bid yet. As of this moment, no bid yet. So what do we have here with Bowie? It's going once, going twice. I think we might be done. $76. Rebecca Howard has it for $76. That's what I'm showing. Kiss in Paris, 1976. $65 start, no bid yet. Great crate here so far. Foo Fighters, but here we are. That's their newest release. That's on white vinyl too. $29.99 for Foo Fighters. We also have William Bootsy Collins, The One Giveth. That is on gold vinyl, numbered. $24.99, a music on vinyl press. Mickey Rourke, Homeboy. This is the soundtrack to Homeboy. Music by Eric Clapton. Sealed and original, $19.99. Patrick Fu on Foo Fighters. And we have True Genius, Sides of Ray Charles. What is this one called? True Genius, Sides of Ray. Yeah. 2 LP orange vinyl. Ray Charles is $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And over here in the Japanese crate, I have a Thompson Twins, a Japanese Thompson Twins. And this one's called Quick Step and Sidekick. The vinyl on this one's really clean, really nice. A $35 start, full album with Obi. I always say full album because the Thompson Twins have so many 12-inch singles. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Nick Bergeron on the Eric Clapton. Patrick Lear on the Bootsy Collins. Now Kiss has bids for $65, and Now Kiss bids is at $75. Now David Bowie is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $76. Joseph, you're out on Kiss. Matthew Sherrick has it for $75. Thompson Twins is a $75, or excuse me, a $35 start. Stone Temple Pilots, Core, $24.99. Black vinyl, 180 gram. Nice. Over here, Changes. David Bowie, a new 180 gram reissue of Changes. $24.99. Turn and Face the Strain. Steelwoods, All of Your Stones. Steelwoods is sealed for $29.99. And McCartney 3, it's on blue vinyl. No, it's a blue spine sealed, $24.99. Man, there's so many variants of this album. $24.99 for McCartney 3. Okay, so Kiss is getting new bids. Now Joseph has it for $80. Now Matt gets Stone Temple Pilots. And now Donna Mitchell on DB. And that was for David Bowie. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be George Harrison's. This is a Japanese pressing of Dark Horse. Just a $25 start on this. George Harrison, the vinyl is really clean and really nice. There is the insert. There's the other inserts. There's the cover. The Obi has a little bit of a chip right there. That's about the only flaw I can find on this one. Harrison, just a $25 start on that. All right, and then Matthew's out on Kiss. So Joseph, that's yours for $80. And that's a final call, okay? Next is Donna on, I've already pulled those. And what's the Ray Charles? That is a compilation, essentially. So what they've done, it's called Ray Sides. There's 2 LPs, 4 sides of music. They've compiled his best soul music on one side, his best jazz and blues on one side, his best pop classics on one side, and his best country on one side. For example, side 1, the soul has Hit the Road Jack. Over here, jazz and blues. We've got smack dab in the middle. And then like over here on pop classics, you got Georgia on My Mind and his cover of Eleanor Rigby. That's $24.99. It's on orange vinyl. Joseph, Kiss is sold to you for $80. Thank you. And let's go ahead and make Thompson Twins a buy now for $35. Harrison will sell. It's at $25. It does have a bid. Ryan said he will take Ray Charles. Thank you as always. Great stuff here Paul's put out for today. We got Macho Man Randy Savage, the sealed orange vinyl, $29.99. Something about a Slim Jim there. Hey, there's another Rammstein. Somebody just asked me about this. $34.99. Great price, too. Those are about $10 or $12 more new from distribution. $34.99 on Rammstein. I'm going to go ahead and put the Thompson Twins in a sleeve. Yeah, let me find some of these boots that's been requested. I have seen the request, and I've been... there's so many of them, I can now kind of flip through the crate a lot better. I'm going to try to track some of these down, okay? Plus, she has them organized by price. It's about time I put up some of the pricey ones, okay? I've got to put up some of the pricey ones. So I've got Heaven's on Fire. I've got Untitled. I've got Masters of Your Soul and Farewell Tokyo, Destroyers Demos, Bruce Kulick is Our Brother, Animalized at the Apollo, Unmasked Japanese. I'll move that one up front. Nothing is Quite What It Seems. Gruna Lund, Devil's Thunder, April Fool, London Blitz. There's been somebody asking for that one. London Blitz. Melting Snow at Richfield, Kiss Other Voices, Redacted. What is this here? This looks official. No, it's a Originals unofficial picture disc. Scratch, Bite, and Kiss, Breaking Fences, Legends Never Die. We might run that one pretty soon. Battle of Britain. There's another one. Battle of Britain. Okay, I'm going to move some of those. I still hadn't found the ones y'all are asking, but over here is a whole nother crate. Here we go. So what do we have here? We got one that says super high end. I'm ready to start selling out of there. Super high end. Teardrop cover. We got Outrage the Establishment. Rock and Roll Over. Too Much Catnip. Rock and Roll California. Largo 77. Kiss Alive 2 Anniversary. Kiss Nippon. Another Psycho Circus. The Palladium. I'm not for sure what... I'm still trying to figure out some of these other ones. Y'all might have to remind me again. Boy, what is this right here? Let's go ahead and knock this out. This looks incredible. All right. So, let me get caught up. Let me get in some oxygen. Okay. So we left off by saying Harrison was at 25, which was a final call. Denise O. I don't think that was a claim from Donna. Sean Holford on Rammstein. Ron Eaton next on Rammstein. James Fairfax third on Rammstein. Harrison had a new bid for 30, then 31. Okay. Harrison's at $31. Let's go ahead and put these up right here. This looks incredible. So this is a set of 4 picture discs. Let me read you what Laura has here. Going off the back covers, recorded live at the Palladium in New York City, July 15th, 1980. Each picture disc comes with a poster. She couldn't find any info on the picture disc on Discogs at all. She found 2 listings on PopPsych. Okay, so this is just, we really couldn't find a Discogs entry. This is Kiss at the Palladium. And what they've done here, Kiss at the Palladium, they've done 4 picture discs. Eric Carr, Ace Frehley, Paul, and then of course Gene. And each one of these is in its own sleeve. And it comes with a poster. And we're assuming that it's, the same show on each one. And we're going to keep it as a set of 4. And we have where we think one slipped through on eBay and sold. And we're going to start at less than that at $175. So, Kiss at the Palladium. All 4 of these comes as a set, but I'm assuming it's surely it's the whole concert on each one. But I'm not really for sure unless they've split it up over, different ones. Maybe not. Wait a minute. This one's Palladium 25. Why is these songs different here? This one is Detroit Rock City. And then this one starts off as I Was Made for Loving You. So maybe, I don't know. Interesting. So yeah, they all say July 25th. Over here they say July 25th. But over here there's different tracks. So, I don't know. 2 discs or a full show, okay? But they both say 25th, don't they? That says July 25th. And this one says July 25th. So, yeah, that's probably right. 2 discs or a full show. Maybe it's 2 different nights and they were supposed to do it differently. I'm not for sure. But that's how we're going to sell them. It's now a live auction. All 4 of these are being sold together. A $175 start. $175 start, okay? Let's go up to the top. And so Harrison was at 32. David has it for 35. That means Stan McNessie, if you want back in, let me know. Kiss is at $175, going once, going twice. Oso has it, and final call on Harrison. All these are being sold together. We do have a bid. Next, August Burns Red Phantom Anthem, a 2017 on Sea Blue vinyl, VG Plus, $24.99. We've got two $175 bids on Kiss. I've got Elton John, the Diamonds Collection, a great Elton John compilation, EX $27.99. EX $27.99. John Mayer, Paradise Valley. John Mayer is in VG Plus condition, $21.99. Dwayne Caldwell on August Burns Red. Etta James, Deep in the Night, a 78 US, VG Plus, $19.99. Cash, American Recordings, and this is Volume 1, and this is actually 2014. This is 2014. VG Plus, $21.99. Also, Jethro Tull's Broadsword, VG Plus, $14.99. And just so you know, Matthew Sherrick, you're out on Kiss. Oso came in first at $175. I'm about to sell them to him unless you bid again. Next is Shakedown on JM for John Mayer. Sorry again if the song At Last is on Etta James. Etta James At Last is not on either one of these. No, it's not. It's not on either one of these. Topographic on Jethro Tull. Topographic on Jethro Tull, and George Harrison is sold for $35, and that's sold to David Johnson for $35, okay? I think I lost Stan McNessie there, unfortunately, but that's okay. We have more to get to tonight. All right, so final call on Kiss. Matthew, you tied Oso. I'm going to make sure Matthew doesn't want to bid again, or maybe he's bid, and it just popped up at 180. I had a feeling. So we're not done on Kiss. I just found the really good stash of the high-end stuff over here, or the higher-end stuff. To me, it's all high-end on all these Kiss bootlegs. My goodness. We bought, for those that's asking where all this came from, we bought a collection, I think, in Atlanta. I think they went down to Atlanta and got it. It was about 1,000 albums. 800 of it was Kiss, and it was probably 700 Kiss bootlegs. There's a bunch. So now Kiss is at 180. Let me go ahead and show a couple more records in here, including Matrix, the album, Reloaded. Matrix is VG Plus, $29.99. You've got stuff like Linkin Park, Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, Deftones, POD, Rage Against the Machine. Yeah, Matrix. Now Kiss is at 200. What are the Etta James record? This one's called Deep in the Night. It's a 1978 US, VG Plus, $19.99. And over here's the other Etta James. It's called Sticking to My Guns, a 1990 U.S. original seal, $29.99. Now, Sandra, you're looking for the classic song, At Last. You're only going to be able to get that a couple ways. The original album is honestly pretty tough to find, and pretty tough to find in good condition. That's a very collectible album, the original Etta James. It's actually on an album called At Last. Now, new copies are pretty inexpensive because it's in print with a lot of different labels. So, that's what you'll want to see. It's called, if you want me to order you a copy, I think you can get some new copies for less than $30. So, just FYI. If you're going to wait for an original come up, or even a newer reissue, they don't come up too often. That's a very collectible record. It gets gone immediately. But if you want me to order a new one, I can. They're probably less than $30. Now Kiss is at $250, and Craig Ruth wants Matrix. If I come to store Thursday to pick up two outstanding orders, if I so what time? Yeah, so we're open from 10, and I would be here before 3:30. And you need to make sure Ed knows that you're coming and he has everything up front. So I think you pick up anyways up front. But make sure Ed knows you're on your way, and my mom will be here. And I always say the pickup times are between 10 and be here before 3:30. And Kiss is at $275. Next is Jack Johnson, From Here to Now to You. Jack Johnson's VG Plus, $19.99. All right, we need more auctions. Tonight's Kiss and Japanese. And some are Japanese Kiss. And some are Kiss Japanese. What is written on this record? Here. Okay, next in the Japanese box, I've got Loudness. All right, let's go ahead and put this up. Loudness is right here. And this is a $35 start. This is Loudness, a Japanese pressing of a Japanese band. And this has a solicitation card, is what I call it. It has a Japanese insert. And it is called, what is this one called? War? Isn't it something War? Loudness is called, maybe it's just self-titled. Yeah, Shadows of War. I thought it was something War. Maybe it's the first track. But Loudness is a $35 start. Okay? Next is Shakedown on Jack Johnson. Kiss has two $300 bids. Matthew bid $300. Jeff, you tied him. So Oso, you're out. Now Matthew, you're out because Jeff just bid $310. Legend, the best of Bob Marley, EX $22.99. Put down Sandra Martin on a waiting list. Put down Sandra Martin on a waiting list for Etta James at last. And yes, I'll try to get that jackpot pressing. That's a good one. And those aren't too expensive. Olay ELO, EX $17.99. And Willie Dixon, Hidden Charms. And Willie's in EX condition, $17.99. Now, that was a great crate. As y'all see, great titles, a lot of modern stuff, great prices. I've got two more like that I'm pretty sure to go through right here that Paul's marked. So those are coming up back to back as we continue to put up other auctions here tonight. Next thing I'm going to throw up right now is the Eagles' Greatest Hits. A Japanese pressing, a $35 start. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. The Eagles' Greatest Hits. Beautiful. Certified as one of the best-selling albums here in the United States. Embossed cover, $35 start. So there's all those. Let's get those spread out a little bit. Kiss is a 4-picture disc set. Very cool. All individually packaged with posters. That's really cool. Loudness has one bid for $35. Elijah on the Bob Marley Legend. And Kiss has a bid for $320, now $325. One second, please. Okay. Kiss 320, 325. Awesome. Kiss 330. Let's go through this one more time. Great crate. Everything in here is sticker price. New arrivals that were marked literally today, and we just bought them in a collection on Sunday. Just bought these on Sunday. And I'll take an at last and second time around from Jackpot. Okay? Add Patrick for those as well. And Melanie on that as well. Sure. I hope I can get that pressing. And if it doesn't matter to, I know probably Patrick wants the Jackpot, but I don't know. I might grab a couple different if some are not in stock or some are. Okay. There's that. So let's go through these again. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes. This is sealed. A new remaster of his 1983 album. That is $19.99. Jason Isbell, Southeastern. Jason Isbell is sealed for $24.99. Bob Marley and the Wailers. A remaster for $24.99. I also have Howlin' Wolf, His Greatest Sides, Volume 1, sealed for $29.99. It's on red or orange vinyl. That is $29.99. And Daft Punk, also sealed, $36.99 homework. So Oso's out on Kiss. Matthew's out on Kiss. Jeff has that for $375. Loudness is now at $38. I'm looking for a $35 start on the Eagles. Nick Bargeron on Eric Clapton. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. A VG Plus copy of Etta James is $325. That's about what I thought. That sounds, honestly, a little high, but it wouldn't surprise me if they are demanding that kind of money now. That's always been a desirable record. And a VG Plus copy would be a higher grade. If you found that album Stone Mint, it could be an air horn. I don't know if they do exist in Stone Mint. The original Argo mono presses, that would be a true rarity. That'd be like a 1 in 10,000 type deal. I don't even know how many that album originally made. They might not even made 10,000 of those originally. Three Amigos, that is sealed for $24.99. Three Amigos, that's sealed for $24.99. The Steel Woods, All of Your Stones. Steel Woods is sealed for $29.99. McCartney 3, $24.99. Blue Spine. Also over here, we got Macho Man Randy Savage, orange vinyl, $29.99. Elton John, The Diamonds Collections, Your Song, Tiny Dancer, Rocket Man, Crocodile Rock, Daniel. I'm just halfway through side 1. $27.99. Cash, American Recordings, Volume 1, 2014. VG Plus, $21.99. Etta James, Deep in the Night, VG Plus, $19.99. Etta James, Sticking to My Guns. That's sealed for $29.99. Olay ELO, a great compilation, $17.99. And Willie Dixon EX, $17.99. All right. So the first two actions I'm going to take is I'm going to sell the Kiss auction here to Jeff Church for $375. Thank you, Jeff. And let's go ahead and pull something else from over here. Got a lot of cool stuff on the way. Lots of cool stuff on the way. Amazingly cool Kiss stuff on the way. Don't go anywhere. Over here, we have Loudness, and this is a Japanese pressing. And the last bid on this was MT Matte at $38. It is near mint minus with the inserts, and it's at $38. We're about to sell it. The Eagles, I don't have a year for you, but it is near mint minus. Greatest hits did not come of a poster. You're probably thinking of Hotel California. Greatest hits did not come of a poster. That just came with Hotel California. That's a $35 start. I was about to make it a buy it now. So if you want to bid, now's the time. If not, and yeah, back here was a really cool looking record. I'm going to go ahead and grab it. Plus, some people have requested it. Man, take a look at this. And this is official, okay? So this collection consists of two major things. Bootlegs or unofficial pressing, same thing. Also, it looks like this guy bought a ton of these website exclusive anniversary limited edition pressings, which, in case you don't know, a lot of these, after they've sold out through the Kiss web store, get very expensive. They're pretty much limited edition, and it's a one-time deal. Look how cool this is. This is official. It's a 2024 US official pressing, limited to 500 numbered picture discs. So they're numbered. We got number 499 of 500. 499 of 500. It is, it appears unopened. Now, it comes in a resealable baggie. It appears unopened. So presumably unplayed or near mint. It's a picture disc. And they have rhinestoned, they have bedazzled the Kiss logo. How cool is that? They have actually bedazzled and rhinestoned the Kiss here. 50th anniversary, rhinestones, a tip-on jacket, a picture disc, and poster, limited and numbered. And this is a $225 start. This is a $225 start. Kiss, 50th anniversary debut album, $225. That's now up for bid. I'm going to go ahead and make the Eagles' greatest hits a buy it now for $35. And then two other people have asked, what's the Loudness album? Let me go over that one again. Let me first put the Eagles in a sleeve just in case somebody's going to grab it for the buy it now price. An amazing set list of music, of course. Okay? What a cool record. They've rhinestoned the Kiss logos. So Loudness, I believe we determined it's just self-titled. Or Shadows of War. That's actually what it says on the spine, Shadows of War. It's near mint minus and pristine. It's been a final call for MT Matte for like 3 times at $38. He's probably like, please sell it. Okay? There's Loudness. And there's Kiss. It does have a bid. Let's go through a new crate. That was great, and I think there's another one coming up right behind it. All right, here we go. Kiss has a bid for $225, and Loudness has a bid for $39. Loudness has a bid for $39 with Pat Lucero. Kiss is $225. Loudness is at $42. Jamie said he would do $30 on the Eagle. Sold. And let's add one more auction before I get started in this crate. And that next auction is going to be over here. And let's do Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm. Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm is going to go up for a $35 start. Vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. Loudness is now at $40. Alan Hagen had never set out either. So now we got 3 bidders on that. Now Kiss is at $250. And there's Vandenberg. All right, so there's that. Kiss is a picture disc. It comes in a resealable baggie. We believe it is unopened. So we're advertising it as presumed near mint, unopened. All right, great stuff here. We're probably going to sell out of most of this crate like we did the other one. First I have is a music on vinyl pressing of Janis Joplin's Cheap Thrills with Big Brother and the Holding Company, unopened, $34.99. $34.99. Also, the Allman Brothers Band at the Fillmore East. This is a new 2LP reissue, near mint, $24.99. $24.99. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, on Target exclusive red vinyl. Never seen that on red vinyl like that. It was a Target exclusive, $29.99. The Color soundtrack on magenta colored vinyl, $24.99. Paul says it's actually silver. It's actually silver. Ice-T, Salt and Pepper, Big Daddy Kane, Eric B. and Rakim, $24.99 on that. Loudness is at $40. Kiss is at $255, now $260. Vandenberg's a $35 start. Kiss is a 50th anniversary picture disc. It's got a rhinestoned jacket. It is in a tip-on jacket. That's the quality of the jacket. It's a tip-on, TIP-ON. There's not an actual jacket inside of that cover. It would be folded, it would be a very thin jacket folded very small. Maybe if it was a box set. But no, it's a tip-on jacket. Loudness is at $42, yes. Loudness is at $42. I have not heard back from Pat Lucero. I have not heard back from Alan Hagen. I've not heard back from either one of them. Kiss is at $260. Gregory got G for Guns N' Roses. Brad Waits was second. Now Kiss is at $270. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Exodus, a 2023 numbered, manufactured in Jamaica. $39.99. I'm going to go up front and get some water. This is $39.99. The other bidders are out on Loudness. I am choking to death. I've been sick for officially 1 week. I started out as a 2. Wednesday, Thursday, I got maybe to a 5, maybe. The last several days, I've been maybe a 7. I feel like I've went back down to a 6 in the last half hour. I feel like I'm at a 6 just in the last, 30 minutes or so. All right, I'm going to let that sit over here for just a second. It kind of hurts my throat when it's ice cold. Okay. Loudness. Thank y'all for bidding. Thank you also for letting me know you're out, Pat and Alan. Thank you. And now this is sold to MT Matt for $42. All right, let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you. Big night for auctions. I said it would be a busy auction block night. Just nothing but Kiss and Japanese pressings. Now, the next thing I had was Nat Reynolds wanted the info on the Color soundtrack. The Color soundtrack is, mostly rap and hip-hop. It is sealed on silver vinyl. The sticker advertises magenta, but in fact, Paul, I'm sure, scanned it. It comes back as silver. It's brand new for $24.99. Now, Gregory put B, and that's for Bob Marley. He says he's going to pass. So I remember having these. Like I said, we bought this collection Sunday, and a lot of this stuff we originally sold to this guy. And I remember when these came out, Tough Gong did these numbered pressings. They say pressed in Kingston, Jamaica, and right below it, it says made in the USA. I used to show that all the time. I was like, I don't know if that's for the vinyl or the jacket. I'm assuming the jacket's made in the USA and the vinyl was pressed in Jamaica. And that made in the USA, because I was like, man, something's wrong there. Look at that. Pressed in Kingston, Jamaica, and right below it, it says made in the USA. So I was like, what is going on? $39.99. Vandenberg heading for a storm. That's a $35 buy now. That's a no bid. Vandenberg is a $35 buy now. Yeah. And Donna, he's passing on Color, so if you want it, it's available. MT Mac gets Vandenberg. Nice. So Kiss is at $370. I knew that one would be big. And let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. This is pretty unique here. Actually, let's do this one first. This one's pretty cool. This is the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. The Rolling Stones is a great compilation. One of the first ones I ever owned. Japanese pressing with the inserts in the inner sleeve. It does have a few discoloration marks on the back. Right here, it's got some humidity damage. $35 start on the Stones. Kiss is at $370 with John Robb, and that's a final call. The Glorious Songs, A War on Everything. A 2019 Canadian import. That's a hard rock album, 2 LP, $34.99. The Nacho Libre soundtrack. Nice. Red vinyl. Nacho Libre is sealed for $29.99. And Incubus Make Yourself. Pardon Me is on here. That is sealed, a 2013, $34.99. Hammers Up. Literally, we might have to bring the gavel out for this one. Hammers Up on Kiss. John Robb has it for $370. Kelly Vlarchek, just so you know, the Incubus has a light seam split right here. Okay, it has a light seam split. I'm going to go ahead and tag you. If you want to change your mind, just let me know. And then we have Dances with Wolves soundtrack. The original score by John Barry. Done a lot of famous scores. That's Dances with Wolves, a music on vinyl, $39.99. Our next Japanese pressing is the Yardbirds. And that's the Yardbirds featuring Eric Clapton. I think it's a compilation, more or less. It is the Yardbirds featuring Eric Clapton. A $35 start. Vinyl's near mint. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. Nice. Yardbirds and the Rolling Stones up for bid there. Rolling Stones and Yardbirds. I need to get this thing unburied. I've got it buried underneath a bunch of cassettes. All right, let's push these back here. Sold. Kiss, $370 to John Robb. Nice. Beautiful. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now. The Rolling Stones is a buy it now for $35. Made in the Shade compilation. I'm going to go ahead and tag that while I'm on a streak here of ending stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a fresh, brand new sleeve. All right. So, Dances sold to Kelly Vlarchek. Yep. And George Samberes second on that one. So, Kelly Vlarchek on Dances. Tim Voldness is going to take the Color soundtrack. And there's that. All right. Let's pull something else over here from the Kiss. This one here also looks really cool. And it's another official website deal. Okay. This is Kiss Alive 2. Look at the colors on that. Kiss Alive 2, a 45th anniversary on limited edition red and blue swirl. This is an official release through the Kiss web store. 2022 red and blue swirl. The pictures make it look a little more like Red and Splatter. She's referring, of course, to Discogs. It looks awesome. It is sealed. It's an official release. $145 start. It's colored vinyl. Kiss Alive 2. Now up for bid. Matthew Sherritt got the Stones for $35. Let's go through some more records. I'm going to add another Japanese. Greta Van Fleet from The Fires. Sealed the 2019 Record Store Day. That is $29.99. 2019 Record Store Day. Mastodon. Once More Around the Sun. Mastodon, 2 LP, $29.99 for Mastodon. And Candlebox, a music on vinyl pressing, $34.99 for Candlebox. And Boston, a new sealed copy of their debut album. Really cool. They put a big hop sticker on it, $29.99. No Marshall Tucker that I've seen so far, no. And then Yardbirds is a buy it now for $35. Kiss will sell. It does have a bid for $145. It's going once, going twice. Let me go ahead and put the Yardbirds in a sleeve. I'm going to dig around over here some more in the Japanese crate and see what I can come up with. This crate's hot and heavy right now. Man, there's a lot of cool stuff in here at great prices. Right now, we got Stephen Parton on Candlebox. Todd was second. Brent, the Yardbirds is a buy it now for $35. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And it is a, did we have this the other night? We had something like this the other night. This is a UFO, and it's called High Level Cut. UFO is a $35 start. High Level Cut. Beautiful, beautiful vinyl. High Level Cut. Fantastic jacket, especially for being a black cover. It has an insert with it, and it's a $35 start. Okay. Next comment was the year on Exodus. Sure thing. 2023. So it's a numbered. It's 2023, and it shows up as numbered. And it's a Tough Gong Jamaican pressing. All right. And that's for Bob Marley's Exodus album. Brent said sold on the Yardbirds. I think I have another one if anybody else wants one. And Curtis Marachi on Mastodon. Okay? Those are done. Laura just delivered a new crate. So we still got a half of a Paul crate here, another Paul crate, and Laura has marked some stuff as well. We got a lot of stuff to do. Mad Season, a Music on Vinyl remaster, unopened, $44.99. And Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip. Nice. Jerry Cantrell, one of his solo albums. There's Rob Trujillo from Metallica and Ozzy and Suicidal Tendencies. $34.99. Jerry Cantrell. Wow, just one bid on this Kiss record. Matthew Sherrick, it's yours for $145. What year's the UFO? If you give me a second, I can check, but I don't have any research done on this one. Most of the Japanese, I just pull them out at random. It is WWS 81 226. What did I say? 22? Probably can find out pretty fast for you, though. We got WWS, and that is 81226. And it looks like, from what I just seen, it's a 1979 OG. High Level Cut compilation. An OG compilation. Shane Devers on Jerry Cantrell. And Susie, I'm assuming you want the other Yardbirds I had, right? That other Japanese pressing like I just sold Brent. Right here's one for Susie. Same thing. And info on the Allman Brothers is right here. Uncle Sam's is on orange vinyl. And this is a 2LP. Hull, Massachusetts. July 1st, 1983. $39.99. Greg Allman Band, Uncle Sam's. UFO is at $35. Final call. Let's go ahead and put up our next Kiss auction. Kiss Unmasked. We've done 3 official pressings in a row. Here is an original 1980 Japanese press. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And it has the sticker sheet. I'll show you that in a second. First, let me show you the vinyl. The vinyl's beautiful. We've cleaned it. It might not even need cleaned. It was beautiful. $55 start. It has the insert. I've had several of these. I've never seen this. Look at that. Never seen that come with it. It has the sticker sheet. It looks like the obi right here has a little bit of damage. Like right here. See that? Just a little bit of damage right there on the obi. Other than that, it's phenomenal. Oh, this one in here. Jeremy, I don't have a year or anything. I just have, Paul marked it as a new reissue. $24.99. He just marked it as a new reissue. $24.99. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, Kid 55, 55, 55, 60. Brent, you were the one and only bidder on this. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. You've had the high bid for 4 minutes. Sell that to Brent for $35. Thank you, Brent. That's sold to you. Okay? That is done. $35, one bid. Let's move over Kiss, and let's put up some other stuff. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and show 3 more records. Nice, the single soundtrack. I think I just ordered more of these new. That is sealed for $34.99. We also have Incubus Morning View, sealed for $29.99. And we have Deftones White Pony, sealed for $39.99. Lots of great selections in here. A lot of stuff brand new and sealed at reduced prices, which is, you know, basically like on sale new vinyl. Jeremy Merck on the Allman Brothers, so did Jeremy Merck. Stephen Parton does get the single soundtrack. Kelly Vlodarchik on Incubus. And now Kiss is at $80. One more here. Bush, 16 Stone, sealed reissue, $34.99. Japanese. I'm starting to speak it too. Nice. What a good. Yeah, I mean, I think I need another monster. Did we put any additional lure in the fridge, or did we just freeze one? I wonder if they loaded any more in the fridge up there. I got to go look. If not, I'm going to grab a V8. We still got about 300 V8s in stock. April drunk 2 the other night when she was here, and I thought she was going to have a stroke. We have Rainbow on stage. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's 2 LPs. There's 2 inserts. Nice. With the book. Folks, this is Ronnie James Dio with Rainbow. Dio with Rainbow. A beautiful Japanese pressing with Obi. Phenomenal. $45 start on that. We got Kiss Unmasked. We got Rainbow. We have Tyler Childers live on Red Barn 1 and 2. That is sealed for $24.99. And Silverchair Freak Show, unopened, $34.99. Johnny Cash sings the songs that made him famous. Sealed, $29.99. I don't know if Kyle's watching, but man, you see that sticker? That's an old Coletco record. I'm getting nostalgic again. Tanner and Seth and Ed, when Ed, they used to all be here with me during the sales. They would hand number these records with stickers we ordered as we sold them. Y'all remember, some of y'all probably remember getting those stickers on your records. We used to hand number them with these so that way we could assign it to a person's name. That was our early archaic system when we started taking off, and we were selling so many records we didn't know how to keep up with it. And we were hand numbering everything. We used to have sticky notes, then I ordered these off Amazon, and then we went to this whole different system. But yeah, I could tell, I knew we bought these from him. That's one of our early numbering systems there. It's come back through the cycle again from probably, what, 5 years ago? Probably 5 years ago. It's made its way through. David remembers those. Yep. I told y'all we bought these from somebody local who bought most of them from us originally. So, you know, that's how I used to number them. It used to be Tanner, Seth, and Ed. They would be numbering stuff. Yeah, whew, we've went through a lot of system changes. Oh my gosh. Man. I used to key everything in a spreadsheet. Oh my gosh. We'd have crates stacked up, and then we would print the spreadsheets, and then we would key it into a PayPal invoice. Man. Seems like that was 20 years ago. All right. So where did I leave off? We had Kiss at $85. Rainbow was a $45 start. Even though we had bids for $35, we have Kiss, a request to see the Obi again. First, Elijah on Tyler Childers. And let's go over the Kiss again. Kiss Unmasked. Kiss Unmasked is an original 1980 Japanese pressing. It does have the lyric insert and this original sticker insert. Here's the Obi. The damage, it looks like maybe like a couple drops of water or something fell on it. You can tell like it got a little damp. That's really the only damage to the entire record, that right there. The vinyl's beautiful. Everything else is perfect. And the most recent high bid on Kiss, as of right now, the most recent high bid was MT Matt at $45. Alonzo also just bid $45. No, excuse me, Kiss. The high bid on Kiss is Oh So Adventure at $85. It's up to Charlie Marks, okay? Man. Okay, I can get through this. Kiss is at $90. Now Rainbow's at $48. Thank you. I'm going to finally drink this water. Give me 1 second. If I get sick, I'll get sick for like a week and a half, it seems like. All right. Is that a black Obi on Unmasked? Yes, it is. Okay, finishing up this crate here. I've got Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style, a 2 LP remaster, sealed, Snoop, $34.99. Kiss is at $100. Kiss is at $100. Jerry Cantrell, blue vinyl, $34.99. This is called Brighton. Jerry Cantrell, $34.99. David Bowie is a sealed remaster, $29.99. Dr. Dre, The Chronic. Dre is a 2 LP remaster, $24.99. Shane got Jerry Cantrell. Sold. Enter the Wu-Tang, $19.99. We are about to sell this Kiss record. It's at $100, near mint with insert and the sticker sheet. We're about to sell it for $100. Rainbow has hit $51. We sold Cantrell. Rainbow has another bid for $50. We're already at $51. Dre is sold to Travis. The David Bowie is commonly known as Space Oddity. It's actually called Man of Words, Man of Music. We now know it as Space Oddity, the original version. Mark next on Dre, then Charlie Marks. Also Godsmack, the newest 2 LP remaster, $34.99. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. And that next Japanese auction is Boston, this time with Obi. Very nice. Boston, a Japanese pressing, a $45 start. There's the LP, there's the inserts, there's the cover, there's the Obi, a $45 start on that one as well. Kiss is sold to Oso for $100. Man, we got a lot more to do. Lots of incredible Kiss stuff coming up tonight. Y'all keep reminding me of your request. I'm going to keep working them in. Amazing stuff tonight. Patrick, I'm assuming you're passing on the Bowie, so I'm going to go ahead and give it to Kelly Vladarchek. Rainbow's at 51, final call, and Boston, 45. What's some cool covers there on those? Boston has a bid for 45, and here's Howlin' Wolf, and this is Moanin' in the Moonlight, sealed for $24.99. Our next Kiss, let's jump back over to the bootlegs for a second. This is Kiss, Battle of Britain. And this is live at the Free Trade Hall in Manchester, United Kingdom, May 13th, 1976, an $85 start. $85 start. This is Kiss, Battle of Britain. It is a 2 LP. It is a 2LP. It also comes with a mask insert, a poster that looks like from that concert, replica Casablanca inner sleeves, and there's the jacket. And that one is an $85 start. Rainbow and Boston are both at $55 right now. That was another great crate. Let me breeze through those one more time. No, there was more records in here. Hold on. We got Charles Manson live at San Quentin. Charles Manson Seal, $24.99. Yes, that's a real record. And Big Bill Broonzy, the Midnight Special, that's on violet vinyl, $19.99. It's not actually Charles Manson like up in front of a crowd playing. He recorded a lot of music on cassette tape when he was in prison. Yeah, recording his jail cell. So yeah, he recorded a lot of stuff in his jail cell, and they have since been released. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, Darren Chrisman second. Matthews out on Boston. Now Boston's at 56. George Samberes has it for 60. Charlie Marks third on Manson. Shane Devers fifth. Kiss is at 85 and Boston's at 61. So that means Rainbow is at 55 of MT Matt. And Chris Caldwell, it goes back to you. That would be a question for Laura. Have we seen any more Van Halen bootlegs? Who would have thunk it? Paul S. is asking. Your guess right now, Paul S., would be as good as mine. If we do, they're going to be put up for sale Thursday night. And it's going to be an absolute barn burner, okay? If we do, they're going to be advertised for Thursday night, and it's going to be an absolute barn burner. If we have a Kiss bootleg, it will be sold Thursday night, and it will be a haymaker. It will be an event unlike you've never seen before. If we have a Kiss bootleg, it will be sold Thursday night, and you better buckle up your bootstraps. You better have a fresh pair of socks on. It will be an event unlike anything you've ever seen if we have another Kiss bootleg for Thursday night. Boston is still getting bids. I was waiting for one person on Rainbow. We're about to sell it, though, to MT Matt for $55. Okay? Let's read through this crate again. Angie's of Angie Stone's music is pressed on vinyl. Mahogany Soul Black Diamond Dream. Available somewhere. They are pricey, I'm guessing. I will have them write down some of those artists, Donna. If we could write down Angie Stone, Mahogany Soul Black Diamond Dream, Love Language, and Stone Love. I have never looked that up. I honestly don't know, but I can check for you. So check on Angie Stone for Donna Turner, okay? We have filled up another crate over here, so before I recap this and do some final calls, we got a lower crate coming up next. Let me recap Paul. Let's put up this lower crate. We got another one. Right now I'm going to grab a new empty crate as we continue to start filling up new crates for a new week. Today is invoicing day. What does that mean? Invoices went out today. Thanks everybody who supported us last week. Ed texts me the final numbers when he has everything generated. And we had a better week than the last week before. So that is always good. And a new week begins tonight. A new week begins tonight. $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. Let's go across the board. Matt, I was waiting for one person to bid, and he's come back in. He has that for $58. Oso just went out on Boston. George has it for $70. Joseph Alves, I have not heard back from you, so I want to make sure this don't happen again. The high bid on Kiss is at $100. He's had it for 4 minutes now. I haven't heard back from Joseph. He hasn't said out either. Joseph, I want to make sure your bid is not invisible again, but also I have not heard back from you. He's now bid $105. I'm glad I did a final call because I was about to sell it. I hadn't heard back from you. Kiss is now at 105 with Joseph. That means Matthew Sherrick, you're out. As soon as you bid, it seems like somebody else bids. We'll find out if Matthew bids again. He has it. Joseph has it for 105. Let's go through this Paul crate one more time. Now Kiss has 110. Joseph, you've been outbid. MT Matt, you're outbid on Rainbow. MT Matt's back in at 60. Chris Caldwell, you're back out. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills, Janice Joplin, $34.99. Joseph bid 115 on Kiss. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Going back. They're doing a back and forth deal. We got the Glorious Sons, a War on Everything. It does have some seam splits. It's $34.99. It's a 2019. $34.99. Joseph's also bid 120. Now, Matthew, you got to bid more than 120. Nacho Libre, music from the motion picture. Sealed $29.99. Now, if you bid 120, the bid's 120. It's not that if he says out, then you get it for 115. Just saying. If he says he's out, then you get it for 120. Matthew's bid 116. Joseph still has it for 120. I will check on Charles Manson. Those used to be in print because Kyle bought that from us originally. I used to have those in print. Greta Van Fleet is sealed, $29.99. Joseph still has Kiss at 120. We got Boston self-titled, $29.99. Speaking of Boston, I'm going to go ahead and sell this Japanese pressing back here. And this one is sold to George Barris for 70. Now Kiss is at 125. Now it's at 122, but he already bid 125. Basically, Joseph is bumping his bid, which is automatically outbidding Matthew before Matthew's bid even comes in. So he still has the high bid, $125. Chris Caldwell's out on Rainbow. Chris Caldwell's out on Rainbow. Caldwell. MT Mac gets this for 60. Now Kiss is at 125. Joseph is bidding against himself essentially to never get outbid. Now he has it at 130. I've never seen this strategy used before. Now Matthew bid 130, but it tied Joseph because he already outbid himself. I've never seen this strategy before. He's essentially outbidding himself before anybody else can bid. That way he always has the high bid. Next auction is another Japanese pressing. And this time it's Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. Again. Now he has it for 140. We have Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. Again. This is a $35 start. Folks, we have something new tonight. Never seen this before. Outbidding yourself, so that way you constantly never get outbid. Unless Matthew jumps the gun and bids higher than his own outbid bid. Joseph has it for 140. Now Matthew's at 150. He officially is the new higher bidder. Joseph, you've been outbid. Matthew has it at 150. I've also got Bob Marley Exodus sealed for $39.99. I've also got Mad Season for $44.99. I've also got Deftones for $39.99. I've also got Bush for $34.99. I've also got Silverchair for $34.99. Now Joseph's back in at $155. I got Johnny Cash sealed for $29.99. I've also got Snoop Dogg for $34.99. Now Joseph has bid against himself. Now he's at $175. Now Matthew's out. Final call on Kiss, $175. Enter the Wu-Tang, a reissue, $19.99. Also, Godsmack, $34.99. Howlin' Wolf, $24.99. And Big Bill Brunsey, the Midnight Special, live in Nottingham, 1957, $19.99. Looking for a $35 start on John Coltrane, a beautiful Japanese pressing. Kiss, the Battle of Britain has been a battle. Joseph Alves has it for $175, final call. $175, final call. We're about to sell it. Let's go through that next crate. I think it's some stuff Laura's marked. I'm going to go ahead and condense this one with the other Paul crate over here. This is getting pretty dang interesting. Coltrane has a new bid for 38. You wanted the best, you got it. Joseph is like, listen, I refuse to get outbid, even if I have to bid against myself. This is sold to Joseph for $175. Done. That was pretty fun. I'd like to see more of that, honestly. Might be that might be new. It might be something, it's like a psychological effect almost. All right, and then let's do this one. And y'all keep reminding me ones you're looking for, okay? Let's do this one. Legends Never Die. Kiss is a limited edition white vinyl with a giant poster, all caps, recorded live during the Lick It Up World Tour. This is in Reno, Nevada, January 31st, 1984. An $85 start. An $85 start. Somebody got on the other night, it sounds like I was broadcasting a horse race. I was like, I feel like that sometimes. I'm coming around turn 2. I can do when I'm actually calling out bids. All right. Next thing we have is Coltrane 35, 38, 40. Yeah, Wu-Tang was $19.99, Coltrane $41. It's a new reissue. Wu-Tang was $19.99. All right, so let me grab this next crate over here. Great pre-owned stuff tonight. Might see some vintage LPs in here. Ooh, my knees just popped. That sounded very bad. All right. And y'all know the rules on the lower crate sticker. I'm going to show you the sticker. And folks, this isn't some parlor trick we just hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. This is an absolute work of art. Okay, this isn't just like, yeah, let me walk in Dollar General store and get these while I'm checking out, okay? Let me grab a lower crate sticker and a pack of M&Ms. You just can't do that. You just can't, you know, when you're ordering at Taco Bell, you can't say, yeah, give me a couple of bean burritos and a lower crate sticker with that. They're going to look at you when you get to the window like, what is it? What was you talking about? We don't sell lower crate stickers. We don't have those here, okay? You know, if you they're not gonna, you can't get these. Golf Snoopy and his trusty candelabra. A candelabra. There it is. All right. Now, Coltrane's at $45. Coltrane's at $47. Kiss. Legends Never Die. Final call, no bid, looking for an $85 start. Okay? I'm going to show 2 or 3 records, depending on how fast I can spit them out. The first person who claims something in here gets that sticker. Not only that, there's no putbacks. So if you claim something, it's yours. No exceptions. Make sure you really want these before you claim them. The Cure, Pornography, $29.99. Laura's all-time favorite band, $29.99. Justin Heathcliff, a 1971 Japanese OG psych rock, sealed, $49.99. And The Meat Men, Crippled Children Suck, a hardcore punk, a 1990 US OG, $34.99. Next thing we have, I remember saying that Coltrane was at 47. I said Coltrane was at 50. Donna's out. Romelu has that for 50. Sick on Twitch. First on the Cure. That's Amanda Darby. Amanda Darby, not only on the Laura Crate Hop sticker, but on the Cure Pornography, which is now a perfect record for that to be matched with. One day when I first started looking at this, I didn't think a lot about it. Then I kind of blurred my eyes. I squinted my eyes. I was like, oh, that's them there on the cover. That's so to Amanda Darby. Next was Stephen Parton, Charlie Marks, Brandon Lack, George Samberes, Mark Stanley. Next was Michael Reed on Meat Men, then Charlie Marks, then Gregory Roberts, then Ivan R. Coltrane is sold to Romelu C for $50. Kiss is a no bid, $85 buy it now. Let's get this in a new sleeve. Kiss is a no bid, $85 buy it now. Okay? There's that. There's this. Two more, and then I'm going to put up new auctions. Promise, $24.99. This saturating 7 on splatter. And one revived. Is this a nightmare? A Psychobilly record, $19.99. Okay, let's go back over here to this crate that says super high-end Kiss records. I like the way that sounds. Let's jump back over here to a official press. This is an official Kiss record. Always desirable. So, when this was made for the RCA Music Club, and it's only through the Music Club edition, there was basically an inking problem, and it made it appear that Paul Stanley has a blue teardrop kind of coming out of his left eye there, right at the way your right, his left, and it was essentially just an inking blip through that RCA Music Service edition. It's only through the club copy. You'll only see it through this club copy. That variant there. This is also complete with the merch insert for this album and the highly desirable sticker sheet. The vinyl is also Near Mint Minus EX++. This is an original Paul Stanley teardrop variant, RCA club copy, jackets VG Plus or better. It does have the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's beautiful, and it's complete with merch and sticker sheet. This would be the copy you would want if you're collecting an OG of this. $95 start. $95 start. That's now up for bid. Kiss. Have fun. I still got a Kiss auction. First time this has happened. A no bid over here for $85. And that's live in Reno, Nevada from the Lick It Up tour. Okay? Next is Charlie Marks on one revived, and Mike Marco got Promise. Okay? And now, is there a Wu-Tang? Yes. Every time I say that word, everybody's like, what the heck did I miss? It's still available. Enter the Wu-Tang Clan. It's a new reissue, open, near mint, $19.99. Does have a tear in the shrink wrap, $19.99. Let's show some more out of here. We have Cursive, Get Fixed. Cursive is sealed, $19.99. Also, Led Zeppelin 3 is a new 2014 Jimmy Page remaster reissue, $27.99. And you get a custom Chad Loves Led Zeppelin sticker on the back, $27.99 on that. Kiss is already at 120. Not only is it a teardrop cover, but it's OG. Well, excuse me. They're all going to be OG clubs. Not only is it a teardrop cover, it's a it's got the March insert, the inner sleeve. I'm missing, and the sticker. Yeah. Am I crazy? No, there it is. Yeah, inner sleeve, March insert, and sticker. Okay. It's complete. It is complete. Okay. Danny does want the Wu-Tang. You got Wu-Tang. Let's go ahead and put up some other Japanese pressings. First, Mary Miles on Led Zeppelin. Mary also asked, Chad, if you're feeling well enough a week, would be the late night CDs. I plan on every night showing CDs in some capacity. Now, tonight, I'll put an asterisk next to that. Tonight, I don't really have a batch ready to go. And we might be selling Kiss records awfully late tonight. Like really late. So, it just depends. And I did order vinyl this morning. I'm still not due my normal Chad ordering like 20 crates of new vinyl from multiple distributors. I've took a lot of time to figure out what I need to order, get it sorted, and I'm going to be working on that probably all night again. I feel like I'm ordering stuff, but I'm just like waiting for it all to show up. I don't know if it's like just delayed shipments. I thought there was going to be like 20 boxes here today. There was one, so I don't know what's up. We got the Police, Zenyatta Mandata. The Police is a Japanese pressing. I've got great unadvertised Japanese auctions over here. Just one after another. $35 start. The next thing I have with CD, what I was going to say is we've got to basically dig some out. I've got a ton back there to dig out. Like they're on shelves, they're on racks, they're in tubs. We got to get them up here so when I say, all right, we're done with vinyl, boom, I can go right. Otherwise, it's going to take me a half hour to dig them out tonight. Okay. So we sold Led Zeppelin. Kiss is at 185. The Police. We got great Japanese pressing still on the way. The Police is a $35 start. Zenyatta Mandata. Da-dee-da-da, da-doo-da-da. Don't stand so close to me. All right, let's keep going here. Great stuff in here. The B-52s is called Bouncing Off the Satellites. It looks like it comes with a bonus 7-inch on red vinyl. $34.99 on the B-52s. High Priest of Love. This is $19.99. And this is Zodiac Mind Warp and the Love Reaction. Zodiac Mind Warp and the Love Reaction. $19.99 on that. And Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. Slade is $19.99. And the Charlatans, The Limit of the Marvelous. The Charlatans is sealed on red vinyl for $24.99. Kiss is at $205. Our next Japanese pressing is the Cars. And folks, this is another beautiful Japanese pressing to have in your collection. Heartbeat City. Who's going to drive you home tonight? And this one looks beautiful all the way around. Vinyl cover, no humidity, inner sleeve, insert. Nice. The Cars. $35 start. The Kiss is now at $205. $205. Blue Teardrop. The RCA Club. It's not a misprint. A lot of people call it a misprint. It's not a misprint. It's almost like an error cover. It's almost like a variant. Nothing on it's really misprinted. It's an error, I guess. No, there's no text or anything. It's just something happened right here that gave Paul a blue teardrop. This one happens to be complete. Tom Sullivan on a B-52. That's So Do You. And Zodiac is $19.99. Zodiac is $19.99. We have the Daytonas. This is a surf album from Australia, 1996, or I should say it's an Australian pressing, $19.99. These two Japanese pressings are final calls for $35 starts. The Georgia Satellites, wow, a sealed original copy for $19.99. Seems like a sealed. Banger. Laura has Banger. Keep your hands to yourself. $19.99. Did they call it a misprint on Discogs? I didn't know how Discogs labeled it. Did they call it a misprint? Next is Tom Sullivan on Zodiac, a sealed original Georgia Satellites for $19.99. Also, Huey Lewis Sports. Hey, Shrink and Hype on this one. Beautiful copy. Top copy. Shrink and Hype near mint. $24.99. Fred Carnell says, give me the Daytonas. Ron Duffield says, give me Georgia. Those are sold. Now Kiss is at $225. We still got 3 active bidders going. Silverstein, Misery Made Me, post-hardcore, sealed, $29.99. And another one, sealed, $29.99. We've got 2 of them. 2 Silverstein, Misery Made Me, orange vinyl, limited to 2,500, Tangerine. Kiss is at $225. So Scott, you're out. Chris Frazier, you're out. The Charlatans album name. The Charlatans was The Limit of the Marvelous. And that is sealed on red vinyl, $24.99. New bet on Kiss. Chris is back in at $230. And Buck Owens and the Buckaroos live at Carnegie Hall. Never seen this particular version. Sealed for $19.99. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now. The Cars is a buy it now, and the Police is a buy it now. So 35 and 35 on those. The Police is a buy it now for 35, and so is the Cars. You can grab those right now for $35 each. Great prices. Wow. I figured those would definitely at least somebody lock in a bid. But now you can pick them up for what we call a post-auction buy it now for $35. The Cars is sold to Melanie Clausen. That's sold to Melanie for $35. Sweet. We got one down. We got one down. Natasha, if you don't want the Charlatans or the Charlatans, then Fred Cardinal says he's in. It's up to Natasha. All right, there's that. Over here, we got Tom Sullivan on Buck Owens. Jackie second on Cars. Now Kiss is between 2 people. Unless Scott's also went out, he is. We have found our high bidder, and now it's a final call. The blue teardrop variant of Rock and Roll Over. Complete, beautiful, Jackets VG Plus. Final call, $250. Next is Cynic, Kindly Bent to Free Us, a prog album for $24.99. Cynic. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. Next is another one from Rainbow. Check this out. The Best of Rainbow, a $45 start. The Best of Rainbow, a beautiful Japanese pressing. 1 LP, 2 LP. Gatefold, The Best of Rainbow. And let's put this up for a $45 start. Looks like it's just cover and Obi, and that's it. Also, Fred Carnell wants a Silverstein. And Matthew Sherrick, Kiss is so due for $250. Thank you. I got my mom's burritos to eat tonight. Whew, don't get that on my mind. I had a text earlier. I brought your burritos. They're in the fridge. Oh, man. Burrito time. Burrito time, everybody. I don't know about y'all, but this is going to be good. All right, let's put some more Kiss stuff up. Great stuff here. Fantastic. Rainbow, Japanese pressing. The Best of Rainbow. That's now for bid. What's next in the Kiss auction, you may say? Let's do this thing that almost looks like a box set here. I think this looks really cool. Largo 77. The Definite soundboard recording. It's in a hardback book sleeve. It's live at Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland, December 20th, 1977. It's 2 blue LPs and a 60-page book. It's supposed to have a DVD and 7-inch. It's not here. It is limited to 100. It does have a corner bump here. Does have a corner bump. Nice though. What page book? A 60-page book. Largo. That's now up for bid, a $65 start. Okay? Now, we have Fred Carnell on The Police for $30. You got it. Edwin Riviere was second. Dang, I just shot myself in the foot for $5. Edwin was going to pay $35. I just shot myself in the foot. All right, let's keep going through this crate. Great stuff here Laura's put out. Primus Pork Soda, 2018, $27.99 on Primus Pork Soda. And Outside Inside is a Garage Punk 10-inch release. That's $9.99. And we have some check condition records. The first check condition record is Blue Oyster Cult, Tyranny and Mutation, VG Plus $9.99. And Queen 2 is a 74 US Terre Haute OG EX $37.99. A Terre Haute US original for Queen 2. Nice. Let me go ahead and add another Japanese pressing. And that is going to be for the triple LP Wings Over America. We get this one quite often. It always sells. It is a fantastic live Paul McCartney and Wings triple LP release. There's 3 LPs. There's the original inner sleeves. There's the poster and the book. Wings Over America, a $35 start. Okay. Next is Stephen Parton on Promise. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Next is, so the book is with Kiss, but not the DVD. Yeah, see this book, this sleeve is like a book. The book is kind of inside of this thing right here, as you can see. It does have a little split on the bottom too, I just noticed. So it's supposed to come with a 7-inch and a DVD. Those are not included. It does have a corner bump back here. And this is Largo 1977 Kiss. Largo, Maryland, right? We're looking for a $145 start. That is Largo, Maryland. It's a 2 LP blue vinyl. It comes with a hardback book, a hardback sleeve. We're looking for a $145 start. Jim Davis on Outside Inside. 2 more records here. We got the Motels, Little Robbers, EX $12.99, and The Firm, self-titled, with Radioactive, Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers, The Firm, original inner sleeve, EX $17.99. Also a no bid on the Best of Rainbow, so you can pick that up for $45. The Best of Rainbow, beautiful Japanese pressing, gatefold, 2 LP, a $35 start, or excuse me, a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. That is available. Okay, I'm going to put that right over here. Just a few things in our no bid pile tonight. Next is Charlie Marks on The Firm, Tom Sullivan on the Motels, and Matthew next on The Firm. Hendry picks up the Rainbow. Great deal there. Thank you, George Samberes second. 2 more records. The Judds, Why Not Me, VG $9.99. And we have Asleep at the Wheel, EX $12.99. It's autographed. It's signed by Ray Benson. I think so. Yeah. That looks like maybe an old record left over from the Dale Pittsburgh collection. But it's definitely signed there. Asleep at the Wheel, EX $12.99. EX $12.99. All right, nobody bid on Kiss, so it can be bought for $145. $145 on Kiss. It's available for a buy it now. And Wings over here is a final call for $35. Let's put up another Kiss. I'm not going to pull one out of the super high-end crate. We'll do this one here because I'm pretty sure somebody asked for it earlier. This one looks interesting here. This is Blitz London. Kiss. It looks like a picture disc. It has an OB. And the OB reads Blitz London back to the 70s. Hammersmith Odeon. May 16th, 1976. And that is a limited edition of 300 recorded live at the Hammersmith in London, UK. And that's going to go up for a $65 start. Fred Carnell says vinyl condition of the Kiss. And Bill Samus says Kiss, buy it now. Fred has dibs. The vinyl is near mint minus. No condition notes. If you don't want it, Fred, Bill Samus does. Jackie gets asleep at the wheel. Let's show a few more here in this lower crate. Eno, here come the Warm Jets. A 1978 U.S. Winchester reissue. EX 3799 with a note from Laura that says Essential. Essential. Rick Magger's next on Asleep at the Wheel. This is Rathalion, The Elusive Solution. It's a rock album. EX 999, ETTALLION, Retalion. That's $9.99. Alice Cooper, Special Forces. VG Plus, $17.99 for Alice. And Bruce Springsteen. It does have a very slight warp, but it does not affect back play. VG, $12.99. Fred said he will do the bite now on Kiss. He just had a slight edge on dibs ahead of you, Bill. And he does get that for $145. My favorite dish my mother's known for. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, these burritos are something else. I don't know. My mom's a world-class cook. I'm not joking. She is. We could open a restaurant today. I don't have time. She is her desserts. My mom is a world-class cook, okay? Her desserts, her pies and her cakes. Listen, one of the first questions my dad asked my mom on one of their first dates, can you cook like pies and cakes? My mom's from an old-timey Alabama family. All they did was cook and cook and cook. That's all they did. You go down there, people be cooking. It'd be breakfast. It'd be lunch. It is incredible. It is an amazing feat what she can do with pies and cakes, desserts. It's extremely unhealthy. Okay? We have Danny Thomason, second on Alice Cooper. Charlie Marks was first. Charlie Marks got Alice Cooper. Danny Thomason was second. Jackie Reynolds wants the Retalion here. Nobody bid on Wings. This is a $35 buy it now. And nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $65 buy it now. She can cook fried chicken. She can cook, you name it. I mean, it just, whatever. Okay, and let's get those in sleeves. But yeah, it's unbelievable. Okay, we got chocolate gravy. Oh my gosh. Chocolate gravy. Oh my gosh. Breakfast, just biscuits and oh. Yeah, it's just incredible. All right. Y'all, this conversation is over. We can't talk about this anymore. It's over, okay? We're gonna have to stop literally. Y'all gonna make me stop. I'm gonna have to go eat, and I'll come back in like an hour or something. This conversation is over. We're finished. There's no more food talk. Okay, so where did we leave off? We left off by we pulled Retalion, The next thing we have over here is Matthew Sherrick got Kiss, okay? Matthew Sherrick got Kiss for the $65 buy it now. And Wings is a $35 buy it now, okay? Let's put up some more stuff. The more stuff I'm going to put up is right here. This is going to go up right now. What do we have? I don't know. This is Kiss Animalize live at the Apollo. This is on yellow vinyl. It's numbered. Kiss Animalize live at the Apollo. Yellow vinyl, numbered 43 of 500. October 5th, 1984. $55 start. Okay? Next thing we have is Eddie Bruce gets Wings for $35. Thank you, Eddie Bruce. That's so to you. Next thing we have is Repercussion Unit in need again. A 1987 German press, an experimental jazz album. EX 1799. Number 9. I'm so hungry now. Oh, my stomach is sucking up against my spine. This is called Number 9. A 1993 UKOG Rare Rockabilly. This is the only vinyl pressing ever. VG Plus $49.99. And Rubble 13 Freak Beat Phantoms. Psych Beat Garage Comp 2003 reissue. VG $14.99. Kiss has bids for $55 and now $55. What is chocolate gravy? A Southern delicacy. Okay? One of the main reasons that I'm 300 plus pounds, and I have been for a long time. It's a Southern delicacy. It tastes like you're eating liquid hot fudge poured over biscuits with butter, and also that's served with chopped potatoes and sausage and bacon and, you know, biscuits and bacon and sausage and potatoes and, you know, sausage and biscuits and bacon and chocolate gravy and biscuits, and Blondie is a $35 start. This is Blondie, Eat to the Beat. I'm 100% about to eat to the beat. This is Blondie. It's a $35 start. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing. It has this insert with it. It has this inner sleeve with it. It has Obi, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Next thing we have over here, Kiss is at $55. Kiss is at $55. Kiss is at $56. MT Mad is at $60. Over here, next thing we have is Kiss is at $62. Now, the next claim over here, No More Food Talk. It's over, okay? It's over. I had somebody said, I'll take the Psychobilly record. Where did that happen? I am a train that has been derailed all of a sudden. Okay, let me find this next comment. Gregory says, 9 info again. So I could have swore somebody commented Psychobilly. Yeah, Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan commented Psychobilly. Number 9, a 93 UK rare Psychobilly album. Tom Sullivan, and then Gregory, you asked info. Tom Sullivan had already claimed it, okay? Now, how much was Rolling Stones? It was $35, but it's already sold. Now, next record. Okay, this is the Herbie Hancock Trio, a 2020 Record Store Day exclusive. Herbie Hancock, Ron Carter, Tony Williams, VG Plus, $17.99. Also, we have VG, $54.99. This is Silver Apples Contact. Wow, a Silver Apples album. A Silver Apples album. You don't see those too often. A killer experimental psych record from '69. It's OG with a promo strip on the back. $54.99 on that. Donna on Herbie Hancock, okay? Now, the last bid that came in on the Kiss record, was Kiss Animalized at the Apollo on yellow vinyl. And this is with Oh So Adventure for $68. MT Matt's out. Oh So Adventure has this for $68. That's a final call. Now, I don't think that we're done on Blondie, right? It's a final call. I was looking for a $35 start. No bids yet. Jeremiah Lewis on Silver Apples. We're going through a new lure crate. And right after this, there's another Paul crate, just like we had earlier, of a lot of great stuff. In the meantime, the Kiss auctions are still happening one after another. George Thorogood in shrink wrap. I'm bad to the bone. EX, $17.99. Herbie, you were second to both, Slicker, you were second to both Herbie and Silver Apples. You were second to both of those. Heavy Petting, Rock Ain't Dead. Heavy Petting is EX, $15.99. Also, the songs of Leonard Cohen. A note on the back from Laura, Essential. A 68 OG, VG, $24.99. VG, $24.99. Van Morrison, Wavelength, VG Plus, $14.99. Steve Winwood back in the High Life. That is in VG, $9.99. John Prime, the best of John Prime, VG, $19.99. Kiss got a new bid for $75. Oh So Adventure, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. We're about to sell Blondie for $35. First, HP for Heavy Petting, Edwin Riviera. Next thing is Darren Crispin on Steve Winwood. Scott Williams wants the only Kiss no bid so far tonight, Legends Never Die. That's sold to him for $85. Thank you. Guy Shard, you get Blondie for $35. Thank you. All right. Very good. No puff pizza for me. I've got Mom's burritos in the fridge. That's what started all this. I got her burrito. I got a whole pan of them. I got to make sure we got sour cream. Otherwise, I'm going to be, George is getting upset. No, these are new arrival sticker price. Leonard Cohen, great question, Kelly. Suzanne's on here. No Hallelujah. It's an original Columbia 2i, an OG, VG $24.99. Blondie, Auto American, VG Plus $17.99. And King Crimson does have some writing on the cover. It's a 69 US PRC Richmond OG, an essential record, VG Plus $22.99. Kiss is sold to Tom Sullivan for $75. It's time for more new Kiss auctions. Here comes the next one. The next Kiss record I have going up right now is this. Kiss, Rock and Roll California. This is a test pressing. A test pressing picture disc, limited to 15 hand-numbered copies with poster. First show of the Worldwide Alive Tour, 96-97, recorded at Irvine Meadows Amphitheater, 1996. This is a test pressing picture disc. It comes with a poster. Legends Never Die. It is a 2 test pressing picture disc. It is a single picture disc, $125 start. It's in a really thick jacket. It's a test pressing picture disc. Kiss, Rock and Roll California, $125 start. Rick Maggers on the King Crimson. Rick, have you bought from us before? Have you bought from us before? I'm going to take a drink of water. This is a great crate. A great crate. We're going to recap this one more time. Final call on Kiss, 125. Some of these we got to move through pretty fast, just saying. Okay. Next Japanese pressing. The Eagles Live. A great one. 2 LP. A $35 start. Both near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. Gatefold jacket. It does have the inserts. It does have the original winter sleeves. Kiss does have a bid for $125. Now you can bid on the Eagles. Also a $35 start. Okay, here we go. Very quickly. Justin Heathcliff is a sealed Japanese record, a psych rock album from 71, $49.99. Cursive, Get Fixed, sealed, $19.99. Slade, $19.99, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. Huey Lewis, Shrink It Hype, a top copy with original Kmart price tags, $24.99. Kiss is at $126. The Eagles is at $35. Silverstein, Misery Made Me, sealed, $29.99. Orange vinyl, Opeak Tangerine. The Charlatans, this is sold to Fred Carnell. I forgot to pull that back out. Fred, that's sold to you. Also, Cynic, Kindly Bent to Freya. Cynic is a prog album of 45 RPM, limited to 300, $24.99. Also, Blows to Cult, Tyranny and Mutation, VG Plus $9.99. Queen 2, OG 74, EX $37.99. The Judds, VG $9.99. Eno, EX $37.99. Bruce, VG $12.99. Light Warp does not affect back play. And Repercussion Unit in Need Again, EX $17.99. Next auction, a Japanese pressing, going up right now. You can bid on it if you want to. You can bid on it if you don't want to. It doesn't matter to me. Bryan Adams, Reckless. It was the summer of '69. Run to You, Heaven. $35 start. Shrink, insert, Obi, insert. Near mint, disc, Japanese, $35 start. Next is Fred Carnell on Cursive. And Tom Sullivan's in on Kiss at $135. George Scherer put box, but he meant BOC. Fred Carnell also got Cynic. That's so to Fred Carnell. We also have Rubble 13, Freak Beat Phantoms. A Psych Beat Garage Comp from 2003. VG $14.99. So some vintage 60 stuff there. VG $9.99. George Thorogood, EX $17.99. Van Morrison Wavelength, VG Plus $14.99. The Best of John Prine, VG $19.99. The Songs of Leonard Cohen, VG $24.99. Essential. Blondie Auto American, VG Plus $17.99. If you decide you want something else out of there, just let me know. If not, I'm going right into this other crate that is over here with more new records. Hope you caught all that. I think y'all are going to like this one as well. Eno is, I think, not only is it vintage, I think it is OG. The last bid on Kiss was Fred Carnell at $140. Tom Sullivan, it goes back to you. Queen 2 was VG Plus Jacket, EX Vinyl, $37.99. Let's look at Eno again. Eno is a 78 U.S. Winchester reissue. 1978 U.S. Winchester reissue. EX $37.99. Okay, and the Eagles did get a bid, and that was with Chris Frazier, and that sold to Chris for $35. Thank you. Final call to get a bid on Bryan Adams for a $35 start on that. All righty. Food. Might have to go get me a pack of trail mix to hold me over. Just one bid on the Eagles. Okay. Okay, Eno was sold to Jeremiah, and Christopher Dean said he will take the Queen 2. Nice. Sold a few more out of there. That crate nearly got obliterated. Bryan Adams has one bid for $35, final call. Kiss, Fred Carnell, you've been outbid. Tom Sullivan has it for $143. Bryan Adams is at $35. How do you find for a light warp? Usually when you pull a record out, you can kind of feel or see that it has a light warp. I usually can see it in the way the light reflects. But usually when they're looking at a record to clean it and grade it, usually they look at it from this perspective like that. And they flip it over and they kind of look at it like that. And you can kind of see just down the profile, has a light warp to it. It's kind of got a little bit of an uptick over there on the left. Sometimes you can catch them by your eye or the light reflection, flexion, or you can just do it when you hold it. You can just kind of see, oh, this isn't 180 flat. This isn't 0 degrees. This isn't 180. It's off a little. So, all right, and then this is sold to Romelu for $35. There's that. And we do have a machine back there that can fix them. We have about, what, is there 12 crates? Laura or Paul could tell you. We've got about 12 crates back there. I'm talking like these, full of warped records. We got a machine back there we ordered from Japan. It's really top of the line on fixing warps. You close it, you snap it about every 8 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is, 4 and then 4. It flattens them. And of course, we can only do 1 or 2 a day. So, and then some we don't worry about because it's not an expensive record. But we have a backlog of probably 2 years of fixing warped records. Very common to find them like that. Tom, you get kissed for $143. He said he was at this show. Cool. Very cool. I've yet to own a vinyl record of a show I was actually at. I've got CD recordings because Metallica sells them. One of the great things they do, you can get on Metallica's website and you can order the shows. They sell them on CD. If they ever did vinyl pressings, that would be amazing. Being able to buy live shows on vinyl, but that's just, they can't do that. That'd be too costly. I guess they could. It'd just probably be, what, $200 or $300 a piece to do them like that? Scratch, Bite, and Kiss. This is a vintage bootleg from 1991. The concert is from Switzerland, 1984. EX, an $85 start. So this is a vintage original Kiss bootleg. Scratch, Bite, and Kiss. And it's from Switzerland, 1984. A 2 LP, a vintage bootleg, an $85 start. Looks like it's very well made. Cool. Bon Jovi opened for them. Vintage Kiss bootleg, $85 start. Let me go ahead and show a few records in this Paul crate. Right off the bat. Silverchair, metallic silver vinyl, Frog Stomp, $59.99. Yep. We had that probably like 5 years ago. And that's not been in print since then. $59.99. 2019, 25th anniversary. Yeah. Sealed, $59.99. Silverchair. Howlin' Wolf, a great music on vinyl pressing. $34.99. And Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, sealed, $34.99. Alrighty. Now, next thing we have is a Japanese pressing. Let's add that to boot to see if anybody wants to bet on Kiss. I have some Beatles. Nice. And the first one I have here is the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. And this is a Japanese pressing. No obi, a beautiful Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original black apple inner sleeve, the lyric insert, a gatefold pressing. The book, now what they did with these, they glued them. Y'all know how the U.S. pressings are stapled and they're always detached because they were overweighted. These are typically glued and about the same thing happens. So it's pretty much just a book inside the gatefold. You can see right there where it used to be glued. No big deal. They're just way too heavy for a centerfold. They should have never been attached. They should have been just inserted. It would have been a much bit different story. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on Beatles. Okay, and Silverchair did sell to Matt Marco. Kiss does have a bid for $85. Beatles is a $35 start. We got the Steel Woods, Straw in the Wind. Steel Woods is sealed for $34.99. Albert King is sold to Travis Woods. That is sold to Travis Woods. We also have the White Buffalo on the Widow's Walk. And this is sealed on gray marble vinyl for $24.99. $24.99. And Jethro Tull Rock Flute. That is sealed on Coke Bottle clear vinyl for $34.99. John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow. That is a half-speed master, $24.99. And Led Zeppelin 3. That is 180 gram. That is $22.99 in shrink wrap. Nice. A Led Zeppelin Jimmy Page remaster. Also, The Best of Muddy Waters, 1984 to 1956. That is sealed for $29.99. That is sealed for $29.99. And Happiness Bastards, that's the newest album by the Black Crowes. It is on clear vinyl for $34.99. One more record. Rawhide's Clint Eastwood sings Cowboy Favorites. Limited edition amber colored vinyl with poster in mono. $34.99. Alan Smith's going to pick up a Led Zeppelin 3. Dun, 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 dun. Next is Ken Crooker. Ken gets Clint. Ken Crooker against Clint Eastwood. Kiss just got one bid for J.D. Conklin for $85. Thank you, J.D. And now George Scher has the Beatles for $35. Strawberry Fields Forever. Let me take you down, because I'm going to. Strawberry Fields. Kiss. Melting Snow at Richfield. I've had some people ask about this. Kiss. Melting Snow at Richfield. This is a limited edition of 75 on yellow vinyl. It does have 75 on yellow vinyl. It does have a window cling and a poster. And this is Richfield Coliseum, January 8th, 1978, a $75 start. Richfield, 1978, $75 start, yellow vinyl. Also, The Cult, that is Sonic Temple, the 2 LP, 30th anniversary remaster, $27.99 for The Cult. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Moaning, 180 gram orange vinyl Wax Time. Wax Time, sealed, $24.99. And Bootsy, as in Bootsy Collins, no condition notes, $24.99. And the Music from the Hobbit Trilogy Collection, clear vinyl sealed, $29.99. Wow, there's some cool stuff in here. I am honestly shocked that this much is left and not just maybe like 2. So many still left in there. First, George Scher is going to snack up. You can tell I'm hungry. How about snag up? How about that snatch up? He's going to snatch up this magical mystery tour with There Is a Barber showing photographs of every head he's had the pleasure to know. All the people that come and go, stop and say hello. That's Penny Lane. It's on here. George Scher now owns it. $35. Thank you. Kiss is at $75. Kiss is at $75. Kiss is at $80. Over here, we have what? We had Kiss at $75. We had Pickle, $23.69 on The Cult. And Melanie Clausen, you were second. That's the same people, though. That's Pickle, her husband, and Melanie on Facebook. We got Kelly Vlodarchek on The Hobbit. We got a lot of husband-wife duos that watch at the same time. Kelly Vlodarchek on Hobbit. Kiss 75, Kiss 80, Kiss 75. Kristen Driscoll and Art Blakey sold. That is done. And we have filled up another crate, so let me go ahead and swap them out. Now Kiss is at 90. Now, I do have a husband-wife duo. They get on mostly on metal nights. That's Carolina and Michael. And Michael Ling and his wife Carolina, they typically bid against each other. Now, that's what I like to see. I like when the husbands and wives start bidding against each other. Because, no, this isn't your Kiss record. It's my Kiss record. So that's the ones I like to see. I like to see these highly competitive husband and wives when they start bidding against each other. That's when it gets really fun. We got Kristen and Robert. We got Pickle and Kelly. or excuse me, we got Pickle and Melanie. We got Kelly and Robert. But yeah, I love it when the husband and the wives, when they have separate collections. It's like, no, that's not your junkyard album. That is my junkyard album. I don't know who you think you are, but that is my Bruce Springsteen record. Okay. Kiss is at 100. And let's keep going through this crate. Next thing I have in here is Red Hot Chili Peppers, Return of the Dream Canteen. That is sealed on lemon yellow vinyl for $24.99. And nice, Jar of Flies, sealed, $24.99. Stay away. No excuses. Man, what a release there by Alice in Chains. All right, our next Japanese auction is ABBA. And no, it's Boston. And Boston is Obi-less, but we sold one earlier, Obi, I think for like 80. Here's an Obi-less one. Beautiful. Near mint minus and pristine. $35 star. There's the insert. I looked up this morning and the sun was gone. I turned on some music to start my day. I lost myself in a familiar song. I closed my eyes and I slipped away. It's more than a feeling. $35 star. Boston. There it is. Kiss. There it is. Kiss. 100. J.D. Conklin bid 105. Joseph bid 105. Stephen Parton got Jar of Flies. Rick Maggers was second. Rod Bryan wants Mellencamp. Is there a Mellencamp in here? There is. That's so to Rod Bryan. Okay, next is Cold, a different kind of pain. Cold is unopened on red vinyl. That's the first pressing I did, red vinyl. $34.99. 3 Days Grace. Yeah, 3 Days Grace, 1X. Sealed for $29.99. Ryan Eaton on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Joseph has Kiss for $120. Joseph has Kiss for $120. We have Sleep Token. This place will become your tomb. Sleep Token. A 2023, $34.99. Over here, we have John Mayer, Born and Raised. John Mayer's a 2012. I don't recall seeing that one. I guess it was probably mine at some point, though. $34.99. So right now, we got the bids on Kiss, Joseph and JD. JD just bid $125. Joseph, you're out. I'm looking for a $35 start on Boston. No bid yet. Chris Kirkley wants John Mayer, and Josh Brown wants the silver chair from the last bin. Let's pull that silver chair from the last bin. Pretty cool stuff in here. Actually, there's no silver chair in here. Or did you mean in here? Is it in here? It might be in here. I think there's an unclaimed silver chair for each show in the previous Paul crate. Okay, oh, we just went through Laura. Okay, yeah, that's right. Let's see here. Yeah, Freak Show. You got it. So did Josh Brown, okay? So, excuse me, so did Josh Brown. The Black Crowes is their newest album, Happiness Bastards. It's on clear vinyl, which I think was the indie exclusive, $34.99. Because Boston's near the end of the timer, that's my mental timer, we got to put up our nightly dose of Asia, okay? We got to get the Asia out. It's not a Japanese night unless we put up some Asia. $1 start. You heard me correctly. That wasn't a mess up. I did just say $1 start on Asia. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Side one is like a greatest hits for them. Heat of the Moment, Only Time Will Tell, Soul Survivor, One Step Closer, Time Again. Asia, $1 start. I like Soul Survivor, Only Time Will Tell. All the keyboards. Next, Glory, The Glorious Sons, sealed, a 2023 Rock Translucent Green, $39.99. He's out on Kiss. Joseph, you have it for $135. I'm about to sell it because he set out. Everybody's had time to bid. Let's go ahead and make Boston a buy it now for $35, an obi-less, but a beautiful Japanese pressing. I thought my poetry recital would do it. It's been such a long time. I think I should be going. Yeah. Time doesn't wait for me. It keeps on holding. Sail on a distant highway. I've got to keep on chasing a dream. I've got to do it my way instead of something I can say. Well, I'm taking my time. I'm just moving on. Glorious. So did Kristen. I thought you were complimenting me there for a second. And Joseph gets this for $135. Done. Asia is at 25 with Joe Delgado. Boston is sold in Riviera. Done. It worked. Randy Klein on the Black Crows. Done. I might have to bring this thing back out. I forget how much amazing stuff's on here. Wow, Hitch a Ride. Beautiful. Peace of Mind. Wow. Something About You. Golly. What were they smoking? Beautiful. Okay. New Kiss auction going up right now. This is Kiss, Outrage the Establishment. This is also a test pressing. It's limited to 25 copies with a book, a different concert on each LP. LP 1, live at Riverside Centroplex, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, December 27th, 1977. LP 2, live at the Omni, Atlanta, Georgia, December 30th, 1977. Over here, you've got these two LPs, a 2024 test pressing, two different concerts, Baton Rouge and Atlanta, with a book, and this is a test pressing, a number test pressing, $95 start. Asia is at 30 with Ed Hickey. We're about to sell it. Okay? Next thing I have is the Steelwoods On Your Time. The Steelwoods is sealed for $34.99. Starcatcher Greta Van Fleet. Starcatcher is on clear vinyl for $19.99. Greta Van Fleet. Can't believe no one got Sleep Token. Black Crows, their debut. Wow, talk about a great debut album. This is up there. 30th anniversary remaster sealed, $27.99. Greta Van Fleet is sold to Stephen Parton. And we have Hootie and the Blowfish. Hootie and the Blowfish is a remaster, $22.99. Kiss has an opening bid of $100 with JD. And the Deftones Around the Fur. That is sealed for $29.99. So Stephen got Greta, Amanda Darby on Hootie, Travis Woods on the Black Crows. What's that first line? She never... I can't think of it. I was going to recite some Black Crows. I can't think of that first line, though. She never tells... She never... Black Crows, sold to Travis Woods. Jackie Reynolds gets the Sleep Token. That was This Place Will Become Your Tomb. $34.99. Stephen next on Hootie, Ken next on Crows. We also have Sinead O'Connor, so far the best of, $34.99. And we have Rockabilly Heroes Volume 2, and that is sealed on green vinyl for $19.99. We have Asia, and this is sold for $30 to Ed Hickey. She never mentions the word addiction. That's it. I couldn't get it all out in one sentence. That's it. Insert and company. That's it. Great job, everybody. Fantastic job. Now we're moving Kiss to a final call for 100. A lot of people getting gold stars right now. They know their lyrics. There's no telling how many times we've all heard that song. I couldn't spit them out. Rockabilly, so did Robert Warner. Man, I guarantee, I don't know our view count right now. I'm showing 287 on all platforms. I guarantee everybody's heard that song. I guarantee it. I wouldn't bet against it. Okay, let's put up another auction. This is Rainbow. It's a Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is called Straight Between the Eyes. Rainbow was like new. In shrink, Jackie, near mint. And then Rainbow here is a $35 start. Straight Between the Eyes. A great crate here from Paul. A fantastic crate here from Paul. And let's read through those again. This is all like fairly new pre-owned stuff. So it's great titles at great prices. I can't believe it, but Kiss just has one bid, and it's sold to J.D. Conklin for 100. We got a lot more to get to. We are chipping away at these, though. It's manageable now, all in one crate. And I did say I was going to keep these up at least till 11, maybe midnight, to get them all sold. And we've had David Johnson should be very happy. I've had Japanese up for the last 5 hours almost, nonstop. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss. I'm going to pull another one up over here from the high-end crate and see what I have left. Let's see what's going on with this, because I think we have more official presses. And here's our next official press. This thing's pricey. It's Kiss. It is Psycho Circus, a limited edition official pressing. Right now, there's none for sale on Discogs. 0. Foil jacket, 25th anniversary. Foil jacket with picture disc, it is a picture disc, limited to 500, $175 start. $175 start. This is Rainbow as in Richie Blackmore and Glover and that Blackmore. Where is it? Right here. Richie Blackmore, Roger Glover, Joe Lynn Turner. Joe Lynn Turner's on vocals, yes, not Dio. Joe Lynn Turner, yes. Okay, and there's Kiss, $175 start. There's Kiss. All right, we still got some official website limited edition exclusives that are like very difficult to locate. They were a one-time deal through the Kiss websites or website. They're sold and they're done. So they're pretty dang desirable. Some of these new modern limited edition deals sell more than OG copies. Let's read through this crate one more time. I also have plenty of new stuff over here. Another crate that Paul marked from a while back, and John marked a lot of great stuff earlier. His check condition being almost got obliterated earlier. One more read through here. A classic blues album. If someone said, Chad, I've never listened to the blues before, what should I put on? I would say, go check this album out. Howlin' Wolf is unopened, $34.99. That is a music on vinyl press. No bid on Rainbow, final call. Kiss does have a bid with Oso, and we're about to sell it. The Steelwoods, Straw in the Wind. The Steelwoods is sealed, $34.99. The White Buffalo on the Widow's Walk, sealed on gray marble vinyl, $24.99. I don't know a lot about this, but the hype sticker says a collection of dark thrills produced and featuring Shooter Jennings. So it's Shooter Jennings related. The White Buffalo, sealed, $24.99. Here is the newest album. Well, yeah. Has there been one since this one? I guess this is it. This is the newest album by Jethro Tull, Rock Flute. It is on the indie exclusive Coke bottle. That is $34.99. The Best of Muddy Waters, sealed for $29.99. Also, Bootsy, as in Bootsy Collins, $24.99. No condition notes on that. Should be on Warner Brothers. Why was I thinking Casablanca? Either way, nice clean copy, $24.99. Cold is on red vinyl, $34.99. Thanks for the test comment, Hendry. I was worried that Facebook was hung up. I haven't heard from anybody in a while. 3 days, I get this, and 3 doors down confused. 3 days graced is $29.99. We have another Steel Woods. That is $34.99. Deftones Around the Fur is $29.99. And the Best of Sinead O'Connor. This is the 2 LP clear vinyl. First time this was ever put on vinyl. And that's $34.99. Danny Thomason on White Buffalo. Thank you, Danny. And Danny, I hope you've seen the pre-order for Earth. And thank you for letting me know about that. But the pre-order for Earth is available in the group. It's got a bunch of pre-orders. Wow. It's got a bunch since I've been live. These are unreleased pre-Black Sabbath music. Never heard before. Wow, that's going to be crazy. Over here, we got Oso. That's sold on the Kiss for $175. Sinead O'Connor is sold to Michael Snared. And Rainbow's a no bid. You can pick it up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Rainbow. That's available. What a great crate there from Paul. That was the third of the night, all with records like that. Maybe later tonight we'll do a big recap because now everything is condensed into one. Everything here is condensed into one crate. So first, let me put this right up here. And let me move these over here. And let's introduce another Kiss auction right quick. Let me give you a total count on how many Kiss records are left. Tonight, tagged, and if it gets too late and I feel like I need to pull the plug, I'll just let everybody know we'll spill them over till tomorrow. We'll have a head start. I'll try to rephotograph them right quick, etc. We probably can get through most of them tonight, especially the high-end ones. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 more Kiss auctions to do. And if I put all the Japanese together, it would fill up probably 2 crates. So we got plenty of more stuff to auction. We have Kiss Animalize, a 40th anniversary picture disc. It has a replica fur jacket. Interesting. Has it actually got fur on here? Maybe it's just like textured. 40th anniversary, picture disc, replica fur jacket cover and double-sided poster. This is limited to 500, and this is another Kiss anniversary edition. Check this out. 2024, an official release. An official release. Special textured cover. Feels even more evil than the Velvet Bee Gees somehow. It does have a double-sided poster, limited to 500 picture disc worldwide, $195 start. $195 start, Kiss Animalize. This is the 40th anniversary picture disc. Another website exclusive. Near mint. $195. Gone, sold out, limited edition. One of the few official items I still have left from this collection. That's a good one. It's got a double-sided poster, a high glossy inner sleeve. That's Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Eric Carr, and Mark St. John. And Laura says this jacket, I want to see what this feels like. It's got a replica fur cover. That's not as bad as the beach, but it feels like it is a bizarre feeling. Wow. That is weird. Yeah, it's almost like it's felt, but it's not. Okay? Over here is Kiss Animalize. There it is. Picture disc. $195 start. All right, let me go back to the top and see what I missed. So we got White Buffalo for Danny. We got Michael snared on Sinead O'Connor. And Psycho Circus sold. Yeah, there was a bid. And that's $195 start. Danny, I will put you at number 1 on the pre-order. I will put you at number 1 on the pre-order. Consider yourself number 1. Consider yourself number 1. Okay, and then that's one of the more higher end ones I still have left for the night. Then I'm going to get back into some of the other ones like that are $55 and $75 starts. Let me go over here and pick out our next crate. I think there's still going to be some great stuff going on over here. Big pre-order for Earth. If y'all want me to share the link, I will. Essentially, this person has come forth and said, hey, I've got Black Sabbath music that no one's ever heard before. That sounds pretty interesting to me. All right. Let's go through this crate here. Man, some interesting stuff in here for sure. All right, here we go. Run dun 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 dun. Okay. Any more website tonight? Any more official pressings tonight? I think that's the last official. I think we got lots of just great bootlegs left tonight. I don't know. I know there's more back there because I know we had something rock and roll over. I know there's something double platinum back there. Yeah, there's still a bunch in this collection. I think they have about all of them. Yeah, I know for sure. I saw Destroyer, Love Gun. Oh, yeah. I mean, tonight, that's the last one, but there's a lot more. Okay. New vintage arrivals, priced as marked. Next Japanese pressing is going to be Foreigner, which is their self-titled debut. Feels like the very first time. Foreigner is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Obi insert. I would climb any mountain. Y'all get the idea. Here we go. We got Live Cream Volume 2. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover does have a little bit of wear. Cream is $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Joe Cocker. This is $24.99. Cocker has a clip corner. Joe Cocker. The name of the album is Cocker. Leonard Cohen, The Best Of. Still doesn't have the song Hallelujah on it, though. It's a 75 in shrink wrap. Very nice copy. That's $49.99. The Beach Boys Friends, a 68 Scranton OG. No condition notes, $39.99 for the Beach Boys. Also over here, we have Brewer and Shipley, Welcome to Riddle Bridge. $17.99 on Brewer and Shipley. Climax Blues Band Stamp Album. $19.99 on CBB. Another CBB, Sense of Direction, $14.99. And the Beach Boys MIU album, $19.99. Yeah, I think the originals deal was like a picture disc. I'll do it right now. But first, this is a buy it now for $195. And I figured this one would at least get a bid, if not go up from there. But it's available right now. The Animalized 40th Anniversary Picture Disc. And those are some of the more expensive official reissues. I know sometimes we look down on picture discs, but from this Kiss, exclusive website deal. Some of these picture discs are very sought after just because they were limited edition, sold out. So let me repackage all this right quick. I took it out because I wanted to feel that cover. might be another 5 years before I see another one of these. You never know. Obviously very limited. Unless we get another call tomorrow and someone's like, hey, do you want to buy my Kiss records? And I'm like, heck yeah, I want to buy your Kiss records. Scott Williams has offered $175. My phone just reset, but I can see it up here on the monitor. I accidentally just reset all my comments. $175. Scott, there's also been an offer for $195. You've got dibs, but it will be $195. So your dibs, but it will be $195. Final call on Foreigner for $35. Let's see what's going on over here with that originals here. All right, so this is a unofficial picture disc. It appears to be a compilation. So it looks like here on the picture disc looks like the front of originals. On the back it has the 3 albums and a track listing. It looks like it's some sort of picture disc compilation. So it's a compilation of music of originals, which would be the first 3 Kiss albums. And it looks like a Japanese pressing. Very cool, but it is an unofficial release picture disc. $75 start on that. Scott said he will take Animalize for $195. Sell that to Scott Williams for $195. All right, we're going through new arrivals here. There's Mark Farner, and he is $14.99, self-titled. Also, Lyle Lovett and his large band, 1989 Lyle Lovett, $34.99. Climax, and this time it says featuring Sonny Garachi. Climax is $9.99. Ryan does have Foreigner for $35. Kiss is a $75 start. Going once and going a twice on that one. We have Malachi. Malachi is $64.99. This is Holy Music. Hold on one second. Figure out what's going on over here. Okay, so Malachi Holy Music is a 1967 press, $64.99. Blue Verve label, $64.99. Did I not get Animalized? No, Scott Williams got it. He offered, it was a buy it now. He offered $175, and because he was first, he had dibs, but he had to pay more because you offered more, essentially, or you claimed it. But he was first to put in an offer, so he got it. The Love Generation, that's in shrink, $19.99. The Love Generation, and that is on Imperial Records in shrink wrap, $19.99. Some interesting stuff here. Malachi Holy Music. Sorry, I got distracted there earlier. I saw a message come through on Discogs. We sold some expensive CD box sets, and I was trying to figure out what the guy was talking about. The Little Richard Story is a 2 LP, $39.99. Never seen this before. Some kind of foreign pressing from Joy Special, $39.99 on Little Richard. And we also have Locust Plague, and that's $19.99. Locust Plague, The Birds, Younger Than Yesterday, $24.99 for The Birds. All right, Kiss is a buy it now for $75, and Ron Mustaine, you get the Foreigner for $35. Nice pickup there. Thank you. That's so to you for $35. $35. $35. And Matthew says he's in on Kiss at $75. You might have been bidding. If that was a claim, it come in at a really good time. Or if that was a bid, it came in at a really good time because that's about the exact same time I said this was a buy it now. And so far tonight, everybody, there are no Kiss items left behind. I will show you the only no bids. The only no bids tonight are Rainbow for $35, Thompson Twins for $35, Queen for $45, and Atlanta Rhythm Section for $35. Those are the only Japanese no bids tonight. Everything else Kiss has sold. Here's our next Kiss auction. It's another picture disc. This is Rock and Roll Over, Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. And this is live. No, this is an unofficial reissue of Rock and Roll Over, the studio album, featuring artwork that was exclusive to Argentina. Ah, so that's the artwork they used in Argentina. I don't know if I've heard or seen about that before. So this is exclusive Argentinian artwork, and they've essentially bootlegged it as a picture disc here. That's pretty cool. So it's a picture disc with that artwork. Let's see what the backside looks like. Backside looks possibly like what the back of the cover looked like. So it's all in Spanish, the titles and stuff, not the actual music. $95 start on that. That's pretty cool. $95 start on that. $25 on Thompson Twins. I will go ahead and do that one for $25. Yes. Sell that to J.D. Conklin. Okay? Anybody else want to make an offer on anything there? Just let me know. Jimmy Buffett, Somewhere Over China, $19.99. We have music from the motion picture soundtrack Out of Africa, $19.99 on that. Also, The Magic Show. This is $19.99. That looks pretty cool. And we have Bachman Turner Overdrive, $14.99 on that. Kiss does have a bid for $95. Our next Japanese pressing is actually going to be Roxy Music. Roxy Music. A Japanese pressing of Obi, very cool. And this is beautiful. A $35 start. It has the Obi and the insert. That's now up for bid. We have Badfinger Airwaves. Badfinger is $19.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow. Marshall Tucker is $14.99. And Alan Holdsworth, Metal Fatigue, Shrink and Hype. Alan Holdsworth is $34.99. And the Association Renaissance. The Association, $14.99. Jim, I'm going to ask a few more dollars for Rainbow. I'll do that one for $28. I'm kind of surprised it didn't sell originally. I'll do that one for $28. I'm also going to mute my mic for 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. All right, Rainbow is sold for $28 to Jim Davis. Jackie Reynolds wants the Badfinger. You got it. Sold. Roxy Music's a $35 start. Also have Chet Atkins. Stay tuned. That's $9.99 for Chet. Ian Hunter, short back and sides. Ian Hunter is in shrink wrap. That's $19.99 for Ian. And Land of a Thousand Dances, Chris Kenner. In mono, a 1966 copy, no condition notes. $49.99 on that. What a clean record. A mono 66. Chet Atkins plays Back Home Hymns. Chet Atkins is in shrink, $9.99. And Humble Pie, Rockin' the Fillmore, $29.99 on that. So Kiss is at 105. It's up to Matthew Sherrick to keep that auction going. While we're on the tail end of Roxy Music, I'm going to go ahead and introduce another one. And that next auction is going to be what? Let's see what else I got over here. Let's do Madonna, Like a Virgin. And Madonna's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Very nice. There's the inserts, including the inner sleeve. Nice cover with Obi. Madonna, $35 start. Matthew's back in on Kiss, so Glenn, Butch Rhodes, it goes back to you. And now we have Genesis 3 Sides Live. That's a 2 LP for $34.99. Gentle Giant, The Power and the Glory. Nice. It's die cut cover to make it look very much like a playing card. $19.99 on that. J. Giles Band Showtime. $14.99 on that. $14.99 on J. Giles. And Cassidy Live. I don't know if I've seen that one. At first, I thought that was a ticket stub. That's a very Cool looking price tag. It looks just like a ticket stub almost. Maybe it's made to look that way. $24.99. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. And the details of Out of Africa. That, of course, is a soundtrack, as you probably know. I think that's John Barry. Yeah. Shrink-wrapped music by John Barry. It is $19.99. Music from the motion picture Out of Africa. Beautiful vinyl, MCA Records. So over here we had Kiss was at $110, now $115, now $120. Madonna does have a bid. I'm going to make Roxy Music a bot now for $35. That's a Japanese press of Obi. Very, very nice. And that's going to go up for a $35 bot now. Right here, right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. That's what Sammy Hagar said. We got Roxy Music. That is sold. We got Guy Shard on Out of Africa. That's sold to him. Glenn, it's up to you on the Kiss. Got a back and forth going on here. Resurrection Band Colors. Resurrection Band is $19.99. And Spyro Gyra Catching the Sun. That's $9.99. Guy's also going to pick up the Roxy Music. That's sold to Guy Shard. Over here we got Mahogany Rush, Maxum. Mahogany Rush is $19.99. And the Mason Williams Ear Show. Mason Williams is $9.99. That's available. And the Sunshine Company, Shrink Wrap, $19.99. That's also one on Imperial Records. A lot of different stuff here I don't see too often that this crate has produced. About to sell the Madonna for one bid $35. In the meantime, let me go ahead and introduce our next auction. And that one is going to come from this same crate I've been working out of all night. And it is another, well, I'll give it a chance. I probably could just make it a buy now, but sometimes the right two people might be watching and be like, you know what? Chad, you are right. I do need a copy of Hotel California. So let's put this up for $35, especially when they have the poster and they're complete. So this is a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing of Hotel California with poster and inner sleeve. It is a gatefold jacket. Very nice. The Eagles is a $35 start. Madonna does have is sold, and we're waiting on Matthew to see if he wants to bid again on Kiss. Glenn Butch Rhodes has it for $125. Matthew, you do get Madonna. It's up to you on the Kiss. Going through some great Japanese pressings tonight. It's been either Japanese or Kiss on the auction block. And yeah, we haven't really sold anything else. It's either been Japanese or Kiss. Glenn's had Kiss now for a couple minutes. Time and Charge is the Buckinghams with their great hit song, Don't You Care. This looks like a very clean copy. It is. A Columbia 2i Buckinghams for $9.99. We've got Coming of Age, the 5-man electrical band. That's $26.99 for that. Also, a bag full of soul. There he is. Jose Feliciano. That is him. $9.99. Now, Glenn, you've been bumped on the Kiss. Now it's at $130. It's an unofficial picture disc of the original Argentinian artwork. Now that Glenn is out, it is a final call to Matthew for $130. Eagles is a $35 start. As soon as I drop the hammer on that, another Kiss is going up. And we have Sunshine. This is no condition notes. It's actually very nice for a record from here from the 60s. In shrink, it's super clean. Folks, these are new arrivals. They are sticker price. They've only been shown 0 times. This is the first time they've officially been shown. They went from a collection we bought to here to our store to processing and cleaning and researching, and now they're available. Sunshine Company is $19.99. The Fijan Group, Belly Dancing at the Cafe Fijan, $19.99 on that. Also, we have Tango from 1974. That is $19.99. And Punch. Punch is from 1971. It's $19.99. Boy, there's some odd stuff in here for sure. Kiss is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $130. Thank you on that. Let's move down Hotel California. It's got two $35 bids. That is a really nice copy, just saying. Let's go ahead and put this one up. This one looks really cool to me. This is Devil's Thunder. Kiss, and it's Philadelphia 1976 on red vinyl. Kind of orange looking to me, but it is limited to 300 on red vinyl at the Civic Center, from the Civic Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, March 24th, 1976. Another Kiss, and this time a full, complete vinyl bootleg, numbered on colored vinyl. There's Gene spitting out his ketchup, and that's a $65 start. Last few records in here was Silent Running, Emotional Warfare. That is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Also, The Sherbs, Defying Gravity. The Sherbs is $9.99. Edmund Estrada says, I'll take Punch. So to Edmund Estrada. We have Status Quo, $19.99. What an interesting one there, Status Quo. So it's die cut. The inner sleeve looks like the label, and then the record is inside of the inner sleeve. What an interesting design that is, right? That's Status Quo, $19.99. Kiss does have a bid for $65. The Eagles is between Matthew and Guy Shard. So Guy Shard has the Eagles right now at $40. Matthew Sherrick, you're out, and Kiss does have a bid for $65. Chi Coltrane is $14.99. And Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. Billy Thorpe is $19.99. Very good crate there. Lots of cool stuff in there available. Eagles is now tied at 40. Kiss has one bid for 65. That's where we're at across the board on those, and I'm about to add another one. Let me walk over here. I think Ed said there was 2 boxes of Japanese. I'm going to make sure everything I've had over here has come from the right place. Welcome, everybody. And I know it's late, but I always try to remind everybody, please make sure we have hit the like button, okay? Now, I ask this because the more times you hit the like button, the more you'll probably see Collectco content. It's not just for the fact of liking it. Even if you follow our page, if you don't interact a lot by liking or clicking on stuff, sometimes you may not see all of our posts. For example, I mentioned that Earth pre-order earlier. It's been up in a whole lot of records for hours, and people hadn't even seen it. And they've definitely been on Facebook. So the more you hit like, the more you'll see stuff like that. The more you'll see Collectco stuff, is what I'm trying to say. This was all new arrivals. I'm just going to read what was left in here. Kiss is sold for $65 to J.D. Conklin. That one surprisingly didn't get another bid. Now the Eagles is at $50, and Billy Thorpe is sold to Susie Breedlove. And let's go ahead and introduce the next Kiss auction. Next Kiss auction is Farewell Tokyo, the Tokyo Dome, March 13th, 2001. It is a 2014 limited edition 150 on red vinyl. It is a soundboard recording from the Farewell Tour and the Tokyo Dome. Red vinyl, $55 start for Kiss, and that's part of that Farewell Tour where Peter and Ace came back with them. If you're a Kiss fan, this is probably not news. That's a $55 start. Guy Shard has Eagles for $50. That's a final call. Now, if you missed some of this crate, let me know. I should have 20 more likes probably. We should every night easily get to 200 on Facebook and 100 on YouTube. But what's weird is more people watch on YouTube. So that also tells me we have a lot more spectators on YouTube that refuse to hit the like button. And shame on you for those that watch that never have commented. At least say, hi, Chad, I'm watching. But that means they're ghost watchers. They're not liking, they're not commenting, they're just watching. But welcome. I love to have you on here. It helps the algorithm. We got Eden Riviera on Jose Feliciano. You got it. And I'm just going to read what's left in here. I'm going to grab another one, okay? Probably going to go through several new ones like this, or excuse me, I still got several more new ones like this. I might go through one more, and we might, because of the time, get into discount crates as we're wrapping up Kiss auctions, okay? Hi, Chad Williams. Welcome, Greg. But you actually buy stuff, and so does Joe Delgado. I like to see people that may be watching for the first time and they hadn't commented or bought anything. They're just like, what have I found here? Who is this guy? What is he doing? And we are Collectco, and we sell vinyl every night here on all these different platforms. Right now, I'm going to take a drink of water before I do anything else. Ghost Watchers. No, welcome. We do this every night. We do this every night, and this is Collectco. We do $8 in limited shipping. That starts tonight. Because we did a coin sale last night. The coin sales are billed differently. The coin sales are billed differently, and tonight starts $8 in limited shipping. First, the Eagles and Soda Guy Shard for $50. See, there's a couple people. I've never seen y'all's names. Lisa Torrio and Dark Light. See, there we go. There's a couple new people. Welcome. It's free to watch. I love it if you start buying stuff or commenting or interacting. It helps everything. It helps the algorithm. Maybe helps you get excited to make your first purchase. Welcome. Peter's his second time watching. We keep ads running basically on the World Wide Web perpetually. So there's constantly people getting this. If you share, somebody might hop on. And it's very fun. We're legit. Customer service guaranteed. We're not going to take your money. We're going to make sure you're taken care of, okay? KISS is a final call. One bid. $55 with J.D. Conklin. Generator is plugged up. We're good to go. Thank you, Robert Vladerchek. Let's go ahead and introduce one more quick Japanese pressing. And that is going to be Jimi Hendrix. Experience Hendrix. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Titles from the original soundtrack of the feature-length motion picture, More Experience Hendrix. $35 start on that. Nice cover, Obi, insert, now up for bid, okay? Very quickly, so that way we can get into a new one. Cream, Live Cream, Joe Cocker, Leonard Cohen, Best Of, Beach Boys Friends, Brewer and Shipley, Climax Blues Band, Beach Boys MIU out, Mark Farner, Lyle Lovett, Climax Again, Malachi, Holy Music, The Love Generation, Little Richard, and that one was called The Little Richard Story, Locust, Plague, we have Birds, we have Jimmy Buffett, we have The Magic Show, we got BTO, Marshall Tucker, Alan Holdsworth, The Association, Chet Atkins, Ian Hunter, Chris Kenner, Chet Atkins, Humble Pie, Genesis, Gentle Giant, David Cassidy, Jay Giles, Resurrection Band, Spyro Gyra. This was Mahogany Rush, Mason Williams, The Buckinghams, Five Man Electrical Band, Sunshine Company, The Finjan Group, Cafe Finjan, Tango, Silent Running, Emotional Warfare, The Sherbs, Status Quo, and Chi Coltrane. And what did somebody else? There's something else I was going to read off, but I forgot. All right, so KISS is sold. $55. I can tell it's getting late. All these are getting one bid. One bid sold. One bid sold. Do I have to pull the plug on the KISS? I hope not. I'd rather sell them off all tonight. We can do the spillover tomorrow. I said it was either going to be a cutoff at 11 or midnight, depending on how many bids. Right now, the last three, I think, have all got single bids. I'll try another one. I'll even try a high-end one. Knoxville, folks. Knoxville, Tennessee. Knoxville, Tennessee. Limited edition red vinyl. A soundboard recording from Knoxville Civic Coliseum in Knoxville, Tennessee. Good old Rocky Top. September 12th, 1979. KISS. It's called Too Much Catnip. Too Much Catnip. Peter looks like he's had a little bit too much of something. $95 start on that. Silent Running. Now, that has nothing to do with, of course, Mike and the Mechanics. This is called Emotional Warfare. It's $9.99. Derek left a note about this. Derek said Silent Running is a new wave from the Irish band. Fans of Simple Minds and Depeche Mode will love this. He's talking about that right there. Slicker got 5-man electrical band. Greg Lee, you were second. Kiss has a bid for 95, now 100. And Status Quo was right back here. I think it's just self-titled, technically. Nope, it's right here. What happened to it? There you go. We got bids on Kiss. Oh, man, I'm yawning. That's not good. What the heck happened to that Status Quo guy, Shard? Silent Running is sold to Jackie. Well, let me try again. There it is. It's right here. It's called Status Quo. It's got a die-cut cover with an inner sleeve, and then the disc is inside of that. It does have cover damage back here. Really cool foiling. However, the vinyl has no condition notes, so it's pretty clean. Nobody bid on Hendrix. Final warning on that for 35. And now Kiss is at 120. I said I was going to pull the plug. Everybody started bidding. However, that is pretty cool, especially if you're Tennessee related or was at that show, a Knoxville show. That's pretty cool. I wish I had every concert I've ever been to on vinyl. That'd be really cool. Especially the McCartney shows I've been to, and Yes, and all my favorites. Metallica, that'd be amazing. Guy Shard on that. All right, let's go through one more crate of like new arrivals that's never been gone through before. Let's do it. I'm talking about One More Night. One More Night. That's Phil Collins. My name's Chad, and I'm about to show you some records. Ooh, once again, a pretty wide variety of stuff in here. Nice. I think you're going to like this crate too. Did somebody claim a Beach Boys from earlier? Something just hit the back of my head, not literally, that somebody claimed the Beach Boys out of there and I didn't pull it. Let me go back and double check. I could have swore I saw somebody put Beach Boys. I think about stuff after they happen. All right. Excuse me. Patrick Fu said first BB album title. I knew it. He said first Beach Boys album title. That was the no, it was Friends. This is a little bit more desirable one here. Friends is a 68 Scranton, no condition notes, $39.99. There is writing on the label, but it is an original Scranton clean. Beach Boys. Oh. All right. Hendrix is a buy now for $35. Pretty bizarre to be saying something like that, but there it is. Experience Hendrix, a $35 buy now. It's available for a post-auction no bid, $35. You can pick that up right now. Experience Hendrix. Kiss is at $175 with Stephen A. Young. Stephen A. Young has that for $175. And let's put up some more Japanese, but I'm going to go ahead and start showing stuff out of here because I was liking what I was seeing. So we had Live Cream 2 earlier. Here's Live Cream 1, and this is a UK edition, $34.99. Live Cream, $34.99 on that. These are new arrival sticker price. Probably our last sticker price crate. Usually past 11, I don't do much sticker price, new arrivals. So after this crate's done, we're probably going to get into the discount. We have Leonard Cohen, Songs from a Room. Leonard Cohen is a 71 Terre Haute. That is in shrink. Lots of nice Leonard Cohen stuff here. $39.99 on Leonard Cohen. That's Songs from a Room. Leonard Cohen. Also, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. We were listening to this morning in the store. I had Sweet Judy Blue Eyes just cranking. $34.99. I've got an answer. Man, so good. $34.99. That was a first label too. Christopher Cross. There is some staining up here, but Christopher Cross is just $9.99. And Great Moments in Radio, narrated by Jack Benny, $12.99. The Four Seasons, Entertain You. There's Frankie Valli. It's in shrink, $14.99. Let's see what else we got in the Japanese department. Can't believe no one picked up Hendrix. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, the only thing you've done is hurt my feelings, shattered my confidence, and made me angry. But besides that, that's okay. Here's our next auction. This is the Born in the USA album by Bruce Springsteen. There is a few hits on here. $35 start. In shrink with Obi, a beautiful top Japanese copy. $35 start. There it is. Bruce. He's up for bid. Kiss is at $205. Travis Woods is in on CC for Christopher Cross. We got Rick Maggers picking up the great CSN album, Pre-Road Downs. You Don't Have to Cry. So many great songs on there. Nice, beautiful. Thank you. I love always seeing one of those go to a new home. Michael Rudolph on radio. Fred Morris on Four Seasons. Neil Rigler going to pick up the Hendrix for a bot now with $35. Thank you. They're still bidding on Kiss. It's at $210. Now $215. Springsteen, a $35 start. There's Frankie Valli. Grease is the Word. $9.99. Grease is the first song on there. And we have Rycooter Jazz. Rycooter Jazz. It has a Grammy sticker on the cover. $19.99. JD, I just sold Hendrix's sticker, but thank you for the offer. Matthew Sherrick, you're out on Kiss. Steven has it for $215. Also going up for bid right now is going to be a Japanese pressing. We're going to go ahead and put up an additional one, and this is a Deep Purple compilation. It's very popular. It's called 24 Karat Purple, and it's a Deep Purple compilation, 24 Karat Purple. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is beautiful. It has the Japanese insert. It has a cover and Obi. It's a $35 start. All right, new arrivals in here. We have John Cale Slow Dazzle, $34.99. I might go ahead because we're just really bidding on stuff. I might try to go ahead and knock out the mini guitars. I actually had about 6 mini guitars that probably could have been invoiced today that came in, and I forgot to tell Tanner about them. An invoice is already sent, and I meant to show those. I meant to bring out our mini guitars last week. Never, ever got around to it, so Mike can go ahead and knock those out because I'm going to be ordering new ones soon. Samuel on the Leonard Cohen, thank you. Mary Miles on Rycooter, thank you. And we also have the Flying Burrito Brothers. That's a 71 Pittman, $34.99. That's one you don't see as often, $34.99. They're still battling over the Kiss, and that's a Knoxville concert. Knoxville concert there. Stephen A. Young has it for $225. It's between Stephen and Matthew. Chicago, $9.99. And this is Chicago 11. Chicago 11, that's $9.99. Does this one have, let's see, Take Me Back to Chicago is on here, one of the big songs on that one. $9.99. That's Chicago. Flying Burrito Brothers, So to Mary Miles. Great new arrivals in here, really cool stuff. Some titles I don't see as often. Musical Moods from the Silent Films. Interesting. So what exactly is this? $12.99? So while the Nickelodeon pianist pounded out some of the accompaniment from the film, so probably some kind of silent film companion record. It appears $12.99. That's a pretty cool deal. Some of these might even be lost films. There are some films that they know people seen at some point. They exist, but they've been forever lost. Isn't that sad? I thought about that. I was like, man, isn't it one of the Lon Chaney films? It's like one of those, and it's like it's lost. It's gone. There's no way they can ever get it back. It burned in a fire. Mary Miles on Chicago. Is there a mini book in here? Yeah, it came with a book. Yeah. Knoxville Journal. It has a poster and a book. Yeah. Poster and a book. Ticket stub. Yeah, they went all out on this one. All right, Adam Bernardi does want the silent films. Adam Bernardi gets the silent films. Thank you on that. Also, we had The Byrds, Fifth Dimension. Quite a bit of cover wear. A lot of great songs on here. Second label, clean vinyl though, $22.99. Kiss is at $230. Did you sell the Idris Muhammad album? No. One, I don't remember that too well, but I know for sure I don't remember saying sold on it. Here's a soundtrack, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie, music by Rod McEwen, 1969. That's $19.99. We have I'd Rather Be Sailing, Black Oak. That's $19.99. And Turn on Your Love Lights, Bill Black's combo. Another Bill Black's combo. That's $14.99. High Records. That's pretty cool. And we have Kenny Rogers in the first edition's Greatest Hits. That's a gold foil cover, $19.99. Climax Blues Band, Reel to Reel. Climax Blues Band is $14.99. Donna on Bill Black. And we have Enlightenment, the best of Lou Christie, $19.99. Boy, I almost forgot about these. Let's make Deep Purple a bite now for $35. And let's make Springsteen a bite now for $35. So two fantastic, high-quality Japanese pressings there. They can be bought for the $35 bite now. We got war going on over here at Kiss. Never mind me saying I was going to have to pull the plug. This one has been at war, and they're still fighting. It's at $250 with Matthew. Bruce is going to be right over here for a 3.5, born in the USA. And I've got 24 karat purple here. And 24 karat purple is a fantastic Deep Purple compilation. It's 24 karat. And it's going to go up for a $35 bite now as well. 24 karat purple. Available. $35. J.D. Conklin said he already put up a $35 bid. You're kidding. Oh, man, you did it right after Bruce. I probably didn't even see that. Okay. We probably just need to go ahead and sell it to him then. But Adam, you're in luck. The reason I'm going to go ahead and sell it and not say let's rebid on it, I have another one. And Adam, if you give me 1 second, I can find it and we'll make sure it's similar. And if it's similar, you can take it or... Here's what we'll do, Adam. So that one sold to him. This one has a few humidity spots on it, Adam. But the vinyl is the same thing. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert and the obi. And it has a few humidity spots here. I'll do 28 on this one if you want it. Okay? He said sold. Somebody asked me about Rainbow earlier. See how things hit me 10 minutes later? MT Matt asked me about Rainbow. Did I answer that for you, MT Matt? I do not have a Long Live Rock and Roll. Unfortunately not. All right, so he get that one. This one's slightly worse jacket, so a few dollars off, and we'll sell that one to Adam Bernardi for $28. They're still bidding on Kiss. It's at $260. Dang, sorry I missed your bid there initially. Some of y'all bid so fast after I put them down, I don't even see it. Like I'll catch it after I say sold. I'm like, oh, y'all bid? My bad. That's okay. Moving right along. Great new arrivals crate here, by the way. Bread, Lost Without Your Love. I love bread, especially from Publix. $9.99. I had one this morning. I stayed awake just literally so Publix would open and I could go in there and bug them at 7 a.m. to get a Publix sub. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. I actually wasn't in there till almost 8 o'clock. $19.99. And over here is the Original Blues Project. The Original Blues Project is $19.99. That's on the Sounds of the South label. Kiss 300, Kiss 310. Bobby Retro sold Musical Mood, Silent Movies. Musical Mood, Silent Movies. Now that has already sold. Bobby, somebody's already claimed that. Adam Bernardi got bread. Is the horse. The horse. The song I know, the horse, is Cliff Noble's. I will check this. Yes, this does have the horse on it. I'm sure Bill Black's covered it too, but when I think of the horse, ra-dun, da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun, ra-da-dun, da-da-dun, that's Cliff Noble's. But yes, that is on there. We have the Beach Boys. I Wish They All Could Be California Girls. It's an early 80s pressing based on that label. Green capital, early 80s, plus it has a barcode. It is nice though, $19.99. Matthew, You're Out at Kiss. And we have Carl Wilson. Carl Wilson from the Beach Boys. Nice. Don't see that too often in the bin. $36.99. Everyone knows your name at Publix. Oh, yeah. The people at the deli. I go to places so often and I repeat stuff so much. You know, it's kind of like y'all saying when I was in Denver, I ate at Outback. I go to the same places so much here in town, everybody knows my name. They know my name at the deli. They know what I'm going to want. They just start making it. Elevate Blue Juice. They'll see me in line. They'll go ahead and start making it. They know me. They love me. I told them the other day I wish I could tip them there at Publix. I said, y'all need a tip jar up here. I would tip y'all. We have Robbie Robertson, $29.99. It has the inner sleeve. Robbie Robertson, $29.99. The best of the band. Folks, we're talking about Up on Cripple Creek. She Sent Me, $34.99. $34.99 on the best of the band. Climax Blues Band, again, this time gold plated for $17.99. It's My Party. I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. It's My Sub. I'll eat it if I want to. Eat it if I want to. Leslie Gore sings the hits of Publix, $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. What should that next auction be? A Japanese pressing. You're joking. I'm not lying. The No Nukes concert. This time a triple LP. A triple LP. The No Nukes concert. 3 LPs of vinyl. Inner sleeve. Inner sleeve. 3 inner sleeves. Gatefold jacket. Book. Insert. A complete No Nukes. I'm going to put this up for just a $25 start. Kiss is at $330. $330. Stephen A. Young. Matthew Sherrick, You're Out. Matthew Sherrick's in at $340. George Sherrick on the best of the band. Up on Cripple Creek. Chad, earlier you sold to Boston. Have you had any of the LPs Walk On By? Walk On By is Boston's 4th album that came out sometime in the 90s. It has never been reissued. That's a very rare album. You got Boston, Don't Look Back, and Third Stage. Third Stage is not in print either, but it's not that expensive of a record. But no, Walk On By has never been reissued. It's long overdue, but it's not in print, and the originals are very expensive. The Dirty Dozen soundtrack, music by DeVole. That's a cool cover. We had some of those original movie posters at one point. That's $19.99. Trini Lopez is on there. Leonard Cohen, live songs. Leonard Cohen doing some live stuff here. Well, I don't know if I've seen that one too many times. $29.99. Leonard Cohen's very clean. It does have some cover damage here. Does have some cover damage here. Leslie Gore is $19.99. And this is on the Mercury label. And it's in shrink. It's in partial shrink. A little bit of it's been torn right there. $19.99. Stephen A. Young's out on Kiss. Matthew Sherrick, you have it for $360. What a battle. Round of applause to both of y'all. It's been a battle. Kiss, live in Knoxville. Too Much Catnip. Too Much Catnip. September 12th, 1979. Hammers Up. This one calls for the gavel. We're about to sell it. I'm bringing out the gavel for this one. Just shy of an air horn. Well, not just shy. but it's worthy of it. Tom Verlaine. Wow, don't get that very often. A 79 white label promo, $44.99. You may know, beautiful vinyl too, white label promo. You may know him from a band called Television. Tom Verlaine, TV, get it? We have another Carl Wilson, Youngblood, $29.99. Two Carl Wilson albums in here. That one and this one. Brian Wilson, a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Rest in peace. Brian Wilson, $24.99. Danny Thomason on DD for the Dirty Dozen soundtrack. That's pretty cool. And we have Camel, Moon Madness. Camel, we have a 1976 Art Rock for $39.99. Camel, I've always considered them prog rock. I guess they could go art rock. $39.99. Steven says he was at this Kiss concert. Dang. I feel like we had another Knoxville show the other night. I don't think it was 79 though. Matthew 360, Leslie Gore, I was there. Danny got Dirty Dozen. Nick Bargeron on Brian Wilson. And this is sold to Matthew Sherrick, $360. Art Rock and Prague. They're very similar. Art Rock and Prague. Camel, Soda Mustang. Steven, I'll be on the lookout for another 79 Knoxville show for you. I don't know if I can answer that right now without maybe thinking about it. I got to think about that a little bit longer. Art Rock, Prague. Art Rock and Prague. Maybe somebody can give us a narrow definition. I can name you about 50 Prague bands. I don't know if I can just say this is art rock right off the top of my head. All right, this is a good one. This is a good one. Kiss, Nippon. Kiss, Nippon. What is this, you may ask? It is an audience recording from Osaka Zoo Hall in Osaka, Japan. And she has made a note, this particular bootleg on PopSpsych, which is a database with sold auction results from eBay. Several of these consistently always sell for over $200. So it must be a pretty desirable bootleg from Kiss. It was made in 2000 in Norway. It's a 2 LP. The vinyl's near mint, and that one's a $150 start. Kiss Nippon. Nippon. Over here, we have No Nukes at 50. No Nukes at 55. This new arrival bin, we got Cat in the Hat by Bobby Caldwell. Bobby Caldwell? $39.99, 1980. Bobby Caldwell. Bobby Caldwell. Why does that sound so familiar? Joe Cocker. Joe Cocker's $29.99. The name of it's Joe Cocker. We have Cream, which is, I think, a straight reissue of their first album. Yeah, this is the album Fresh Cream. It's a reissue, a German press. No, a UK press. $34.99. Excuse me. $34.99 on that. Petula Clark's Greatest Hits. George, you got to go downtown. You hadn't been downtown yet? Downtown, Petula Clark's Greatest Hits. $9.99. Also, we have Barbara Acklin, Someone Else's Arms. Barbara is a 1970 press. $34.99. $34.99. Barbara Acklin, Bobby Caldwell. That's what I'm thinking of. Bobby Caldwell had the heart-shaped red vinyl record. Yeah. He has that record. It looks like a piano in the distance or something. And it's they did that record and it's shaped like a heart on red vinyl. That's what I'm thinking of. Yes. But also I was thinking about a guy in Marshall Tucker Band. What's his name? Toy Caldwell? There's another somebody else I was thinking about. All right. Guy Shard on Petula Clark. Is there a card on Nippon? Card. I don't see a card. A card. No card here. Okay. There's that. All right. We got Eric Clapton backless. $26.99 for backless. 32 songs by the Trapp Family Singers, whose story is portrayed in the hit musical The Sound of Music. There they are, the Trapp Family Singers, $19.99. And Rocky and Other Knockouts. Rocky and Other Knockouts by Fernat and Tyker. That's $9.99. And we have Hot Love, David Essex, $19.99. Difford and Tilbrook from Squeeze, $14.99. Okay, so over here, we have a battle going for no nukes. It's now at $60 with Guy Shard. Kiss did get a bid for $150. Guy Shard got Petula Clark. Mary bid $62 on no nukes. Final call on Kiss for $150. Do you have Downtown? Oh yeah, I definitely have Petula Clark already. Yes, Downtown, that is already locked away in my Seinfeld collection. No Nukes is at $65. And I have here, Baby Come Back, The Equals. 68 Holland Press, $34.99. Baby Come Back, The Equals. So many interesting records in these bins. There's another Camel, Breathless. Camel is $19.99. Paul Clinch with Choya, Living Like a Rich Man. That's $9.99. The Walker Brothers, The Sun Ain't Gonna Shine Anymore. A 66 mono for $34.99. Cool. The Walker Brothers. And Captain Beyond, one of my favorite, or if I was going to pick a Captain Beyond, I would pick this one over the first one. $74.99. Sufficiently Breathless. 1973. Sufficiently Breathless. Tracy Songer on the Walker Brothers. Ron Mustaine on Camel. Another Paul Craig. I do have, I have a total of 3 more new arrival crates, but I think what I'm going to do is, sometimes I've been rolling these over. I'm going to try to go through some best offer stuff, and I think I can find maybe some Paul or Laura crates that I've only been through maybe once or maybe just once, and now we can do best offer or something, because I usually try to stop new arrivals about this time, just because it's this crate's been selling really well, probably because it's been a little bit more diverse selection than I normally see in some of these crates. So that's been fun. Let's go ahead and sell this Kiss for $150. And that's sold to Mike Torres. Thank you, Mike. And let's find Mike here. And that's sold to Mike for $150. There's Captain Beyond. Sufficient, but that's always been a tough one to find. Guy has No Nukes for $70. And we'll say that's a final call. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss boot. This one's called Heaven's on Fire. A set of 2. So there's 2 jackets here. It goes together. It makes a set. Heaven's on Fire. And the details on this is an unofficial from 1981. So this is sort of a vintage bootleg. It's a VG Plus, and this is December 7th in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Kiss in Fort Wayne, Indiana, 1984. It's called Heaven's on Fire. It is a total of 2 LPs, VG Plus, a vintage bootleg made in 91 for this 84 concert in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Very cool. Part 1 and Part 2. $45 start. Yes, I will do a quick recap of this bin. No Nukes is sold to Guy Shar, and he gets that for $70. Mary, this comes through quite often in our Japanese Well, I won't say often, but we will be able to get one in the future. So I'm sure in the future you may be able to pick up one from us. All right. Thanks you on that. It's amazing to see how many of y'all were at some of these shows. Now, I've only met one guy legitimately that I know that was at some crazy, crazy stuff like historical. There was a guy that was from New York that at the time I was in college in Cookeville, and I would run ads saying I buy records. And I met this guy, and he was legitimately at Woodstock. Like, he was legitimately at Woodstock. He was legitimately at George Harrison's Bangladesh concert. He was at the Beatles' Shea Stadium. He had everything to prove it. And I was like, wow. I mean, this guy, he could name me off stuff he'd been to. I was like, it's amazing. So there's Kiss. It's now up for bid. And this crate's full. Let's do a quick recap. But we have filled up another crate here. Excellent. Excellent. But I think he's the only legit person I've ever met that was at Woodstock. And I'm not talking about somebody that was in the area. I'm talking about somebody, he was out there on the grass, okay? He was out there on the grass at Woodstock. And he was also on the grass, okay? He was on the grass and in the grass and probably doing other stuff in the grass too. Kiss has a bid for $45. All right, so here's what's left in here. But as far as historical concerts, that guy, he held the torch. I've never met anybody with a resume like that. Shea Stadium, Beatles, Bangladesh, Woodstock. What else? Met John Lennon. I was like, golly. All right, here's what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know. Cream, Live Cream. Frankie Valli, Grease is the Word. John Cale, Slow Dazzle. The Byrds, Fifth Dimension. The soundtrack to the Prime of Miss Jean Brodie, Rod McEwen. Kiss has a bid for $50. Black Oak, Arkansas, I'd Rather Be Sailing. Kenny Rogers, Greatest Hits. Climax Blues Band, Reel to Reel. The Best of Luz Christie. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. The Original Blues Project, Reunion in Central Park. The Beach Boys, California Girls. Carl Wilson, Robbie Robertson. Climax Blues Band. Leonard Cohen, Live Songs. Leslie Gore, It's My Party. Tom Verlaine, White Label Promo. Another Carl Wilson, this time Youngblood. Joe Cocker, Cream. Barbara Acklin. Cat in the Hat. Eric Clapton. Trap Family Singers, Rocky and Other Knockouts, David Essex, Dilford and Tilbrook, The Equals, Paul Clinch, and Captain Beyond. Kiss is it's a 2 different jacket, same show. It comes in 2 parts. It is the Civic Coliseum, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 1984. Fort Wayne, Indiana, 1984. This is at 50. 54, now 55. MJ, is that Michael? Is that Jackson or Jordan? Either one of them would be very impressive. How much was the Eagles? There was an Eagles in here? I don't think so. No Eagles in here. No. No Eagles in here. There's Equals. That's what you heard. The Equals. Baby Come Back, The Equals. A 68 Hollywood, 34. We're talking about Arithmetic and not Birds. Arithmetic here, not Birds. All right, so Kiss is at 65. So what am I going to do next? Wow, MJ, both MJs. That's an accomplishment. Both, well, of course, Jackson's dead, but very hard people to get to. You just don't get to those people. Especially Michael Jordan nowadays. You can't get to him. You can't get within 100 yards of him, probably. It'd have to be on some kind of very lucky encounter. You'd have to be on like some kind of one of his exotic vacations and run into him at a hotel, or you just can't get to him. All right. So, Jeremy Bryant wants that Tom Verlaine, the white label promo that was $44.99 here. This is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you on that. Yeah, more Japanese is coming. I'm about to sell Kiss to JD for 65. I'm going to keep auctions going till midnight. And let me find the next crate to go through. I just had to walk over here and adjust my knee. It was starting to bother me. This is Obi-less, but a great Japanese pressing. Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. This one actually, you can see some of the humidity spots on the jacket. Very common for these Japanese pressings. $35 start for Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. You got an insert here. You got a book. You got a 2 LP. And this is a $35 start. $35 start on Led Zeppelin. $35 start. That is a great copy to have, even though it has some of that nearly camouflaged humidity spots. The vinyl's beautiful, and it has the book. Of course, if it had the Obi and it was near mint, I'd probably be saying a $95 start. So $35 start on that. All right, let's find that crate, that elusive discount crate I've been talking about. Michael Jordan turned you down, but you got an MJ. Wow, well, that's pretty impressive, but I'm not surprised on MJ because he's always done that. That's why his autograph is so expensive, so desirable. One, he's MJ. Two, he just don't sign stuff. He's just not going to sign stuff. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. I see some like newer indie type stuff in here and bizarre, maybe some stuff lower marked at one point. So it should be pretty good. He had that contract forever with Upper Deck, you know, where he basically said he wouldn't sign anything unless it was for them. So that really drove up the price for a long time. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $65. Captain Beyond was $74.99. $74.99 on that. So there's the two most turned down autographs, the two most submitted autographs with PSA, JSA Beckett out of everybody in the world, all celebrities, all sports stars. It's Mickey Mantle and Michael Jordan. Also the two most counterfeited. But there's more counterfeit Mickey Mantles than there is Jordans. But they're both up there. Thousands of monthly submissions with counterfeits. Jordan and Mantle. Okay, next Kiss record. Next Kiss record, there is Zeppelin, $35 start. Also over here, we have our next Kiss auction. What should we do next? This one's interesting. Kiss, Bruce Kulick is our brother. Brendan Bryan Arena, East Rutherford, New Jersey, 1985, the Animalized Tour. And this is an unofficial, limited to 300 on turquoise vinyl, recorded live at Brendan Bryan Byrne, Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E, in East Rutherford, New Jersey. March 29th, 1985. Kiss, $55 start. A 2 LP turquoise colored vinyl numbered. Kiss. Bruce Kulick is our brother. The Brennan Byrne Arena, East Rutherford, 2 LP blue vinyl from the Animalized Tour, $55 start. Everything in this crate can be bought or best offer. That means you can go ahead and buy it, or you can make a best offer on it. It's totally up to you. We have Jarvis Coker, or that could be pronounced Cocker like Joe Cocker. I think it's Jarvis Coker, though. Jarvis Coker is on white vinyl, $19.99. Please don't hesitate to make offers, but also if you want to go ahead and grab it, you might want to grab it before somebody else does. These are all buy now or best offer. Tracy Songer wants the equals from the last crate. You got it. You got it. The equals. Baby, come back. That's sold. Also, this is Glass Candy Ghetto Boys. Glass Candy Ghetto Boys, a 12-inch single, $14.99 on that. Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is $27.99, orange and white quad, $27.99 on that. Spoon. King Tough, Third Man Records, live in Nashville, $14.99. And we have Lilacs and Champagne Midnight Feature, an experimental electronic hip-hop album, $17.99. I was at this Kiss concert, Chad. It was my birthday. Awesome. J.D. Conklin has Kiss for $55, final call. Matthew Sherrick, you're the only one who bid on Led Zeppelin. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $35. Led Zeppelin sold to Matthew Sherrick, $35. This is done. Who is the first person who can tell me Gene Simmons' real name without Googling it? Straight typing it, no cheating. Just who can tell me right now Gene Simmons' real name? We got Jeremy Bryan on Jarvis Coker for $15. George Scher on GB. And GB, George Scher, was for... What was GB? We have GB. What was GB, George Scher? He put GO then GB. Okay. Oh, Ghetto Boys. This right here. Ghetto Boys. This is sold to George Scher. Got it. Got it. Ghetto Boys. Well, everybody got really, close. I think the autocorrect got a bunch of y'all. I think some of y'all knew it. The autocorrect got you. Pat's still trying. I think Lisa was the first one to correctly give the whole thing. Chaim Witz. That's right. Gene Simmons sounds so much better, right? We have REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. This is with Obi, a $35 start. That's our next Japanese pressing. Here is Kiss, and this is sold, a late night deal, to J.D. Conklin for $55. Thank you, J.D. That's sold to you. Chaim Witz. I don't know how to say that first one accurately. But yep, if y'all didn't know, Gene Simmons is not his real name. He is not actually Gene Simmons. Our next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. We got Kiss. This one looks interesting. It's a vintage bootleg. It's a 1985. That's when it was made. Recorded live at Johannesson Stadion, Stockholm, Sweden. So this is this is live in Sweden, 84, VG Plus. Let's go ahead and start it for $55. Very cool, vintage bootleg. It looks like it has an insert with it. It looks like it has an insert with it. Yeah, it does. Very cool. So there's that. There's the cover. And Kiss is now up for bid. $55 start on that. Vintage bootleg. Okay, so we sold the Ghetto Boys to George Scher. J.D. Conklin on Genevith. I'm going to make sure these aren't claims or people being creative of Gene Simmons names. I don't think there was any other claims. And here we go. Next in here is Margot Price, Midwest Farmer's Daughter. Margot Price is $14.99. What is this? This is Of Montreal. $24.99 of Montreal. This is called Skeletal Lamping, I think is what it says. Kiss does have a bid for $55. Matt Pond, PA, Last Light. That's an indie rock album. Gatefold 2 LP, $22.99. David Comes to Life by Effed Up. That is $19.99. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. And The City, Carole King. The City is on gold vinyl, $22.99. Carole King. Interesting. So some titles there from this crate are all bought now, best offer. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. Sorry, I do a little nose adjustment there. I feel better now. Over here we have, looks like Porcupine Tree. It is. Porcupine Tree up the downstairs. $54.99, a 2008 reissue. $54.99. Greg Lee, I'm going to sell you Margot Price for just $10. Looks like nobody bid on REO, so you can buy that for $35. And Kiss has one bid for $55. We are about to sell that. But right now, REO is a $35 buy it now. Just FYI. REO High Infidelity. $35 on that. Make sure everybody's done on Kiss. Let me put that right over here. Also, we have the Overton Berry Trio at Seattle's Doubletree Inn. A Light in the Attic numbered. It is 2 albums in one package. 2 Overton Berry Ensemble albums. And it's a funk soul from Light in the Attic. They always do reissues of rare, out of print, obscure albums. $24.99 on that. Wilco, A Ghost is Born. Wilco is a 2021. That is $34.99. Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds, Black Star Dancing, limited edition colored vinyl. And what we did, let me go ahead and show you all these. When Laura originally marked these, there's 5 Noel Gallagher singles here. And they're $19.99 each, and they're all on colored vinyl, or let me confirm that. They're all sealed. Some of them are on colored vinyl. And what we said, and which we definitely can do it now, if anybody wants them, let me know, or we can bundle them together. We can make a big Noel Gallagher bundle. We got If Love Is the Law. Let's see here. Yeah, If Love Is the Law, In the Heat of the Moment, Blue Moon Rising, Wandering Star, Come On Outside. Some of these have more than one track. Wait and Return EP. She Taught Me How to Fly, Keep On Reaching, Black and White Sunshine. And then this one was Black Star Dancing, Rattling Rose, Sell On. Those are all $19.99. Okay. Next new comment is OBE for $20. Overton Berry Trio, sell that to Neil Reigler for $20. Matthew Sherrick, REO 35, $25. What if we split it, Matthew, and I say REO 30? and I'll go ahead and sell J.D. Conklin Kiss for $55. So the offer's on the table for the No Gallagher bundle, or if you want to pick one out individually. Matthew, I'll split that with you on the REO. And then Jim B, Wilco. Let me see what we got over here. Wilco was a 2011 reissue, $34.99. Moving Units, and this is, and Wives, it's 2 artists. It's a split 12-inch hardcore punk art rock. VG plus $9.99. VG plus $9.99. Matthew Sherrick said he would do 30 on REO. Let's put up some other new auctions, including Kiss. Who would have thought it? Here's Kiss, Masters of Your Soul. It's a limited edition, 2 LP red vinyl, numbered 140 of 500. And this is live at the Montreal Forum, Montreal, Quebec, Canada, August 6th, 1979. And I believe that's what we confirmed it to be. Yep. It is live at the Forum de Montreal, 1979, August 6th. Kiss, let's go ahead and say a $55 start. $55 start. And then our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Let me condense these into one crate now. And our next Japanese pressing is going to be ABBA. And ABBA is one I don't think I've seen too often. It does have a little bit of humidity spots. It's called All About ABBA, which what I'm looking at here, it looks like a compilation. It is. It's a Japanese compilation. ABBA, a $25 start. The vinyl's beautiful. Has an insert. Unfortunately, the cover is got quite a bit of that humidity discoloration on it. So Kiss and ABBA. There they are. Next is Band of Skulls by Default. That is EX $17.99. We also have Windmills by The Ocean. Post-Rock Drone, VG $12.99. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap is $9.99. Donna Summer, Live and More, $14.99. Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is $14.99. Zappa in New York, a 2 LP promo, a promo marked cover. I don't think the labels are though. Stock labels, $39.99. Jackie on Donna Summer, sold to Jackie. Kiss has a bid with Lisa Torrio for $58. That's now going once, going twice. No bid on ABBA, looking for a $25 start. Bee Gees Idea, earlier album from the Bee Gees. This is $19.99. Clean vinyl with the original on her sleeve. Leon Redbone, this is $19.99. Kiss has bids for $60 and $60. Could you go over again how much the Gallagher album, how much for the bundle? Thank you. Okay. And before I do that, let me go ahead and show Greenbelt Live, the original soundtrack recording. That's a pressing on green vinyl from 1979 with an insert and a poster. It's called Greenbelt Live, $24.99. Okay, so Kiss jumped up to 60 quickly. Now 67, 70, 79. And we had 2 people back-to-back asked about the Gallagher. Guy's comment came in first, and then Jeremy Bryant. So there's 5 no Gallagher records here. Okay, and we have Black Star Dancing, pink vinyl sealed. I'm just going to read you the first track. Some of these have multiple songs and multiple mixes. Black Star Dancing, this one has a total of, we'll say 5 tracks, or, you know, including different mixes. She Taught Me How to Fly, that's sealed on teal vinyl. Blue Moon Rising, Wandering Star, Come Out of Sight. There's a few of them on that one. Gold vinyl, $19.99. In the Heat of the Moment, sealed, $19.99. And If Love Is Lost, sealed on purple vinyl. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. 5, they were $19.99. And let's see, if we put them in at 17.5, $85. So $85 on a bundle price for those. They're all sealed, and all of them but one are on colored vinyl. Kiss is now a 90. Let me make sure I hadn't missed anything else. Let me step right over here. Make sure I hadn't missed anything else. So that's pending to Guy. He can say sold or pass, and then Jeremy can say sold or pass. The next comment was BG's price, and Adam Bernardi. That was $19.99. $19.99. Mary Miles offered 12 on Redbone. Sell that to Mary Miles for 12. Kiss is at 83. Kiss is at 90. Guy said he will take the No Gallagher bundle. Guy Shard, you get that for $85. Kiss Cycle Circus bootleg. No bootleg tonight. We had an original lenticular cover. We sold that one, and then we had the website exclusive picture disc with the closed curtains cover, and both of those have sold. I don't think there's a bootleg over here, but yeah, we had 2 official presses tonight: a website exclusive, and the original Euro lenticular. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, knee adjustment. I can tell I'm low sleep. Body's aching. Not good. Okay, so Kiss is a final call to Alonzo for 90. Adam Bernardi, I will say the BGs for 15. Also, we have Captain and Tennille, keeping our love warm. There's old Captain, and there's Tennille. That's $9.99. We have Evita. This is Andrew Lloyd Webber, a 78 UK with a foil cover. Very clean, $19.99. Walk, Don't Run, Volume 2, The Ventures, $14.99. Doug Kershaw, The Cajun Way, that's $19.99. There is some writing right there on the cover. Clean vinyl, though, $19.99. Tony Joe White, Dangerous, an 83 UK Gold Stamp promo, $34.99 on Tony Joe White. And Maddox Brothers and Rose, Family Folks, and that's an 81 German, $19.99. All right, so Alonzo, congratulations on the Kiss at 90. And let's make ABBA a buy it now for $25. ABBA can be bought for $25. A buy it now for $25. The City, yes, I forgot about your other question. Yes, let me do that as well. Let me see what I got left over here in the Kiss boots. Let me read what's left because we have time maybe to finish them all or, you know, do a couple more, and then I'll do the strays tomorrow. So I've got, let me show you what they look like instead of reading them off because I can pick them all up, honestly. If anybody wants to, say, run one of these, let me know. Destroyer Demos and Lives. Kiss starring in Cycle Circus, the recording session. I've got that. Maybe that's what Chris Frazier was talking about. Maybe he was talking about that. Kiss Gruna Lund, Stockholm, Sweden. Kiss Cleveland 74, April Fool. That's pretty cool looking. Coffin spell, sorry. Kiss Other Voices. Kiss, this one's called Horny, Bitches's. And Daisy Days. Kiss Breaking Fences. And Kiss Egos at the Stake. That's the Kiss bootlegs I have left tagged for tonight. We'll do another 50 or 60 next Monday. Which ones I don't get to tonight, we're going to have again tomorrow. So I'm going to try to sell a few. This is what Chris might have been talking about. He said yes. So let's run this one next. This one's a really cool cover. Nothing is quite what it seems. Cycle Circus, limited edition purple vinyl. It is Cycle Circus recording sessions, numbered 330 of 500. Looks like it has an insert or an inner sleeve. VG Plus, a $55 start. Okay. Now, Adam Bernardi, can you show me the CD condition and price? Let's find that for Adam Bernardi. That was the CD. Okay, that must be further back. Not that one. The CD. So the CD is, Derek Clark said this is essentially Carole King, pre-Carole King here. Or Carole King in a band. She was in a band, the CD, before solo. It's on yellowish gold vinyl. It is $22.99. Nice gatefold jacket with an Obi. It's got one of these like modern type informational Obies on it. First ever time on vinyl. Remastered liner notes. Expanded gatefold tip-on jacket. $22.99. Now the next comment was Michael Rudolph gets Captain and Tennille for $7. Okay, and then what songs are on ABBA? ABBA, what did I do with it? I put it in the sold bin. Did somebody buy it? Or was that just a habit of mine? No one bought this, right? No, no one bought this. The songs are Mamma Mia, Honey Honey, Another Town, Another Train, Waterloo, Ring Ring, Hasta Manana, Dance While the Music's Still On. Over here, you got I Do, I Do, I Do, I Do, Gonna Sing You My Love Song, What About Livingstone, SOS, I'm Just a Girl, Me and Bobby and Bobby's Brother, and People Need Love. $25, includes a Japanese insert Obi. The cover does have some of the humidity spots. The CD is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Now Kiss is at $60. I'll do Cleveland next. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? We just took a big chunk out of this crate. That's fantastic. I'd love to take the rest of the chunk out. I know it's like some modern type stuff in here, but if anybody wants to do let me rephrase that, some more modern pricey type stuff, but if somebody wants a bundle, I'll entertain it. You can even do a bundle on the vintage and leave out the modern type stuff. But here's what's left. Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa, King Tough. We got Lilac and Champagne, Of Montreal, Matt Pond, PA, Last Light, F'd Up. The name of the band is Fucked, Up. Porcupine Tree, Wilco, Moving Units, and Wives. It's a split release. Band of Skulls. This one was Windmills by the Ocean. And that's kind of where I consider some of the modern top stuff. And then we got some vintage OGs here. Gary Puckett, Cat Stevens, Frank Zappa, Greenbelt Live, The Evita, Amazing Rhythm Aces, The Ventures, Doug Kershaw, Tony Joe White, and Maddox Brothers. Let's try another Japanese pressing. I got bukoodles of them over here. I'll put this one up. Before I say a starting bid, let me see what's all included. So usually the starting bid on this one includes what it does and does not have. This one's going to be a $35 start. So this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is Steve Perry of Journey. And this has a lot to do with the value. It has a complete Near Mint sticker sheet. Steve Perry, his solo album, Post Journey, Street Talk. It does have the inner sleeve. That's now going up for a $35 start. Kiss is now at $70. What are the Breaking Fences and Other Voices by Bootlegs by Kiss? Okay, Breaking Fences is Live in Holland, 1997. It's on promo labels with book and poster. And the other one, Other Voices. I was curious about that one too. Other Voices. This is the second night at Osaka Zoo Hall. Gene came down with a throat infection, so the other members handled vocal duties. No Gene on vocals on this one. No Gene on vocals. No wonder he has a throat infection. He's spitting fire, gargling blood. Okay, Steve Perry has a bid for 35. Kiss is at 75. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything else in there? If not, I'll try to find another discount bin. Okay? It's midnight. That's the midnight, the hammer of midnight. We're officially into Tuesday. I'm going to be here till I think all the Kiss people have tapped out. I'm going to keep showing discount records because the majority of y'all are here for discount records. Steve Perry's the final call for 35. And I know what Chad, my name is Chad, and I'll tell you what's on my mind. You know what's on my mind? Burritos and a nap. Let's try to find another Paul or Laura crate very similar to that we can go through a second time. But I've got burritos and naps on my mind. The hammer of midnight has struck. Or as James Hetfield, hammer of justice stood in you. That was my best James Hetfield impersonation from And Justice for All. What was that? Hammer of justice kicking you. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's kick it up a notch. Folks, I'm not talking best offer. I am talking half off. I therefore demand this crate to be half off. It's a midnight special. I therefore decreed this crate, thou four shall witness, is half off sticker price. Steve Perry is sold to Oso Adventure for $35. Chad's getting pretty sleepy and loony, okay? That's the Midnight Rambler. You talking about the Midnight Rambler? Kiss is sold to Chris Frazier for $75. We had a request for Cleveland. Let's do it. Kiss, Cleveland, 1974. Limited edition red vinyl with poster, and original inner sleeve. A radio broadcast recorded live from Agora Ballroom in Cleveland. Wow, they were opening for Roy Gallagher. Wow. Whoa. That's crazy. $65 star. I was about to say, that's early. Look at his makeup. I don't know if that's actually, that's got to be taken from about the same era, but he changed his makeup a little bit. That's not how it looks normally or how it looks now. Or did it? Here's a newer picture. Maybe. Somebody's makeup changed, or they maybe did it a little bit different. This is taken on the left, what, in the 90s? And that's taken in 74. Something definitely changed, though. Why does he look different? Maybe those early pictures, is it hair? Something different. Maybe he's skinnier. I don't know. There's something about their earlier makeup. It looks different. But that's going to go up for a $65 start. All right, let's find another Japanese press, and let's do some half off. I think this is a half John, half Paul. I think I've condensed a John and Paul when I made this crate, so I think that's what you're about to see. We have Santana Inner Secrets, $10 on Santana. These are half off, no more, no less. We have OCBcia Owaja Awake, $7.50. OCBcia. George and Tammy and Tina. Don't forget about Tina. $5 on that one. Adam Bernardi gets Santana. sold. The Almond Brothers and Light and Rogues, $10. No more, no less. Tim Harden, 2, $20. Was $39.99. 1967, Verve, clean, beautiful. If someone's like, there's no way, Chad, I can pay you $20 for that. There's no way. I got to give you full price. I'm going to say no. I'm not going to let you pay me full price. These are half off, no more, no less. It's not happening. They're half off. Or if someone says, Chad, I know it's 40 and you said 20, but I'm in for 15. Will you take 15? I'm going to say no. It's no more, no less. Boston, don't look back. $35 start. Gatefold. Insert. Beautiful. $35 start. Is Kiss a radio interview? No, this is a full show. It's a radio broadcast recorded live. It was originally broadcast over the radio. It's not an interview. No, it's music. It's the concert. It's the show. Some of these were bootleg because they were radio broadcast. I'm sure it's high quality sources because I've seen this one before. I'm sure there's a really good source they've used for this. And it has a gigantic poster. There it is. The Demon. All right, Darren Chrisman on the almonds. Rick Magger second on the almonds. Levi Hilton on George. Tim Harden sold Adam Bernardi. We're going to obliterate this crate. Final call to get a bid in on Kiss. I think he's thinking about it. But Boston's a $35 start as well. We have Black Eyed Peas, a 12-inch single, Weekends. $7.50 for the Black Eyed Peas. Nice, a quad pressing of Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. $25. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, a quad pressing. $25 on that. Foggy Mountain Banjo, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. $10 for Flatt and Scruggs. A Columbia 2i Mono, beautiful, $10. JD has locked in a bid on Kiss. Going once, going twice. Nice, ELO out of the blue with the spaceship decals. Are you kidding me? Now just $25? That should have been put up for auction probably. It has the spaceship center with it. Always a tough insert to find. We got Flatt and Scruggs sold to Jackie. Couple half off $50 records there. Big savings. Linda Ronstadt, What's New? $5. How much is Kiss? It's got one bid for $65. I'm about to drop the hammer of justice on it. A MoFi pressing of Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. It's nice too. Half off of $79.99 is $40. Wow, MoFi Al Stewart. An original MoFi. Early catalog number. Look at the catalog number. Number 9. Early in their discography. MoFi, that is. Elvis Blue Hawaii. And this is a 61 Mono Indianapolis. OG Mono. I Can't Help Falling in Love. Kiss has a new bid for $67. We're not done on Kiss. We got questions and now we got bids. This is called Rockorama. It's a 2 LP compilation from APCO. $10. Rockorama. 96 Tears is on here. Question Mark and the Mysterians. Kevin Voitosh on Al Stewart. These are the kind of late night crates, and you may say, Chad, why are you selling these half off? And I'm like, I don't know. I just like to sell records, so sometimes I sell them at stupid prices. And that's what we're doing right now. Kiss is now at 66. Now it's at 70. Now it's at 79. How much is Elvis? $18.50. 61 Mono, no condition notes. No condition notes. Melanie on ELO, great decision there. Now Kiss has jumped up to 85. A couple more here. Ricky Skaggs in London, shrinking hop stickers. That's $7.50. And Boz Skaggs, Silk Degrees, a gold stamp promo. Boz is $10. Silk Degrees, that's clean. It's nice. Nobody bid on Boston. You can pick that up for a $35 buy now. Unfortunately, no Obi, but a nice Japanese pressing. Don't look back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. All right. 85 on Kiss. We're about to sell it. Bert got the Elvis. Rick Maggers on Boz, then Mary. Now, Edwin, you put B. Is that for Boz that sold, or is that B for Boston? Billy Joe, the nylon curtain. Billy Joe and Laura. This is a Laura crate, evidently, because look, has the track Laura. The song Laura's on here by Billy Joel. $10. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, $5. And Slade on Stage. Slade is $10. Slade on Stage. All right, J.D. Conklin, you get Kiss for $85. Thank you on that. Very cool. Let's run another one. Let's run another one. We're going through a great half-off crate here. Y'all are keeping me awake. Very busy. Lots of bids. Claims. Ed Riviere on Boston. Dan Moran on Linda. Mary second on that one. Jeremy Bryan on Slade. And let's do another one of those Kiss records that was questioned. This one sounds pretty cool to me. It's called Other Voices. And this is where Gene couldn't sing that night. So the other members are on vocal duties. And this is from that reunion concert tour in the late 90s, 97. And this is on marbled vinyl. And it's a $75 start. $75 start. Kiss, Other Voices. Interesting. $75 start. That's now up for bid. Here's a Dick Clark radio broadcast. Who usually buys these? Tim Graham. Here's one for $20, November 13th, 1982. Dick Clark National Radio Survey. Very cool. $20 on that. Dan Moran said pass over that Linda Ronstadt to Mary. Mary, I've got you down for Linda Ronstadt, just so you know. Dan says you can have that one. Amanda Darby got Dick Clark. Amanda struck first on that one. Over here, we got Kiss now at $80. Whoa. King Crimson in the half-off band. It's not OG, but it is a 74 pressing. I mean, it came out in 69, so not too bad, and it's beautiful. Cover and vinyl. 25 on that one. Oh So Adventure, you were next on Dick Clark, it looks like. And then J.D. Conklin, what was no one? Frank Zappa, Orchestral Favorites. Zappa is $15. Ricky Skaggs. And this is Love's Gonna Get You. $5. Oh, he was finishing a comment. Okay. So Kiss does have a bid for $80. Jason Short picking up the King Crimson. In the Chord of the Crimson King. 21st century schizoid man. I talk to the wind. So many great songs on there. Here is Stevie Wonder, a Japanese pressing of Stevie Wonder. Songs in the Key of Life. Excuse me, The Secret Life of Plants. I knew Life was in there somewhere. Secret Life of Plant, Stevie Wonder. It's a 2 LP trifold jacket with Obi. It also has poster. I've never seen this. Has a cool Stevie Wonder poster. Nice Stevie Wonder poster. It has a trifold jacket like I was saying. There is some humidity spots and damage on the insert and the cover. But we're going to put this up for just a $25 start. Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants with Obi. $25 start. Amanda Darby on the Rockorama. That's so to Amanda Darby. Thank you. Next in the half-off bin is the new Blue Bloods, the next generation of Chicago Blues. Chicago Blues is $10. That's from Alligator Records. If you see Alligator on the label, Alligator Records, that's going to be a blues album. Big blues label. We have Walking Wounded, the New West. That's from 1987. The half-off price is $7.50. Buka White, Parchman Farm. And guess what? Originally $59.99. Now just $30. Beautiful vinyl too. Just $30 on that. Donna Turner on the Blues comp. Great price on the Buka White there. And Pico's Bill, narrated by Robin Williams, and the music's by Ry Cooder. That's pretty interesting. $12.50 on that. Romulus second on the Chicago Blues. Kiss is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $80. Thank you, Glenn. That's sold to you for $80. Appreciate that. That is sold. And Stevie Wonder, final call on that. That other Kiss record he asked about, I'll go ahead and put up as well. And that is this one. It's an $85 start. This is Kiss Breaking Fences. Breaking Fences. And this is an unofficial. It's on yellow, black marble vinyl, as you can see. The labels are marked promo. I think that's just for show. And it's recorded live in Holland, 1997. A 2 LP. Kiss is an $85 start. Triple LP. My bad. Triple LP. Triple LP. Really cool color, too. It has a poster. Rock of Nations tour. Has a poster that looks like it's from this show. A book. And there's that. Breaking Fences. Next thing we have is Rabbit, spelt with a W. W-R-A-B-I-T. That is $7.50. Nat King Cole, Wild is Love. Nat King Cole is $5. Big Brother and the Holden Company, Cheap Thrills. $17.50. That's on the original label, beautiful vinyl. That's a must-have on the original label. Robert Fripp artwork? No. Robert Crumb, Fripp. Robert Fripp's in King Crimson. R. Crumb artwork? It does have an old, let me get that out of there. This has an old staple in the cover where the price tag used to be. Let me get that out before it causes damage on something. That has an old stapled price tag on it. Kiss 85, Kiss 85. We should start calling your company Kissco. Well, you have called us on Kiss Night. Monday night is Kiss Night. It is until this collection's gone. This collection is pretty incredible. We bought about 1,000 albums. 800 of them were Kiss albums. And we've been selling them for 7 hours as of right now. And we've got a handful left tonight. But the next Mondays, probably for at least another month, will be all Kiss. At least one auction. Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff, but yes, we have a lot of Kiss albums to sell. And they, as you can see, are in high demand. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Paul Simon is $10. One Trick Pony, $10. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, One Size Fits All. Zappa is $20. Art Garfunkel, Shrink and Hype, $5 on that. And the Seekers Live, $5 on the Seekers. Kiss is at $85, $85, $95. Let's make Stevie Wonder a buy it now for $25. Stevie, oh Stevie there. Boogie on Reggae Woman. That song's not actually on this album. But very cool, has a poster with it. I mean, come on. What's a vintage Stevie Wonder poster worth? It's included in with this for $25. Tonight's been Japanese and Kiss Night. Tonight's been Japanese and Kiss Night. That's been the features tonight. We had probably a whole crate left over from the last time. A whole nother crate got delivered today. And, of course, it's always going to be Kiss Night until we sell off everything. And maybe by the time that maybe by the time we get low on these, Paul can get a lead on another collection. Kiss, $95. Kiss is at $95. Mary Miles on Paul Simon. Susie Breedlove on SW. And Susie, that was for Stevie Wonder for $25. The Cheap Thrills was $17.50. So it was originally $34.99. It's a gatefold original first label. OG, beautiful vinyl too. $17.50. Who's Kiss collection? Honest to goodness, if somebody said, Chad, I'll give you $1 million right now if you can tell me who we bought these from, I would have to pass on $1 million because I don't know. I think they were in Atlanta. I think they went to Atlanta and got these. But Pat, and for anybody else that's knowing, Paul is now literally 99.5% completely in charge of buying collections. So if it's a customer or something, he'll tell me. He'll say, hey, I'm going to get so-and-so's collection, and it'll be a customer I know or somebody I personally know. But most of the time, I don't know where he's going and what he's buying or who he's buying from. I just know he does a good job and he brings back great stuff. Orleans is $5. This time they got clothes on. They look a little bit more respectable there. Orleans is $5. We got Tribulation down below. It's a 2018, $20 on that. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $95. Let's try at least one more over here. You got Eddie Murphy, Party All the Time. No. Well, those kind of questions, I don't know if I do have it or not. I don't think I do, but because I don't know where one is. Okay. Next thing we have is this one right here. It's going up for bid right now. We have redacted the title. It's called that Horny Britches, okay, Britches, and Daisy Days. And this is that's early, 1973, Amityville, New York, on white vinyl, numbered 59 of 120. And this is a $75 start. You got some Horny Britches and Daisy Days. And that's going to go up for a $75 start. Yeah, finishing up this half-off crate. Wow, King Diamond in the half-off crate. Are you kidding me? Masquerade of Madness. King Diamond is $20. Also, Devin Townsend, Light Work, $12.50. And Uncle Acid, sealed for $20. King Diamond. It is July 7th. That's a King Diamond song. The seventh day of July, 1777. It's from the Abigail album. Ed Riviera on JD. He meant KD. Darren Crispin on UA for Uncle Acid. And Buddy second on King Diamond. Kiss has a bid with Lisa Torrio for $79. Matt Cameron leaves Pearl Jam. Wow. 27 years. 1998. Wow. I saw that earlier. I hadn't got to read into it yet, though. All right, Kiss has a bid for $55, $79, and $80. All right, half off, great. Let's read through these one more time and make sure everybody's got what they wanted before maybe I do a bundle. I mean, there's not much in here. We could. I'd love to empty crates. We used to just not even do that, and I would keep all the half off stuff and show it again later. And what I learned is show it again. What don't sell, maybe try to bundle or put it in a flip crate. And that's why I don't have hardly any vintage stuff left over that we hadn't shown maybe but one time or two times. There's a few crates over here that we didn't get bundles on. I got 3 crates over here, honestly, that I've shown half off that no one bought and we didn't bundle. That's it. Everything else in this building has been shown either just once or twice for best offer. And after we get it down to half off, it's pretty much done. Kiss is at $89. And then how much is Devin Townsend, Light Work? Out of Bernardi, that was $12.50. We'll start right there. Here's what's left in this half-off bin. Devin Townsend, OC Becia, Oja Awake. That is $7.50. Adam Bernardi said he will take the Devin Townsend. Over here we got Black Eyed Peas Weekend, $7.50. Steely Dan is a quad pressing of Pretzel Logic. Clean vinyl, $25. Kind of surprised about that one. Linda Ronstadt is $5. Ricky Skaggs is $7.50. Billy Joel is $10. Nylon curtain. Zappa is $15. Ricky Skaggs is $5. Walking Wounded, the New West, $7.50. Buka White was a good one, $30. Parchment Farm, a blues album for $30 clean. Over here we got Pecos Bill, which is narrated by Robin Williams, music by Rock Cooter. I don't really know what's going on with this release, but it's only $12.50. No condition notes. Rabbit, spelt with a W, is $7.50. Nat King Cole was $5. Early '80s pressing. We have Frank Zappa for $20. Lisa, unless Buddy Cordova bids, it's up to him. Lisa has Kiss for $97. Buddy, if you say out, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Lisa for $97. Next is Art Garfunkel Breakaway in shrink wrap. Art Garfunkel, $5. The Seekers Live is $5. The Seekers Live. Cheap Thrills, here's a surprise. Big Brother and the Holding Company. Are you kidding me? Another piece of my heart now, baby. Y'all are breaking my heart. We have Orleans at $5. And we have Tribulation down below. This looks like some kind of hard rock or metal, just based on the cover. And it's $20. Buddy Cordova says he's in on Kiss at $100. We're not done on that one. Buddy's in at $100. What else do I have in Japanese over here to companion it? The last one we had was Stevie Wonder, right? Yep. So next over here in Japanese department, let's put this up for, I'll reduce the price to just $15. It's a starting bid. ABBA Arrival. ABBA Arrival is a $15 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this Japanese insert with it, cover, obi, a few humidity spots on the back, front, maybe a couple here, few, $15 start on ABBA. Kiss is still getting bids. Now it's at $103. Anybody else? Cheap Thrills was $17.50. That's half off of $34.99. It's on the first label. And there's no condition notes. First label and no condition notes. I don't have an exact year, but that's got to be OG. Because they didn't, right in that era, they didn't use that label much longer than they went over to that other one. And Jason, if you don't want it, Rick Maggers does. Somebody's going to get it. Anybody interested in a bundle before I count them and price them out? It'll be up to y'all to say, I'm interested. Or maybe I should just go ahead and do it anyway. There's a couple outliers in here. Japanese Police. Jason got Big Brother. He was first on that one, Rick. He asked the condition. He got it. I do not see any more Japanese Police. No, sorry. I saw where you asked that earlier. I forgot to answer. No other Japanese Police that I can see. Buddy Cordova, are you out on Kiss? The high bid's 103 with Lisa Torrio. She's watching over on YouTube. Okay? Kind of a couple of the outliers is this one. The goth rock, Darren said this is goth rock metal, the Tribulation album for $20. The other outlier, in my opinion, would probably be the Buka White for $30. And the Steely Dan, which was $25. So if I take those out, those kind of pricier LPs there, and we just see these here, a lot of the like regular rock pop that's left and folk and stuff like that. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. And that does include some stuff like Zappa was originally marked $39.99, just saying. But we get this stuff very often. I've been discounting a lot of these lately. I got to get some people bought in on Zappa. His albums demand pretty good money when you look them up online and check Discogs. But man, I've been having to discount them. Discount bins, blowout bins. But either way, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another Zappa. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15 records left in there. Not much to try to strike a bundle deal on. 15 records, and let's say we do those for just $65. $65 for the rest of the crate. That should be a little over 4 1/4 a piece. But first, Buddy Cordova's out on Kiss. Lisa, I know you've tried to bid on a lot of these tonight. Is that your first purchase with us? If thank you, Lisa Torrio. Welcome. Just say yes, first time buy, and I got to get you registered, okay? And this is sold to you for $103. So thank you, $103 on that. Bundle deal, $65. Who's going to step up to the plate first this week? We got a bunch of bundlers. Y'all, a bunch of bundle people out there. We got to get a first one. Wow, you can buy ABBA with Dancing Queen, Japanese, for just $15. Just $15 on that. You can pick it up right now. I buy it now for $15. Alonso says I'll take it. Anybody on the bundle? Should we go ahead and run the last 3 Kiss? There's only 3 left. Bundle's going away. That was the hammer saying that the bundle's exiting the table. The half-off prices on these were $25, $30, and $40. The original prices on these were $50, $60, and $40. So $25, $30, $55, $20, $75, $75. What was that, $65? I'll do $100 and include those 3. So I'll do $100 and include those 3. Okay. 55 local pickup. What did I say? 65? All right, so let's sell these. Let's sell these to Avery for $55. He's going to pick up locally. All right, done. Let's put up the next Kiss auction, though, before I start crating these up. The next one here is really cool. It's a live Wembley, London, 1980. And this is on picture disc, and it's numbered. It's a really cool picture disc. And it's an $85 start. I got to make sure that Lisa Torrio is a first-time buyer and registers before we tag her for that Kiss record. She never did say yes. We got to make sure we have your information, so please let me know. There's Paul Stanley covered in roses. There's Ace Frehley. Gene. Very cool picture disc. Eric Carr. This is an $85 start. It's a complete concert from Wembley, 1980, $85 start. Okay? That's up for bid. It's my husband, El Terrible Torrio. Okay. El Terrible Torrio. I know who that is. El Terrible Torrio. Thank you. Gotcha. I know exactly who that is. So bill that under El Terrible Torrio. Okay. And then these are sold to Avery. Now, Adam, I have to keep these at half off, no more, no less. Okay. Pretzel Logic's got to be. That's a long time. If I start breaking that rule, the whole system collapses. These are further discounted because I'm bundling them. Somebody's buying all of them at once, but I got to keep Pretzel Logic at 25. Okay. Let me start a new crate with this bundle. Otherwise, it's not going to all fit in here. And thank you, Avery. Avery's going to pick all these up locally. That's why I gave him a little bit of a discount, because it's probably going to cost, it probably would have cost an additional $10 to ship all those. So maybe we can find one more while we're selling off these last few Kiss and Japanese. Okay. So Kiss already has a bid for 90. So we got Lisa Torrio. See, earlier when I said anybody new watching and Lisa said, hi, Chad. See, I thought that was maybe just somebody completely new, but you're relatively new. You're kind of new. And let's go ahead and tag these to Avery first. Let me get them over here in the new crate I've brought over. And let me put a sticky note around them. The first part of the crate, and then let me put a sticky note behind them so I know what we're doing here. And let me try to clean up my mess a little bit here. think we can find one more crate to go through as far as vinyl. And then for those that are sticking around CDs, I just don't really know until I'm here at the final decision. I really need to consider stopping after all the vinyl's done. But because I don't really have a good assortment, and by the time we're done, it's not going to leave us a whole lot of time. However, I may can dig some up, but you never know. I'm going to make a last-minute decision. Okay? I'm going to make a last-minute decision. This sold Adam Bernardi. So the only thing left in there are these remaining records, which were 30 and 20, if anybody wants them. If not, they're going to go back over here to a recycle crate, or if I do discount them again in the future, it will be in a flip crate, okay? So they're kind of going to get recycled now because they're better titles. This has one bid for $90. We're about to sell it. While I'm hunting another crate, let me introduce another Japanese pressing right quick. And here's another one. I am going to say just a, we'll say this one's reduced to a, we'll do a $15 price reduction on this one. Christopher Onzo is in on Kiss at 95, so we're not done there. This is Stick's Cornerstone. The vinyl's really clean and nice. It does have this foil insert, which will burn your eyes if you reflect light into it like I just did. The gatefold does have some of those humidity spots, but that's why I'm reducing it to just a $15 start. I think I put it up last time for $35. Surely that'll sell it. Surely, okay? And Glenn, you've been outbid on Kiss. And Richard Miller said, did invoices not go out today? Ed has sent every invoice out today. Yes. Ed has sent out every invoice today. Let me pull up your account right quick while you got me in a free moment. I'll check on it. So let me pull up the invoices tab. Invoices. We're speaking to Richard Miller. Richard Miller. Richard, did you buy 2 cassettes, Tesla and Brittany Fox? Did you buy 2 cassettes, Richard Miller? I don't know if I've ever even looked at what we put on here. He said no. Okay. We have a Richard Miller with an unsent invoice. It's an unsent invoice from today. A Tesla and a Brittany Fox cassette bundle. $17. That did not get sent because it never was generated. Other than that, there is no other Richard Miller with an invoice this week. I did buy cassettes, but not those albums. Okay, I have a feeling then something is in limbo. I have a feeling they're probably under they're in limbo. Richard V. Miller. All right, I've got you right here. Your law of your other invoices you've paid. Here's all of your other invoices you've paid. He said, wait. Are you sure you didn't buy Tesla and Brittany Fox? We've got you down for Tesla and Brittany Fox. Are those cassettes? Then yes. Yes, those were cassettes. So he has you under Richard Miller and not Richard V. Miller. I'll let him know. So this week we got my nephew is relatively new. He's keying in. April's keying in this week. Moose was keying in last night. And, of course, all these people I'm naming off, they do not have all of these names memorized like Ed or Tanner or G may have. So I will let Ed know we need to change that from Richard Miller to Richard V. Middle. Richard Miller to Richard by tomorrow. Now, Ed just told me yesterday he's going to be off. So I'll see if Tanner can fix it in the morning. Ed might not be here again working on anything till Wednesday. So he has to fix his roof at his house tomorrow. He's not going to be here. All right, what happened on Kiss? Christopher Onzo, I never did hear back from you on this. It did get a new bid for $97. Glenn Rhodes, $97. But what happens is we got so many people with same names, okay? And when they're keying this stuff in, we have everybody saved. And a sticky notes may say Richard Miller. And they type in Richard Miller, and we've got all these different Richard Millers we've sold to. Richard Miller here, Richard Miller in this state, Richard Miller in this state, and Richard Miller in that state. And so what happens is they don't know who to put it under. And we end up having this pile that Tanner, Ed, and me, we try to figure out who it was. And they usually have to ask me because I can remember, I know who it is. But typically they can figure it out. So that's what happens. And if they accidentally go ahead and just click somebody, so that's why it's good to have middle initials, or we'll say Richard Miller from this state, Richard Miller from that state. We got a Richard Davis in Texas. We got a Richard Davis in New York. We got a Richard Davis out of Florida. And if we ever start getting the same people with the same middle initial in the same states, then we are in bad shape. They're in bad shape. So, all right. But we'll figure it out. It's the only way our system works, though. It's just like names and putting it to the right person. And it just, when we have all these a common name like Richard Miller or Richard Davis, man, it messes them up big time. Christopher Onzo is back in on Kiss at 100. Now Glenn Butch Rhodes, you're out. Now Glenn Butch Rhodes, you're out. So Kiss is at 100. They're still getting bids. Let's try to find one more crate of vinyl over here to go through. Sorry about any confusion. They will eventually get you worked out, I promised. So what do we need? Another half-off crate? I mean, it is late night. I guess another half-off crate would make sense, right? One more? One more. One more. Let's do it. Here we go. Here we go. Wow, you can pick up sticks for just $15. Sticks Cornerstone is a $15 buy it now. Matthew says, can I see it? It's Sticks Cornerstone. It has a foil inner sleeve. The vinyl's near mint minus. It's yours for $15 if you want it. Right now, we have a half-off crate here to go through. Let's see what we can come up with. Kiss is at 105. Matthew, that's yours if you want it. Mary says, y'all, they really can't hear me. Can anybody hear me right now? Test 1, 2. It's got to be a YouTube problem because my mic is charged. My mic is connected. My mic is showing a strong signal. My mic is not pegging out. If there's a problem with the sound, it's definitely a YouTube problem. My mic is A-OK. Let's see what it sounds like on YouTube. My mic is A-OK. Mary, that's got to be on your end. I just rewinded and listened, and it sounds fine over here. That's got to be something on your end. Okay, definitely something over there. So we got Kiss at 100. Kiss is at 110. And here we go. Matthew said sold on sticks for $15. Great price. It's got to be a YouTube problem then for certain servers. Next auction is another Japanese pressing. Quickly, folks, quickly. Everybody's working for the weekend. This is Get Lucky, and that's Aerosmith, a $25 start. $25 start. This is Loverboy Get Lucky. They're bidding on Kiss. We've got 2 left. It's at 115. Half off vintage LPs. A lot of rock, classic rock in here, and pop like Carly Simon. The best of for just $5. I think we can sell everything in here. Waylon Jennings this time. Unfortunately, it does have some writing, but Waylon is just $12.50. Nielsen Sandman. Nielsen is $10. West Montgomery and his brothers, $12.50. Blue Fantasy label, $12.50. Did I call this Aerosmith? Oh my gosh. Loverboy, $25 start. Loverboy's a $25 start. Christopher Onzo, you're out on Kiss. Final call to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $115. Roseanne Cash, Somewhere in the Stars. Roseanne is $5. Levi Helton wants Waylon Jennings. Christopher's back in on Kiss at $120. We're not done there. Charlie Marks on P, and P was for something. Loverboy's a $25 start for Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. Beautiful Neil Young compilation. This is what you want. Someone's like, Chad, I need some Neil Young. I'd say, here, this is all you need. Nothing else. Maybe a couple more later albums. Maybe the Freedom album. Maybe a couple other things here and there. Some of that 90s stuff. This right here, $25. It's a triple LP trifold jacket, $25. No P claim from Charlie. That was an oopsie. We got Leslie Holt on Roseanne Cash. Adam Bernardi on Nielsen. Kiss is at $125. And Edwin wants Tribulation. You got it. So that just leaves the Buka White. Tribulation is sold to Edwin. Make sure that goes in for $20. Thank you on that. Next is George Jones, The Musical Love, Life, and Sorrows of America's Great Country Star. George Jones, $10 on Joe George. Frankie Boy and Nancy Girl. Look at that. Frank and Nancy. A German comp in shrink with a laminate cover. Beautiful. $17.50. Christopher Onzo. Glenn has bid $125 on Kiss, so he has that. At $125, he has it. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. Oh, man. So many great songs here. I Was Made to Love Her. Uptight. $12.50. $12.50 on that. Now Kiss has a new bid for $130. Glenn Butch Rhodes, now you're out. Christopher Onzo has it for $130. Also, we have Roseanne Cash again. Rhythm and Romance. Roseanne is $5. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. This is a gold stamp promo, early 80s. If I were to guess on the MPL label, it is. Just $13.50 on that. $13.50 on that. Highway 101 is $7.50. And Cliff Richard live. Cliff Richard's $5. You can pick up the Loverboy for just a $25 buy it now. Japanese pressing, nice. Loverboy, $25. That is available. $25 on that. Get lucky. All right. And now he's out on Kiss. So that's sold to Christopher Onzo for $130. Thank you, Christopher. That's sold to you. Let's put up another one. Here we go. The Kiss saga continues. I told everybody I was going to stop at 11. And here these are, still getting bids, and it's 10 minutes till 1 a.m. The next one is Grona Lund. Grona Lund, 1976, Stockholm, Sweden on gray vinyl. Limited to 100. The Grona Lund, Tivoli Garden, Stockholm, Sweden, 1976. Very cool. Very well made, it looks like. $55 start. Leslie gets the other Roseanne Cash. Sold to Leslie. Another Kiss. Can't believe no one got Loverboy for $25. Spooky Tooth. You broke my heart, so I busted your jaw. $12.50. Patrick Mathis in on Kiss at $55. Ray Charles. Brother Ray is at it again. Ray Charles is $10. Doug Kershaw. Alive and Picking. Kershaw, $10. Nice. The Beatles, Please Please Me. A 2012 press, $17.50. As I write this letter, we have Amanda. What did I just say? Amanda Darby on Spooky Tooth. We have Kiss at 20, or excuse me, Kiss at 55, Kiss at 60, Kiss at 70. Susie, this is a half off crate. No more, no less. Miss Susie, $12.50. $12.50. Even if you try to offer me more, Susie, I wouldn't take it. Even if you said, no, Chad, please, let me give you more than what you originally had it stickered for, I'd say, no way, Susie. Not happening, Susie. You're out of luck, Susie. Next is right here. Paul McCartney, London Town. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing of Wings with the insert and the obi. $35 start. With a little luck, he can help it out. We have Jim B on the Beatles, sold. Susie on Stevie Wonder, sold. Kiss is at $75. The Beatles was $17.50. Jim B wants to give $18. Not happening. Nope. It's $17.50. No more, no less. Kiss is at $75. They're still bidding. Glenn, though, you've tied JD. JD over on YouTube has already bid $75. So you and Patrick are both out. Next is Paul Simon in concert. Live Ryman Simon. $10. The Rod Stewart album, his debut. $10. This one's bizarre. It don't look like the right color, but it is on the correct first label, and that is the Rod Stewart album. It does have some writing. Early Rod there. Also, we got Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits. All the young dudes carry the news. $10 on Mott the Hoople. The Best of Spirit, $10. Guess what? Patrick's out on Kiss, but now Glenn's in at 77. Now Buddy's in at 80. And now Christopher Onzo, you've been outbid. Or excuse me, J.D. Conklin. Leslie on the Lyman Ryman Simon. Ada Bernardi on Rod. Really cool cover of Man of Constant Sorrow on here. Rick Maggers on Mott the Hoople. Johnny Silva second. Now Kiss is at 85. Now Kiss is between Buddy Cordova and J.D. Conklin. Final call to get a bid on Wings at $35. That is a final call. Doing a half off crate right here. We have got Bobby V, Gates, Grills, and Railings. Bobby V, $7.50. Final call on Kiss at $85. Jay and the Americans, Greatest Hits. That's $5 for Jay and the Americans. Ted Nugent, Penetrator. Ted Nugent is $7.50. And Elvis, you may know him as the King. Greatest Hits, Gold Record, World Gold Award Hits, parts 1 and 2. A 2 LP, $15 for Presley, Elvis Presley. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield. Music from The Exorcist, $7.50. We got J.D. Conklin, Glenn Butch Rhodes, $85 sold. Wings is a buy it now for $35. It's yours. Signed, sealed, delivered. I will even sign it. No, I won't. I will not deface a Paul McCartney album. Unless you want me to sign like Paul McCartney. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Signed, sealed, delivered. Kiss. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Kiss. Destroyer, Demos, and Lives. Destroyer, Demos, and Lives. Limited to 250. This is numbered 8 of 250. It's Destroyer, Demos, and Live cuts from the Destroyer area. From the Destroyer era, a $55 start. There's Kiss. $55 start. Y'all get the point. It does have the book, and I have an announcement. That could be the last one. $55 start. Continuing in the half off, the soundtrack from Rampage. Music by Ennio Morricone. $7.50 on that. Also, Aretha Franklin's Amazing Grace. A 72 RCA Music Club. Aretha is $25. Amazing Grace. Ada Bernardi on the Rampage soundtrack. Thank you. Final Kiss. Oh So Zen at $55. Let's try another Japanese pressing to accompany it. And the next Japanese pressing to accompany it is the Bright Lights Big City soundtrack. This has got some pretty cool stuff on it. And it's a white label promo. Donald Fagen's on here, The Noise Club, Conk, Shannon Dawson, Jennifer Hall, Mars. It's the Bright Lights Big City soundtrack. $15 start on that. Right now, we're in a half off crate. No more, no less. Next is Ginger Baker's Air Force. Ginger Baker is $20. That's Ginger Baker from Cream. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, yellow Atco labels. Kiss has bids for $55, $60, $65, $75. 3 active bidders. Nice. Santana, I feel the poster. There it is. The poster is included. Santana, $17.50. Just a little bit of cover wear. No condition notes on the vinyl. Nice. The Coaster's greatest hits. Check this out. A 1959 Deep Groove Mono on the original label. No condition notes. Now just $25. That's kind of unusual. A clean record like that. A Deep Groove Mono. To see a clean record like that. Susie on Santana. Susie gets the Santana. Kiss is tied at 75. So, Buddy, you're out, and Glenn, you're out. Oso has it first at $75. Okay, Bright Lights Big City's a $15 start. Next is Hank Williams on Blue Inside. Hank is now just $15. That's pretty cool. MGM Records. Hank Williams Sr., that's available. Here's Point Blank, The Hard Way. Point Blank is $10. An Anthology of British Blues, Volume 2. $12.50. An Anthology of British Blues, Volume 2. Pink Immediate labels, $12.50 on that. We have Smash Your Head Against the Wall. There's John Entwistle. There's John Entwistle of The Who. $7.50 on that. Kiss is now at 80, so Oso, you're out. Lisa's bid 79. So now we got several new bidders. Bright Lights Big City does have a bid with Amanda for 15. And we're in a half-off vintage bin right now. No more, no less. Also, we have Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my, Johnny Rotten. Rotten Johnny, $17.50. Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer. That is $5 for Linda. Elvis, That's the Way It Is. Elvis is a 1970 Indianapolis. $10 on Elvis Presley. That's the Way It Is. Charlie Marks on JR. And JR for Charlie Marks was... What was JR Charlie Marks? Now Kiss is at 90. Also over here we have Highway 101. Paint the Town. Highway 101 is $7.50. Also, George Jones and Along Came Jesus. That's a 1981 Columbia House. That's a later George Jones. You hear that year? 1991 for vinyl. That's unusual. $15 on that. John Durden got Elvis. Kiss is at $90 with J.D. Conklin. Let's go ahead and sell Bright Lights Big City for $15. Johnny Rotten. Okay, so you do want Neil Young, though. If you do, I'll sell it to you. It is available. The last bid on Kiss that came in was 90 with J.D. Glenn got outbid. Oso's also outbid. And Glenn's went ahead and put out 100. So Glenn Butch Rhodes has Kiss for 100. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. Linda Ronstadt is 5. Neil Young is sold to Charlie Marks. And Guy, he just got it. But there's another one in here as well. That's sold to Charlie. And then Jimi Hendrix, Midnight Lightning, $17.50. No conditionals. The other Neil Young, I can't believe no one got it even after my recommendation. It's a triple LP. It's called Decade, and it's clean. It's $25. Half off of $50. That's crazy. These new are like $50 and $60 new. OG here for $25. You get early Buffalo Springfield stuff. You get early solo career. You get Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And then you get that first earlier solo stuff right when he left Crosby, Stills, and Nash or did that other album. Very confusing. So it's like Neil Young, you got Buffalo Springfield, and then you got a solo album. Okay, he did one solo album in 69. That same year in 69, Crosby, Stills, and Nash is putting out Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That next year, Neil Young joins, and he's on Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Then he leaves, and then he puts out all these other amazing solo albums, like Harvest and After the Gold Rush and all those other ones. But it was a crazy run there. He was in Buffalo putting out music in 66, 67, 68, 69, 70 with Crosby, Stills and Nash, and then his solo album, and then back over here with more solo stuff. Pretty incredible. And 50 years later, 60 years later, he's still putting out new stuff and unreleased stuff. That's So Did Guy Shard. Kiss is at 105. It looks like it's between JD, Lisa, and Glenn. Lisa's out, so it's between JD and Glenn. Glenn has it for 105. JD, it's your move. Let's go through this half-off crate again. Let's go through this again. We have the best of Carly Simon for $5. Wes Best, Wes Montgomery and his brothers, $12.50. George Jones, $10. 2LP, The Music Loves, Life and Sorrows of America's Great Country Star, $10. Also, Frankie Boy, Nancy Girl, Frank Sinatra, Nancy Sinatra, a German press, $17.50. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway, $13.50. Highway 101, $7.50. Cliff Richard Live, $5. Ray Charles, Brother Ray is at it again, $10. John Durden on George Jones, so did John Durden. Final call on Kiss. Glenn's about to get it for 105. I was just going to make sure JD was done. Got to make sure JD's done. It is the last one there. Doug Kershaw, Alive and Picking. $10 on Doug Kershaw. Best of Spirit, $10. JD says he's out on Kiss. I got a line on you. Spirit, clean copy. Second label. Also, we got Bobby V, Gates, Grills, and Raylands. Bobby V was $7.50. Jay and the Americans is $5. Ted Nugent is $7.50. Penetrator. Elvis, the 2LP compilation, $15. Tubular Bells was $7.50. Aretha Franklin was $25. Ginger Baker's Air Force was $20. The Coasters' Greatest Hits is $25. Hank Williams is $15 on Blue Inside. Point Blank is $10. An Anthology of British Blues is $12.50. John Entwistle, $7.50. We have Linda Ronstadt for $5. Highway 101 for $7.50. George Jones from 1991 is $15. Linda Ronstadt again, $5. And Jimi Hendrix, $17.50. And then Kiss is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $105. That's sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $105. Chad, I need that Elvis album. That's the way it is. You don't happen to have another one. Oh, we got them everywhere. I just don't know where. Levi, we probably have 100 more of them. You'll have to give me, you'll have to have them make you a note, which whoever's watching, maybe they can do that. John could probably produce 10 in 30 seconds. Those are everywhere. Paul McCartney is sold to Nicholas Hostler for $13.50. Here's all the no bids from tonight. But first, I have an announcement. 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 All these Kiss records, all these Kiss records, all these Kiss records, all these Kiss records, and all these Kiss records. They're all sold. We started at 7 o'clock. It is now 1:04 a.m. They're all gone. They've all sold to new homes. The only no bids tonight were Japanese pressings. Let's try to get some offers or claims on these. London Town, $35. Loverboy, $35. ABBA, $25. Deep Purple, $35. Queen, $45. Queen 2, that is. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $35. Those are all available for sale. Next is, can I see the Aretha Franklin? You can. It's right here. Aretha is called Amazing Grace. It is a 2LP. It is a 72 OG Club. Clean vinyl. It's a Gatefold 2LP with the James Cleveland and Southern California Community Choir. Aretha's $25. And that is all of our Japanese pressings from tonight. Well, excuse me. That's all that I got to that didn't get a bid. These right here. Paul, Loverboy, ABBA, Deep Purple, Queen 2, Atlanta Rhythm section. Maybe we can clear off the last few here. Be a great way to wrap up tonight's sale. But give me 1 second. Adam Minardi said he'd do 25 on London Town. This is sold to Adam Minardi for $25. And Matthew Sherrick said he would do 100 on all the no bids. 25, 50, 75, 100. Those would be 25 a piece. And plus, that was before I already sold another one. And that'd be giving you Queen for free. I can't quite do that, but here is my best price. My best price would be 25, 25, 25, 100. And, you know, since you're buying them all, I'll go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and do that for 25 as well. So, I'll do 125 for the 5 that's left there. That's a big discount on Queen. If I would have put that up earlier for a $25 start, it definitely would have sold and went up from there. Yeah, no condition notes on Aretha. So that's sold to Leslie for 25. Adam Bernardi wants Entwistle. I must have missed that. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And we'll see if we can get Matthew Sherrick bought in on those. Ooh. Okay, anybody else on anything in this crate? What's in the boxes in the back? Those are pulses. Those are Pink Floyd Pulse. Pink Floyd Pulse is $119.99. This is a 4 LP with 52-page book. 4 LP with 52-page book. And this is $119.99. This is just an empty shipping box. And then I've got another one back here in the box. Those are Pulse. It's raised a lot of people's curiosity for sure. A lot of people have been curious what's back there. That's the shipping boxes they come in. Those are Pulses on those. Matthew, there's 5 left for $125. You get these 5 for $25 each. That's the only way I would have got Queen down to $25 too, Darren. Just because he bought all of them. Otherwise, I'd probably stay at that. Simon and Cliff Live. Greg Beddinger. I think somebody already bought the Paul Simon Live. She did. But I will say the Cliff Richard Live. That is sold for $5 to Greg Beddinger. So that leaves Hendrix, Linda Ronstadt, George Jones, Highway 101, Linda Ronstadt, An Anthology of British Blues Volume 2, Point Blank, Hank Williams Sr., The Coasters, Ginger Baker, Tubular Bells, Elvis, Ted Nugent, Jay and the Americans, Bobby V, Spirit, Doug Kershaw, Ray Charles, Highway 101, Frank and Nancy Sinatra, Wes Montgomery, and Carly Simon. Carly Simon, okay. Simon and Cliff Life. Okay, you want Best of Carly Simon. That's sold to Greg Beddinger for $5. George Jones is a pretty tough one to get, Cody. A 1991 club only, I believe, for vinyl. $15. And Along Came Jesus. There was 5 Japanese pressings, Matthew. Atlanta Rhythm, Queen, Deep Purple, ABBA, Loverboy. 5. Cody got George Jones for $15. Okay. And then today, we only had about this much new vinyl come in. And the only things left after we've sold 4 copies is Greg Allman live at Uncle Sam's in Hull, Massachusetts, 1983. Orange vinyl and numbered $39.99 for Greg Allman. Greg Allman Band, Uncle Sam's, $39.99. Scott Apple's on the feed. Welcome. Scott, you missed Coins and Knives last night. Also, your nephew, Seth, brought his dog to work today, and it was a psycho. I'm not surprised by who its owner is, Seth Hackett. There's no telling what that kid is going to end up being like if the dog is any indication. If the dog is any indication of how their child's going to be raised, then little Bo is going to be a heathen. That dog came in here and was like almost destroying the store. Michael had to come pick it up. And I was like, dude, is this how you're going to raise your kid? I mean, come on. Whew. He brought him over my house one day. Seth came over to watch one of those football games at the end of last season. I think part of the agreement was he's got to take the dog with him. Well, you know, my house is like a museum. I've got display cases. I've got movie posters. I've got pinball machines. Seth opens up the door. A dog just completely just starts destroying my house. I'm like, this is why I can't have kids or dogs. Okay? Not to mention my records and my Legos and my coins. Okay. Let's see here. The feed's going to end. The feed is going to end at about 1:30. So in 15 minutes, do we have any final request? Do we have any final request? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's do a bundle. $100, everything that's left in here. If you want me to do the math for you, that is $5 a piece. $5 a piece, bundle deal. Everything that's left in there. $5 a piece. Fire from Good. I almost did the other day. He let somebody in the store. I was like, Seth, what are you doing? It was Sunday. I showed up to the coin knife sale. Some lady cornered them out there in the parking lot. And I was like, that's fine. You can, you know, we got to give you, it's like, that's fine. We got to talk to people. But this lady basically talked Seth into letting her come in the store. And he walks in, he says, you don't have anything to do, do you? She's going to look around for a while. And I'm like, do what? And this lady starts asking me for records. And that's okay if it's any other time, but like I was on the clock about to start a knife sale. And then I told her to watch the sales. And I hope she's watching right now because I have been looking for Dolly records for you. She's looking for Dolly Parton. But that was strike like 5 for Seth. I was like, dude, you know the policy. No one gets in this building. There's people that have offered money to get in this building to look through records, and then you just let somebody in off the street? What's wrong with you? $5 for Hendrix. That's a hard pass, but thank you. How about you buy the other 19 for $100, and I'll give you Jimi Hendrix? What happened to CDs? We ran out of time. We've ran out of time for CDs. The current time right now, the current time is 1:15. We got 15 minutes left. I don't even have time to start CDs. I don't know where they're at, and I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're at, and I don't know how to go get them. They're somewhere in the back, a new batch. Did Green Reaver from the display lack get store claimed? If not, I'll claim it. I'll have to go see. And then don't forget to me about the Universal French Music Catalog. Note taken. Chad, Black Sabbath Born Again. Note made. Could you order Charles Manson live from San Quentin for me or look into it? Note made. Any fishbone handy? No. Did Seth get fired? He should. He 100% should. He should get fired from Hackett's Drugs. He should get fired from Coletco. Rachel's dad should fire from his pharmacy. He deserves to be unemployed. And he needs to go on hard times for about 3 months and get a taste of reality. Okay? That's what Seth needs. He needs a real life experience for 3 months. If he was here right now, he would be so mad. His face would be red. He would be embarrassed. Any other questions? If y'all dig up a copy of Elvis, that's the way I'll take it. Make a note for Levi Hilton. Anything else y'all want me to make a note of? If not, you know what I'm about to do? My mom has got her world famous burritos here. I'm about to take her burritos. I'm about to go home and eat them. Like about 20,000 calories. It won't be a problem at all. I'm going to take a nap and I'm going to be back here before 6 a.m. I'm going to be back in this building before 6 a.m. And then I'm going to leave at 9 and go home and go to bed. That's the kind of crazy stuff I do. Burritos, nap, work, bed, nap, records, nap, burritos, chocolate pie, records, nap, order, vinyl, burritos, nap. That's my schedule for tonight. Let me repeat that again. Burritos, nap, work, bed, work. Nap, pie, burritos. When I open up the floor for questions, I get the least of. Everybody gets nervous. Oh no. What's going to happen? All right. I think that's weird. It's weird not doing anything miscellaneous. I apologize to all the CD people. I'm going to tell them to dig out some tomorrow. Don't forget the grilled trout. Oh man, Cracker Barrel. You know, I don't order much Cracker Barrel here. I don't go there, Scott. I don't go there and I don't order. I need to start having it delivered, but it just don't taste good if you have it delivered. When do you urinate? When do you urinate? When? When do I urinate? No, I don't. I don't tell a lot of people that, but I just don't. I haven't in years. I haven't in years, so I don't know. No, that's funny. I don't get asked that too often. Usually I'm in a doctor's office sitting on one of those things, maybe. I'm immune. I'm immune. I don't have to. All right. I'm officially in the feed. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with me these last few comical minutes. We're done. Thanks, everybody who participated in the KISS auctions. It's been a successful night. We'll get back with CDs tomorrow. CDs coming back tomorrow. And Rick says, speaking of that, I'm out. Everybody's like, okay, after that. After that, everybody's like, okay, that's it for me. All right. Thank you. I'm on about 2 hours sleep, so I better get to bed.